Our main character this time is named Taehyun, a legendary hunter. Out of sheer boredom, he gave up his title to become a web novelist, driven by his passion for writing. But the stories he wrote were so bad that even children complained simply because they lacked realism. To fix that, he disguised himself as a weak, low-ranked hunter and joined an attack guild on the verge of collapse, all to research whether a warrior who had once reached a godlike level could succeed as an ordinary novelist. Let's dive into the main story to find out. One day, a gate suddenly opened. Before people could adapt to the strange phenomenon, monsters suddenly flooded out from it. At the same time, ability users with special powers appeared and became hunters. Thanks to the efforts of these hunters, everyone thought the world had returned to peace, but then the world had to face a new challenge, the worst chaos gate in history. The power of countless hunters wasn't enough to seal it. Faced with this great threat as humanity stood on the brink of extinction, there were only 12 ability users in the entire world with the highest level of power. These legendary hunters stood up. They were the heroes who defeated the cataclysm of the Chaos Gate and protected humanity. And they were the 12 apostles who successfully conquered the Chaos Gate. An apostle looked at his wristwatch. Time since entering the gate, 79 minutes and 17 seconds. They had successfully eliminated the monsters of destruction. The apostles stood before the corpses of the monsters they had just killed. I'm totally wiped out. Good job, everyone. An apostle suddenly thought, there won't be another Chaos Gate for the next 100 years, right? And today might be the last day the 12 of us are all gathered together. Has everyone thought about how you're going to live from now on? I'm going to Hawaii for a vacation first. Me, I've got 4 modeling contracts for hunter equipment, you know. I think I'll just focus on inventing. What about you? What do you want to do now? Thunderlord. An older apostle looked at the Thunderlord and wondered, looks like you still haven't decided, have you? He sat next to him and continued, this isn't an easy thing, you know. Our power is too great. It's not something anyone can wield carelessly. Just a slight misuse could cause something irreversible. While carefully examining the weapon in his hand, he gave the Thunderlord some advice. So, if you're still lost... He turned to him with a gentle smile. Why don't we search for it together? The path of a true hunter. In response to the smile, the Thunderlord said nonchalantly, no, I'm planning to quit being a hunter. I knew you'd say that. Knew. The Thunderlord's answer left everyone so bewildered they were speechless. Why is everyone's jaw on the floor? What are you talking about? Let's say you do quit being a hunter. Then what will you do for a living? The Thunderlord answered immediately without much thought. A writer. What? I'm going to become a web novelist. The Thunderlord's face lit up with excitement. The scene shifts to a speech at an award ceremony by the famous author James Patterson. Finally, I would like to end with a quote from my book. Before you write, imagine that you are telling a story to someone in front of you, and make sure that person doesn't get bored. Remember, the most important thing in a web novel is first, it must be interesting. Second, it must also be interesting, and third, it must be interesting. James Patterson's speech was what motivated Taehyun on his path to writing novels. Half a month after the Chaos Gate was closed, Taehyun was still striving to become a web novelist. Amazing! Taehyun couldn't stop exclaiming. Thank you, James Patterson. I've got countless ideas popping into my head now. Don't get ahead of yourself. Could it be? I have the makings of a writer. Awesome. When you're inspired, you've got to get right to it. Just as Taehyun was about to start writing his new novel, 2 men approached him. They slammed his laptop shut. Don't even think about working alone after class. We gotta go for drinks. Let's go, newbie. But my manuscript is due tomorrow, Taehyun said, heartbroken. Well, then we'll go ahead. But man, I'm feeling really pumped today. Get home safe, you two. Good luck. As Taehyun said goodbye to the 2 men, he thought to himself, this must be that aura of a masterpiece that James Patterson was talking about. A waitress bringing his drink suddenly interrupted Taehyun's train of thought. Customer number 18 here is your rice latte. You can just leave it here, thanks. Could you also clear these empty glasses for me? There were many other glasses on Taehyun's table, proving he had been sitting there for a very long time. Great, I'm all charged up now. Taehyun felt satisfied. I have to ride this momentum and sprint all the way to the deadline. Taehyun put on his headphones and started a classical music playlist. He seemed to dive into his own world of fiction. This part should go like this, and that part over there like that. And after that, yes. That's it! How awesome. Outside, a huge monster full of tentacles is wreaking havoc. Perfect. It's almost done. Now I just need one last super cool line of dialogue. Just as he was about to finish, a tentacle from that giant monster shattered the glass and sent his computer flying. Taehyun in shock held his face as he stared at the wreckage before him. My manuscript. He glared at the monster with a deathly cold gaze as lightning was summoned. He was no longer Taehyun, but the Thunder Emperor. Hey, you octopus, get up. I'm not done cooking you yet. Seeing the body in the river, Jason screamed, Why is there suddenly thunder and lightning? It turned out to be the sound coming from the TV. Don't leave me all alone. Jazelle exclaimed, Holy crap, this is epic. What an amazing plot twist. The main character gets electrocuted to death. Holding a potato chip, she laughed in satisfaction. Trashy dramas have to be over the top to be good. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind her. He looked at her with an exasperated expression. Just look at the state you're in. The youngest of the three TG siblings, Jun, a high school student, and Hongyap Jazelle, one of the nation's top S-rank hunters and the captain of the Guardian Guild's highest-ranked Team 7. And that's not all. She was also a superstar in the hunter world, famous for her elegant looks and outstanding fashion sense. But as Jazelle and Jun looked at the TV screen, a city news alert flashed. He grabbed the remote, about to turn it off. Who even watches this Hongyom stuff? Jazelle hurriedly stopped him. Hey, what are you doing? It was getting to the climax, she yelled. Why do you always have to ruin my precious day off, huh? Jun scoffed. What day off? You're a jobless freelancer. If you're so free at home, you could help with the chores a bit. Or at least go outside and get some exercise. She shook her head and exclaimed, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear any of it. Now give me back the remote. They started fighting over it when suddenly a breaking news notification appeared on the phone. Message Network, Mapo District Office. An outbreak gate has just appeared in the area. Please move to the nearest shelter or limit outdoor activity. An outbreak gate has appeared in Mapo District. Jun was surprised. Mapo! The loud TV caught both siblings' attention. This area has been designated a red zone, so everyone please refrain from going outside unless necessary. In addition, citizens who are currently outdoors, please evacuate to a shelter immediately. Jazelle rushed outside. He looked at her and asked, Did you get a summons? She took off her glasses, denying it. No. Jazelle looked at him gently. I just thought it would be better to be outside. Jun looked at his beautiful sister and thought to himself, Wow, she actually looks pretty cool when she's in work mode. He bent down to pick up the laundry basket and said, But I don't think you need to go, do you? She looked at him confused. Why? He lowered his voice and explained, Coincidentally, that freeloader of ours has some business nearby. No, I mean that failed writer. The Thunder Emperor sighed. Oh, it's completely fried. He sat on the pile of scrap metal lamenting, My luck is just the absolute worst. The Thunder Emperor's face darkened as he remembered his computer. Always remember to back up and save separately. My debut work. Today was supposed to be the day my life changed. He got lost in his imagination. His debut work is a massive success. A grand debut with the title of Super Rookie. Then he'd become a famous writer. Win the Web Novel of the Year award, hold lectures, and start my golden age. Right. The Thunder Emperor hung his head in defeat. I had it all figured out. His whole body trembled. As expected, he unleashed his power, creating hundreds of lightning bolts that grilled a few squids, but he still couldn't quell his anger. The Thunder Emperor pouted and said, In that case, I'll just have to collect this debt myself. You all messed with the wrong person. He looked toward the building and thought, Where's the boss? Ah, there it is. Just you wait. Lightning followed the Thunder Emperor's footsteps as he headed straight for the area filled with dark energy. A scout plane reported, Team 1 has finished dealing with the monsters. They jumped down into an area filled with monster corpses. Quick status report. We've confirmed civilian evacuation and will now eliminate the remaining monsters. Got it. We're counting on you guys, a voice replied. Two members of the group looked at each other. We're almost done, right? Yeah, just a little more effort. This outbreak gate was pretty easy, huh? A young man in the group looked towards the tall man, his heart filled with pride. It's all thanks to the captain's overwhelming power, as expected of the bulldozer. Ma Seok A-rank captain of the Guardian Guild's Emergency Response Team 4. He gave them a cold look. Cut the chit-chat. Ma Seok, holding a large hammer, approached. Get ready to deal with the boss. It's about to appear. They looked at him and laughed. What's there to worry about? The black-haired young man said with a proud voice. He's an A-rank captain. What's an A-rank boss to him? He cut the young man off. But we can't get cocky. Don't let your guard down. A monster was hiding near them. Ma Seok gave a slight smile. You never know where the enemy will strike from unexpectedly. In front of them, 10 suddenly appeared. The giant snake quickly reformed its ranks. The group stared in a daze as the monster raised its long tail, preparing to attack. It slammed it down hard on the ground where the group was standing. A hydra. Why would it appear at an A-rank gate? Wait over there, is Ma Seokji. An alarm blared. The boss monster has appeared. An A-rank hydra boss. The group of soldiers turned towards the monster as their commander yelled, Fire! Don't spare any ammo! It immediately recognized the problem and counterattacked. A loud explosion echoed in the distance. Ma Seokji thought to himself, an A-rank monster from an A-rank gate. Could something have changed about the gates? This is bad, I have to call for stronger reinforcements. He looked worriedly towards his comrades. With his current strength, sweat dripped from Ma Seokji's face. It was completely impossible. The giant monster spewed fire towards the group, but the fierce flames were quickly blocked. Ma Seokji used the power of his hammer to block the attack. The whole group cried out in surprise, Captain! He panted, thinking to himself, Damn it, there's no more time to just sit and wait. I have to stall for time until the reinforcements arrive. The problem is, the power of a single head is nearly A rank. If all 9 heads attack at once, there's no way we'll survive this. Ma Seokji spat out a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth, telling himself he wouldn't give up. He quickly steadied his stance. If there are people who need saving, if I still have the strength to fight, I'll charge in immediately. I'll fight until the very end. Ma Seokji's eyes sharpened as he stared down the monster before him. He brought his hammer down and a massive force cracked the earth in 2. He observed it carefully, making a deduction. Did my attack only hit 2 of the heads? Ma Seokji faced the monster head-on, coldly approaching it. In that case, a flash of light. Ma Seokji lay battered on the ground. Damn it, I can't fall here. The monster quickly created a giant fireball. Ma Seokji struggled to his feet. If that thing falls, this whole area will be wiped out. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Suddenly, a blinding golden bolt of lightning shot down from the sky. Ma Seokji stared blankly. What is that? What happened? The blond young man seemed to have completely obliterated the monster's fireball. Is he a god? He looked at the multi-headed monster before him. His entire body was wreathed in a ball of fire and lightning. In a low voice, Loy said, Found you, boss monster. He gritted his teeth and replied coldly, Have you repented for your sins yet? If you have a mouth, you'd better start justifying yourself. The monster stared blankly at Loy, then suddenly lunged forward to attack him. Loy held his ground without hesitation. Oh, so you want to do this, huh? Sure enough, he focused energy into his hands and rushed forward. You're just asking for a beating. One punch sent the monster reeling. My computer! Loy yelled, landing blow after blow to vent his anger. My manuscript is completely ruined because of you. Now what am I supposed to do, huh? He looked at them coldly. And that's not all. How about this? Loy snapped his fingers, creating a bolt of lightning. Arg, arg! His furious voice terrified the monster. Can you even show your face anymore? A terrifying amount of energy radiated outwards as Loy leaped out of the area. He muttered, even turning you all into charcoal barbecue wouldn't be enough to satisfy my rage. He scratched his head in frustration. The deadline is tomorrow. How am I supposed to rewrite everything now? The group from before began to wake up. They rubbed their heads and spoke. Damn it! Why did I pass out? What just happened? We were definitely fighting the hydra. The young men looked towards Ma Seokji and shouted, Captain! One of them helped him sit up relieved. Thank God you're alive. Just wait for the rescue team to arrive. Wait, look over there. They were stunned by the sight of the monster's corpse. The hydra's dead. Looking at the wounds, it seems like someone beat it to death. The 2 young men suddenly looked towards Ma Seokji. Could it be a TV station's breaking news report? After 2 years, an A-rank gate has unexpectedly appeared in Korea. NT Hospital Mapo District. This is a report from reporter Kim Gamey. The boss monster was an A-rank hydra. Although it was just A rank, a hunter fought it single-handedly and was victorious against the giant monster. That hero is Ma Seokji, better known by his nickname, the Bulldozer. Ma Seokji is part of the Guardian Association. Ma Seokji was shown with his mouth bandaged, only able to let out a few small muffled sounds. He then frantically waved his hands in denial. The video of the Hydra's defeat was uploaded to YouTube and quickly reached 100 million views. Mr. Ma Seokji bravely defeated the monster and saved the citizens from danger. It's currently confirmed that he will require 14 weeks of recovery and has suffered permanent damage to his vocal cords. The cause of the vocal cord damage is from the desperate curses he screamed at the Hydra during the critical moment. A recording from the scene was replayed. Damn it, damn it. An emergency meeting was convened. Everyone was discussing animatedly. As you've all seen, we must recruit Ma Seokji, the man who defeated an A-rank Hydra, into the guild immediately. I disagree, he's just an A-rank hunter. How do you know what if he reawakened as an S-rank? Besides, there aren't many hunters with that kind of power right now. But from my research, he seems to be very proud of being a member of the Guardian Guild. A woman named Jazelle thought to herself with a deadpan expression, that Taehyun, he's one of those fools who won't shed a tear until he's staring at his own coffin. What the hell has he done this time? He never knows when to hold back. She glanced over at the guild president Do Hwang. If he finds out that Loi was the one who suppressed the raid this time, it's going to be a huge mess. He chuckled to himself and then spoke. Do you all really think an A-rank hunter could take that thing down? I don't think so. Guildmaster of Do Hwang HVKISU. The S-ranker looked as if he'd turned to stone. Damn it, I've been found out. You're really done for now, Taehyun. He looked over at Taejiseo. Isn't that right? Hong Vim Shi covered her face with an embarrassed laugh. What? What are you talking about, sir? The guildmaster stood up and said slowly, an A-rank Hydra defeated by an A-rank hunter, is that it? For some reason, I'm reminded of a certain legendary hunter. He looked out the glass window and smirked. To think you'd look down on Do Hwang and then disappear without a trace. You've finally shown yourself. I will personally come to meet you. At that moment, Loi was trembling as he waited for his manuscript to be reviewed. The person across from him spoke up. Author Tae Hyon. Yes. He pushed his glasses up slightly and analyzed coldly. If things go on like this, forget it. I'm afraid you won't be able to continue any longer. Gu Kyumo, an editor from Team 3 at Godolaban Publishing, looked at Loi with pity. To be blunt, the story isn't interesting at all. The premise is good, but the monsters die too quickly every time. It lacks realism. Because of that, readers can't get invested and will just drop the story. Loi hurriedly tried to explain. The man picked up the manuscript and read a short passage. The chimera's brains splattered everywhere like... The man sighed. You don't need to describe it in so much detail. He held the tablet closer to Loi. Have you seen this morning's news? The story of a hunter from the Suho Guild who saved citizens from a surprise raid gate and nearly died. Imagine this, an ordinary rank hunter, not some high ranker, risking his life to protect the people. I can't fall here. Danger, Captain. Captain. Just how fierce and tragic was that battle? His gaze was sharp. Even without witnessing it firsthand, people can still feel it. The man analyzed, and everyone will remember that hunter's name. Not being there, but feeling like you are. Feeling like you understand the character's heart. Empathy and immersion. That is what realism is. Loi looked as if he'd been enlightened. I really hadn't thought about that. I'm sorry, sir. Gu Kyungmo's eyes gleamed. It seems you understand now. I'll give you exactly 1 more week. Revise it. Loi bowed sincerely and replied, Thank you so much. I'll do my absolute best this time. Gu Kyungmo glanced at him. You'd better. If it's still not any more interesting next time, you'd better be prepared to have your contract terminated. A cold sweat ran down Loi's entire body. What? Terminate my contract. A long sigh echoed at the end of the day in an apartment. Taehyun returned home exhausted. Tae-ji-jun saw him return and spoke up. Look at this failure just getting home now. He sighed and collapsed onto the sofa, then started groaning with loud shouts. Tae-ji-jun couldn't take it anymore and smacked him on the forehead. Hey, you're complaining like the sky is falling. He asked curiously, what is it this time, huh? He held his forehead wearily. What am I gonna do? Taehyun, with his now swelling forehead, yelled, I'm about to get fired. After Taehyun explained the situation, Tae-jun casually said, So if you can't revise it to the editor's satisfaction, your contract will be terminated right. He turned to look at his brother and continued, so you have to make it realistic, but you don't know how. Taehyun, sitting on this chair, quietly replied, yeah. Taehyun asked, what do you even know about it? Hearing that, he said, let me tell you. He hurriedly explained to him, I had 30 A-rank monsters get blown away in a single hit. Sounds pretty cool, right? But that guy said it lacked realism. They're only A-rank. They're not S-rank, so why can't it be like that? Hearing this, Tae-ji-jun could only sigh. Then he looked at Tae-hyun and asked, hey, have you ever actually been in a fight? He replied, curious, what kind of question is that, you punk? He answered with complete confidence, of course I have. Hearing that, Tae-ji-jun looked at him doubtfully. When he excitedly recounted that time at the Chaos Gate, I fought non-stop for 70 hours against the monster of destruction Melsu. I nearly became a skeleton. The boy looked at him thoughtfully and said, you're using that as an example now. Taehyun, not understanding, asked, what? A more mature Tae-ji-jun posed a question. Listen carefully. How many legendary hunters are there in this world? He answered, 12. The boy continued, and how many people can match the experience of those hunters? He replied, 12 of them too. At this point, the boy began to explain, the vast majority of hunters in this world are between F rank and C rank. Just reaching A rank means you're already rolling in money. It's more than enough to change your life. If you reach S rank, you'll have both money and power. Your status would be even higher than the chairman of a large corporation. Let me tell you from experience, that's what being an S rank is like. So do you really think people can relate to the story of a legendary hunter? Taejin delved deep into the perspective of others. Readers only watch the main character and put themselves in their shoes. That's why they prefer stories about growth starting from ranks similar to their own. He then asked, if you want to write stories like that, what do you have to do first? Taehyun hesitated. Before he could answer, the young man spoke, stunning him. You need to gather data, research it, and understand how ordinary hunters fight. At the very least, you have to observe them right. Hearing that, he nonchalantly asked, but where I'm not a hunter anymore. Hearing this, Tae-jun stood up full of disappointment and was about to leave. What am I supposed to do with a moron like you? Taehyun quickly grabbed him, pleading, hey, I'm begging you, please just help me. The young man pushed him away helplessly and said, why don't you go to the Korean Hunter Association? No matter what you say, the chairman will have to help you. Taehyun silently listened to Tae-jun's words. You're the Lightning Emperor after all. The only legendary hunter in Korea who has faced a calamity-class monster. He sat on the floor and mumbled, huh, ha. He realized, wait, I'm the Lightning Emperor, right? In a large high-rise building, a man slammed his desk and shouted, how could this happen? He was the chairman of the Korean Hunter Association, Baek Dae-han. Looking at the information on the screen, he fumed, a downgrade to Tier 2. Last year, we didn't just continuously attack and clear national gates, we also proved the success of our hunter training program. He questioned them relentlessly, ignoring the others' discomfort. Even France, when they were in danger of annihilation from a gate, asked us for aid, he said without stopping. Then Germany requested we transfer our hunter training know-how, and we helped with all of it. A man cleared his throat. Ahem! Baek Dae-han shouted in frustration. And yet our proposal for a rank upgrade was rejected, how? He still couldn't contain his anger. This is absolute nonsense. Just then a man said with a smirk, isn't this the obvious outcome? He laughed sinisterly and said casually, it's because you don't have a legendary hunter, that's all. He was the chairman of the Indian Hunter Association, Gunsan Rover. He spoke calmly. 11 countries, including India, can support a legendary hunter, but Korea cannot. Not only that, but Rover also started to taunt him. And I heard your Korean Lightning Emperor suddenly retired, didn't he? Baek Dae-han listened to his words, and could only grit his teeth in silence. What kind of hunter management lets a national-level asset disappear without reason? Baek Dae-han could only try to explain. That was a personal choice. Hearing that, Rover said, stop making excuses. He relentlessly made scornful remarks. And in this state, you're asking for a rank upgrade, I'll say it again. A Tier 1 national ranking is only for countries that possess a legendary hunter. Baek Dae-han was speechless but tried to find a solution. Then at least adjust us to Tier 2, but the response he received was, that's all for today. The decision has been made. This meeting has gone on too long. We will discuss Korea's rank adjustment next time. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. One by one, they vanished from the meeting. Baek Daehan was still stunned. A stream of curses erupted from his room. "Damn it, those bastards!" His secretary entered to find him furiously throwing things, muttering. "When they needed help, they were so sweet. And now they turn on me like this." He spoke up. "Mr. Chairman, please calm down. You still have your next appointment." Baek Daehan regained his composure and asked, "What's next on the schedule?" The secretary replied, "It's a meeting with the Scorpion Guild, one of the guilds that responded to the cooperation proposal you sent out." Secretary Wu, walking behind him, continuously offered advice. "But perhaps we should reconsider. You already know this guild has a reputation for being low quality. There are even rumors that they secretly attack rival guilds. They're definitely trying to use the association's support as a pretext to monopolize high-level gates." He continued to ramble on. "If we get involved with people like this, the association's reputation will also—" Baek Daehan cut Secretary Wu off. He turned with a sharp look and explained, "We are the Korean Hunter Association. If it's an officially recognized guild, we have to grant them a meeting." Although he said that, in his heart he thought the same as Secretary Wu. "Easy for me to say, but I don't want to do this either. If we accept Scorpion, the other guilds will tear the association apart." Suddenly, a group of security guards rushed in front of him. This wasn't the first time those people had come looking for him. Just once or twice? Go on, use force to get rid of them. Seeing this, Park Dae-han curiously asked the head of security, "What's going on?" He bowed his head grimly and replied, "Ah, Chairman, some guy in the lobby is demanding to see you and making a huge scene. Apparently he's the son of some convenience store owner." He gave a bitter laugh. "So now even the son of a convenience store owner looks down on me." At that, the guard lowered his head further. "My sincerest apologies, sir. We should have resolved the situation faster," he continued. "But he kept telling us to mention the T-Dong-D convenience store. He said you would know." Hearing that, Park Dae-han froze. He spun around in astonishment and asked, "What did you say, the son from the T-Dong-Day convenience store?" At that moment, he was in a state of shock. The son of the T-Dong-Day convenience store. But that's Tae-hyun, the legendary Thunder Emperor, who retired. Then he immediately took off running. He hurriedly commanded, "Quick contact downstairs. Tell them I'm coming down personally right now. Why isn't the elevator here yet?" He frantically mashed the elevator button. "Absolutely do not let him leave." This left both Secretary Wu and the guards completely bewildered. In a flash, he was gone. Chairman, a car pulled up in front of the building. A man stepped out and said with a smile, "Look at their building. The Hunter Association headquarters really is magnificent." That was Scorpion Guild's leader, Jin Nam. The man following behind him was constantly flattering him. That difficult Park Dae-han. The fact that he's willing to meet with us now proves the prestige of our Scorpion Guild is sky high. He slung his arm around the man's shoulder. Of course. It's not like the donations I've made are small. Naturally, he has to show his face. The man said deferentially, "As expected from our guild master." From the elevator, Park Dae-han burst out shouting, "Where is he? Where is he?" Seeing him, Jin Nam thought, he must be in a real hurry to come out barefoot like that. He then raised his hand and called out, "I'm right here, Chairman Park." But Park Dae-han paid him no mind, shoving him aside. "Get out of the way." He stared blankly at the rushing Park Dae-han. "Hey, you get back. Do you have any idea who this is? How dare you block his path?" Seeing this, a guard said awkwardly, "Our apologies." Park Dae-han joyfully grabbed Tae-hyun by the shoulders. "Tae-hyun, I'm sorry for the delay. Have you been waiting long?" He replied cheerfully, "I was starting to think I wouldn't get to see you. I've been away for a while." He tried to explain, "I just got the message a little while ago, so what did you need to see me about?" He answered calmly, "There's something I wanted to talk to you about." At that moment, Park Dae-han's mind raced with excitement. Something to talk about, could it be? He's making a comeback. He imagined him returning. The Thunder Emperor has returned. He sat atop a pile of monsters and said, "Did you wait long?" He continued to think it makes sense. Even though the Thunder Emperor retired, the Hunter Association has always kept an eye on him. He thought joyfully, "Now we can once again be a nation with a legendary hunter and raise our standing in the world." He spoke up, "I'd like to take a look around if I may." Park Dae-han was overjoyed. "Wonderful. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear from you, Thunder Emperor. I'll get everything ready for you right away." But then he realized something was off. He asked, puzzled, "A tour?" He replied casually, "Yes, a tour." He said inquisitively, "I want to see what ordinary hunters are like." Then Tae-hyun extended his hand. And if you agree, he offered his hand to make a deal with Park Dae-han. I'll do one thing that you want. In the building, a voice rang out. In summary regarding the contract's contents, a contract appeared along with Park Dae-han's explanation. If we cooperate to gather data for your creative activities, then the contract will be signed as follows. Article 1.1, Park Dae-han and the Hunter Association will fulfill your requests once per month. However, a request may be refused if it is inhumane, illegal, or hinders Taehyun's creative activities. Then he confirmed, so the Thunder Emperor is making a comeback. He affirmed, that's right, then asked, is there a way for me to come visit and observe properly? Hearing this, Park Dae-han eagerly replied, yes, of course there is. He presented a card saying, as it happens, we have a job that perfectly fits the format you're looking for. In his mind, he was overcome with joy. If the Thunder Emperor returns, not only will our national rank increase, but Korea can once again step onto the world stage. He was determined. I absolutely cannot miss this. A card was printed with the title, F-Rank Gate Supporter Korea Hunter Association. Park Dae-han announced, it's called a gate supporter. Taehyun asked in surprise, a gate supporter? He began to explain, it's mainly work that F-Rank hunters do. Collecting spoils from gates that hunters have already cleared or securing an escape route in an emergency and joining the fight in a crisis, for example. He added, of course, it's rare that you'd actually have to fight. Most of it is simple work like waiting in the rear. Park Dae-han looked at Taehyun anxiously. It's also suitable for observing ordinary hunters, wouldn't you say? He cheerfully took the card and said, so a job like this exists, huh? Park Dae-han looked at him with a satisfied smile, thinking, it's only natural that Taehyun wouldn't know about this. It's not easy to find support staff for sites where even national-level hunters have died. He stood up gleefully and said, as expected of the chairman, this is exactly what I wanted. Thanks a lot, Park Dae-han asked in surprise. Huh, you're okay with being a support staff? He replied nonchalantly, of course. Please send the remaining information to the tea convenience store in Daejeon. Immediately, he used his power and launched himself out of Park Dae-han's office. Secretary Wu looked at the wall Taehyun had shattered and asked curiously, has the Thunder Emperor's personality always been like this? Hearing this, Park Dae-han said, watch your mouth, he just seems different. He is the hope of Korea, you know. Taehyun arrived beaming. He looked at the sign in front of the door. This is it. He stood before the building of the C-Rank Guild Gawa Mansa. Taehyun had summoned all his determination to come here. Awesome, I'll learn all about the world of hunters here. And this time, I'm definitely going to write a super realistic story. He eagerly opened the door and walked in. Hello, I'm Taehyun, the gate support. He froze when he saw the scene before him. A dilapidated room with only 2 men. The man playing on his phone looked up in surprise. Huh. We have a gate support staff coming today. The man who was sleeping shot up abruptly. What? The gate opened. Taehyun stood silently in a corner while they talked. Didn't we have a gate support coming? Oh, right, it's today, right. The man who had just woken up stood up and said with a laugh, sorry about that, we had some stuff going on. Taehyun thought, full of fascination. Oh, so this is what a real guild is like. He held out his hand to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Saseong, the guild master of Gawa Mansa. Taehyun happily shook his hand. Nice to meet you, I'm Taehyun. Saseong invited him to sit down. Come on in, have a seat. As you know, this is a C-Rank guild, so we only have 3 members, including me and that kid over there. Seeing only 2 people, Taehyun wondered, where's the other person? He answered, that kid's on a temporary dispatch mission. Taehyun was curious. Dispatch? He began to imagine it excitedly, like the 12 apostles being sent to other nations. Saseong spoke up, but hey! He waved his hand and said, you're pretty unlucky, you know. Ending up in a place like this. Sit. He took out his pen to take notes and asked, oh, why is that? The man playing on his phone said, why else? Just look at this office, we can't get anything done here. He stated bluntly, this guild is permanently C-Rank. There's no way we'll make a lot of money. Right now we're just scraping by. Hearing this, Saseong said, hey, you little punk. Why would you go that far? He brazenly continued to provoke him. Well, I'm just telling the truth. Why get so worked up? Saseong was speechless. Seeing this, that little brat. Taehyun said, you two seem very close like comrades who have been through a lot together. This made both of them pause. They started to act cool. Well, we have been through a lot of hardships. and together. But I'm sick to death of it. Same here. Taehyun sat in a corner watching them intently, his mind happily coming up with countless scenarios. Going through hardships together? Awesome. This is so Hunter-like. Sashung being rescued by the man says, "You idiot, I told you to leave me behind." The man supporting him says, "Who would do something like that?" Sasayong asked shyly. "Is that what it looks like in the eyes of an E-rank?" The man laughed, amused. "Looks like we seem pretty seasoned, huh?" Taehyun said excitedly. "If you're such close comrades, then your teamwork in battle must be intense. When do we enter the gate?" This rather stunned the other two. "Our guild doesn't have any plans to fight." Hearing this, he was so shocked he dropped the pen and notebook in his hands. "What?" He turned to them in alarm and demanded, "Isn't this a hunter guild?" Sashong scratched his head and replied, "Well, it is. But since it's such a low-rank guild, we don't really have a place." Taehyun asked him, "Then what do I do?" He casually picked his nose and answered, "There's nothing to do." But Taehyun still tried to be optimistic, thinking, "I see. Gates don't open every day. This is the reality." He said to them, "Well, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll do my best." Hearing that the man said, "Oh, really? In that case, go clean up." Sasayong said, "Hey, you. It's your turn to clean today." He immediately agreed to clean. "Just leave it to me, a real man," he said. "See?" He said to just give him the work. Sasayong disagreed, saying, "Why are you making the new guy do the work?" In reality, Taehyun already had a plan. His contract was ending in 1 more week. "I have to hurry and find some authenticity, then get back. Just you wait my manuscript." 6 days before his contract ended, he still walked cheerfully into the guild. "Hello, what are we doing today?" Sasayong said, "You two go clean the hallway." He agreed. "Yes, sir." 5 days before his contract ended, Taehyun still showed up. "Hello?" He saw a man cleaning the glass door, walked in and asked, Is there a gate today?" The man replied, "If there was a gate, do you think we'd be standing around here?" He started to feel disappointed and asked, "Then what should I do today?" The man cheerfully held out a rag for the glass door. Taehyun silently cleaned the door again, 3 days before his contract ended. He listlessly walked up to Sasayong, who handed him a broom. This was exhausting him. 2 days before his contract ended, Taehyun had completely become a janitor. He thought dazedly, "I'm screwed." Looking at the sign, he muttered, "The first day was one thing." Looking at the clean apartment, he said, "But I've been here for a whole week, and all I've done every single day is clean." Then Taehyun lost control, grabbing his head and shouting, "I haven't even touched my manuscript yet. At this rate, I won't have written a single word by the deadline." At a publishing company, late at night, a man was still working at his computer. Gu Kyunmo was working tiredly when a cup of coffee was placed in front of him. The other man started a conversation asking, "Seen you're working overtime again today? Is it because of that rookie?" He replied, "Yeah, I'm writing up a report." The junior sighed, looking at Gu Kyunmo. Gu Kyunmo in charge of a top-ranking author. "Why are you torturing yourself with a rookie like him?" he continued. "I heard his writing isn't even that good." Gu Kyunmo looked up and said, "Well, that's true. I don't really know why I'm doing this either." While sipping his coffee, he mumbled, "How should I put it? Maybe it's because I could feel the desperation in his writing." Looking at the computer screen, Gu Kyunmo said, "It's just a vague hope." He said that this was also a fragile hope. Right before his contract ended, Taehyun sat helplessly at the guild. "It's over. I'm really screwed. Current manuscript word count 0. Taehyun, a man who dreams of becoming a web novel author. To write a realistic novel, he needed to observe the C-rank guild Gawamansa. The current word count of the manuscript is 0. Days left before contract expiration, none. Taehyun sat on the sofa looking devastated. "I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. What if I get fired for good? I'm already 15, and I still haven't written a single decent story." From outside the door, 2 aggressive-looking men burst in. They seemed to be from his guild. "Hey kid, get ready to go. There's an urgent gate we have to go to this afternoon." "Yes, sir, so I'll get ready to clean the gate. There's a gate mission." But Taehyun turned to the 2 men overjoyed. He suddenly became incredibly enthusiastic, a far cry from his earlier despair. "I finally get to see real hunters fight. I'm definitely finishing my manuscript today." However, Taehyun looked at the 2 men. But why do they look so strange? The 2 men sighed, looking clearly dejected. "What do you think this time it's a B-rank gate?" Taehyun suddenly thought to himself, "A B rank, isn't that supposed to be easy?" A C-rank guild like us could never clear a B-rank gate on our own. If we decided to cooperate with 3 other guilds, it would reduce the danger, right? That's a good thing, isn't it? Well, that's true, but... The man answered Taehyun while rubbing his temples. The problem is the guilds we're fighting alongside. A gate at Mount Seoksan Gangwon Province. Wolf Valley. A gate radiating blue energy stood in the middle of the valley, surrounded by many people and tents. Ugh, my back hurts. It's been a while since I've climbed a mountain. The 2 men from Taehyun's guild had arrived. After being transported to the valley, they changed their outfits and got ready for the mission. Why did a gate have to appear in such a remote area? Hey, having work is a good thing. Hey, what's that rookie doing over there? I don't know. Taehyun seemed overwhelmed by the scene before him. He went around observing and asking the other mission members questions. So, this is a B-rank gate, huh? Even the rocks look different, model. What weapons are they using? And what about their skills? Seeing Taehyun's actions, the 2 men looked puzzled. Is he collecting data? I don't know. He's probably just new, so he's taking notes. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Well, if it isn't the famous Gawa Mansa Seong Guild. That voice belonged to Richard Beller, the guild master of the C-rank guild Polar Bear. He was tall with a thick beard, looking very powerful. Behind him were 2 equally dangerous-looking lackeys. Go on, boys, say hello. They're the charity of the guild world. The man with Taehyun's guild suddenly scowled, his annoyance clear. Why did it have to be that awful name? Ah, so this is the C-rank guildmaster of Gawa Mansa Seong. He bowed low in a gesture meant to mock others. You're great at raising newbies only for them to get snatched up by other guilds until there's no one left. Just think of it as a donation. He is a philanthropist, after all. Unless you're a complete idiot, there's no way you'd train your own guild members just to send them off to another guild. Unable to stand his taunts, the man from Taehyun's guild retorted, What's that supposed to mean? I've been listening this whole time. The ones who poach our rookies are none other than you guys. So how dare you talk to us like that? Behind him, his guildmate also got angry and slowly drew his weapon. The man stepped closer to Richard Beller. Isn't stealing our guild members enough for you? Where do you get off picking a fight with our guildmaster? Richard Beller's tone changed as well. He issued a warning. You've got some nerve, you little brat. Daring to butt in while the adults are talking? Besides Guildmaster Seong, are there any other adults here? All I see are a bunch of kids looking for a fight. At the height of the tension, a burst of gleeful laughter rang out from behind. Ha ha ha! This is hilarious! Why are you scrubs wearing yourselves out fighting each other? It was Sumerian, the guildmaster of the C-rank Guild Mantis. Wasting your energy before we've even started. You still have to support our guild once we're inside the gate. Sumerian glared threateningly at the members of Gawa Mansa Seong and Richard Beller. You'll have to at least do your jobs properly if you want to pick up any scraps. Right, you idiots. Taehyun witnessed this entire fiery scene. He thought to himself, this is bad. It's this tense before we've even entered the gate. This is brutal. In Taehyun's imagination, there was Sumerian with his sharp, mantis-like gaze, the massively built Richard Beller of the Polar Bear Guild, while the members of Gawa Mansa Seong looked small. Just like pitiful ants, this is what it's really like. Lost in thought, Taehyun was suddenly struck by a powerful slap to the back of his head. Hey kid, aren't you going to greet your senior? The newbies these days are so slow. Let me warn you, if you dare touch the monster I've got my eye on, you're dead. Taehyun turned around, his eyes filled with an ice-cold killing intent that terrified the man who had just hit him. The man quickly put on his glasses. Oh, crap. Yes, I look forward to your support. I'm really looking forward to working with you. As he spoke, the man quickly ran off and disappeared. So even the support members compete with each other. This is real. Taehyun immediately jotted down what he had just witnessed. His 2 guildmates called out to Taehyun, Hey, newbie, let's go. Stay focused. Don't go dying on us. Yes, thank you. Awaiting them inside the gate was a pack of ferocious wolves ready to lunge and tear apart anyone in their path. A member of Gawa Mansa Seong raised his sword about to deal with one of the wolves. But Richard Beller was a step faster. Move it, move! Having his kill stolen, the member of Gawa Mansa Seong was furious. What the hell are you doing? It's dangerous. If you don't like it, you should have dealt with it yourself first. You have to fight for your own share. You're too slow. Perfect. It's done. On the other side, things weren't much better. Just as a member of Gawa Mansa Seong killed a wolf, a member of the Polar Bear Guild immediately snatched it. Oh, you were standing here. Sorry about that. You bastard. Taehyun stood to one side, witnessing the entire hunt. Is this really how normal hunters fight? It's complete chaos. The hunters fought over every piece of loot, not caring if they hurt each other. I killed it first. Get your hands off. Move it. Get out of my way, you son of a bitch. Just die already. I've never seen such a pathetic brawl. Suddenly, the guildmaster of the Mantis Guild spoke up. Now. No wonder having exclusive rights is so great. That's right, it is. With exclusive rights, we can choose how to clear the gate however we want. Just let those insects deal with the trash mobs first. Our guild will only deal with the final boss. Isn't this the most efficient method? Right. Speak of the devil. From a distance, a pack of wolves as large as mountains, their red eyes gleaming with killing intent, charged toward the gate's monster hunters. Over here, the Mantis Guild was already prepared. They drew all sorts of weapons ready to take on the bloodthirsty wolf monsters. If they could handle this, getting promoted to B rank was just a matter of time. The guildmaster was just as excited. He charged forward, leading his troops. From now on, I will no longer be on the same level as those insects. The Mantis Guild surged forward to surround the wolf boss. Man, this feels good. So this is what it feels like to change your destiny. No one will dare look down on me again now. Time to end this. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted in front of the guildmaster. A dark, wolf-like creature several times larger than the previous wolf boss appeared. It radiated an overwhelming killing intent. A dire wolf. Why is an A-rank monster here? Taehyung showed no fear. Instead, he looked surprised. Well, now, a little trash puppy. Long time no see you. It reminded him of rounding these things up in an S-rank gate. The wolf stomped its foot. Its sharp claws dug into the ground, and in an instant, everything collapsed. Wherever it swung its claws, hunters were sent flying. Samario was also terrified, a dawning realization on his face. Could this be? The members of the Mantis Guild were chased running for their lives. Run! One of the guildmasters realized it. It's a gate shift. A gate shift is a phenomenon where a gate's rank increases due to the sudden, unpredictable appearance of high-level monsters. Those dire wolves are A-rank. For B-rank hunters, A-rank is an insurmountable wall of power. The killing intent from the A-rank dire wolves made the hunters tremble, unable to even hold their weapons. No way. Why a gate shift? And for it to happen here, a C-rank hunter's chance of survival in an A-rank gate is even slimmer than a civilian's in a normal one. The dire wolves charged forward in unison. In the blink of an eye, the hunter's blood stained the battlefield red. Witnessing the carnage, the remaining hunters fled for their lives. Help me. But that guy Samario couldn't accept reality. His face was a mask of pure indignation. Why the B-rank title was right within my grasp. But why did it have to be like this? I've worked so hard for this. He gripped his weapon tightly and charged toward the dire wolves without hesitation. I can't die here. But as expected, Samario ran straight into the sharp claws of a dire wolf. He was sent flying into the distance. The remaining hunters lost all courage to fight. They just scrambled to save themselves. Help me! Get out of the way! Move! The guildmaster of Gawamansa Seong shouted to calm the other hunters. Everyone get a grip. The gate shift will be reported to the association immediately. If we just stay calm, we can get out of here alive. Run and hide well. Hunters dispatched by the association will come save us. I'll do my best to buy some time. Everyone run. Guildmaster Seong of Gawamansa yelled. The other hunters were moved for a moment by his courage. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. Sorry. I have a family. Guildmaster Seong turned around. Behind him was the pack of ferocious dire wolves. I'm no match for these monsters. But at least I have to buy time for everyone to evacuate. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. It was a Gawamansa Guild member. What are you doing trying to act all cool at a time like this? I almost thought one of the 12 apostles had shown up. Well, if you're gonna do that, let's turn the tables on them in style together. You really want to die like this? Besides, it's not like we're guaranteed to die yet. Stop acting like you're the main character in a war movie. The guildmaster turned to look at Taehyun. Hey, kid. You should run and hide, too. I'm sorry for bringing you to a place like this. So that's how it is. Now I understand. There must be those who run to live, and there must be those who fall. But this is still a battlefield for people who accept death to fight until the very end. This is reality. Thank you, everyone. The more the men from the Gawamasa Xiong Guild charged forward, the more disastrous the outcome. They were thrown back, unable to get close to those damn death wolves. Why can't I land a single hit? Shashong, hurry and hide. Suddenly, a flash of golden light shot out as fast as lightning, startling the guildmaster. Huh! Kiddo Taehyun charged forward. Dispel thunder art. He pointed his hand towards the pack of death wolves and lightning bolts struck down from the sky onto them. Power output 5%. The ground seemed to be torn apart by that power. The two Gawamasa Xiong guild members were completely stunned. What the hell is this? Whoa, so damn cool. Taehyun turned to the Gawamasa Xiong guild and signaled that everything was okay. This is how a hunter's story is supposed to be, right? Suddenly, a death wolf rose up from behind, trying to swallow Taehyun whole. Behind you, I've learned a lot from you guys, you know. He snapped his fingers, summoning another bolt of lightning to strike down on that death wolf. Is that kid the Thunder Emperor? Taehyun reassures the guild members while cleaning his glasses. Sorry, but my manuscript deadline is coming up, so I have to get going. Make sure you keep this a secret for me, okay? We will. And get your wounds treated. But as soon as Taehyun finished speaking, he vanished, leaving a circle of lightning on the ground while the guild members remained in shock at the scene they had just witnessed. What just happened? Right. Over here, reinforcements have arrived on the scene of the rank a gate transformation. Explosion confirmed. 2 individuals are conscious. Prioritize rescuing the injured. And this morning, a gate transformation occurred that changed a gate's rank. Fortunately, the hunters at the scene were rescued safely. 23:59. 1 minute before the contract with Taehyun expired. The editor's phone suddenly lit up with a notification. It was from Taehyun. I'm sorry for sending the manuscript so late. The editor picked up his phone to check. The manuscript was sent just 1 minute before the deadline. This one had better be good. The editor was scrolling through the manuscript when he suddenly stopped. What's this? It's actually pretty damn gripping. The next day, the guild master of Gawamasa Xiong Guild shouted joyfully, I'm back! Startled passers-by kept their distance. Daddy, is he a hunter too? Close your eyes, sweetie. Don't look at him. He thought happily to himself, if the guys saw me now, they'd totally flip out, right? Because I'm back as a rank C. I went to my cousin's rank B guild to train for almost half a year. There were plenty of hardships along the way, but it was all just tough training to become stronger. And after all those days and nights of diligent training, I've finally surpassed the limits of a rank D hunter. Gawamasa Xiong, say goodbye to the worthless hunter. Cho Ion sick. Now I'm a rank C on the same level as you guys. But why is it so quiet? They all knew I was coming back today. Maybe. Ion sick imagined a grand welcoming scene in his head. Congratulations on your return. Ion sick. Welcome back, Ion sick. What took you so long, kid? You've grown up. Kiddo, is there a surprise party or something, huh? Well, I'll just play along. Ion sick threw the door open joyfully. Guys, I'm home. In front of Ion sick was Taehyun sitting and writing his manuscript. There was no welcome party at all. Who are you? And you are? I'm Taehyun, the new gate support. Gate support. Hearing this, Ion sick immediately looked scornful. A gate support? So you must be rank F, the lowest of the low, huh? Yes, but what a coincidence. I just got promoted and came back. A rank C. Hunter. That's me. Let your big bro here show you a thing or two. What the guildmaster and Seong Hu still hadn't recovered from the spectacular scene that day. Turns out that kid is actually the Thunder Emperor. Have I really been making the Thunder Emperor do the cleaning these past few days? Yup. The guildmaster placed a hand on Jeong Hu's shoulder to reassure him. It was nice knowing you. You too. You handed him a broom as well, you know. Even if I go down, you're not getting away. You're right. But why would the Thunderlord come to our guild if I'd known I wouldn't have made him do the cleaning? I guess there's nothing to be done about it. He revealed his identity and then left. We probably won't see him again, but it's a real shame. What did you want his autograph? No. If our guild had one of the 12 apostles, we'd get so many benefits. We could clear high-level dungeons way faster and our guild ranking would go up too. Hearing this, the guildmaster immediately screamed at him. That's not the point, you idiot. Good heavens, you scared me. Why did you suddenly start screaming like that? I almost fainted just now. Don't you realize how dangerous this is? Yeah, I know, Ong-Hu replied, remembering the time they were attacked by the death wolves. We were on the verge of death, you know that, and you're still saying things like that. Why do gate transformations happen? It's because of the magical power of the hunters participating in the raid. So this gate transformation, that was definitely caused by that kid. That means if we're with the Thunderlord, every time we enter a gate, our lives will be in danger. I'm not doing it. I have an old mother and a young child at home, the guildmaster cried as he moved closer to Seo. Ong-hu was completely against the idea. Could you please get your face away from me? You make it sound like the Thunderlord is actually about to join our guild. Well, I was just saying. There's no way the Thunderlord would actually join... He started chanting a slogan. Inside the guild, Yoon-sik was lecturing Taehyun. In this harsh world of hunters, an F rank is not a hunter. Taehyun repeated, an F rank is not a hunter. Yoon-sik crossed his arms arrogantly. But don't worry, you're lucky you met me. I'll help you become an A rank hunter. To do that, the basics are the most important. Taehyun repeated, the most important. Very good. Then let's start with cleaning. As Yoon-sik spoke, he turned around. It's been a while, you guys. The guildmaster landed a thunderous punch right in Yoon-sik's face. Shut your mouth right now, Yoon-sik. The guildmaster and Seo Ong-hu couldn't stop themselves from teaching him a lesson. What are you guys doing? Do you have any idea what you've just done? I don't know. Taehyun stood to one side witnessing this interesting disciplinary session and thought, this place is pretty interesting. He remembered his discussion with the editor about the latest manuscript. It's good. The realism in particular has improved significantly. The selfishness of the hunters turning the battlefield into a hellscape, the protagonist's courage in sacrificing himself for his comrades, and all the suffering that comes from it are very impressive. If you keep developing it like this, getting published is just a matter of time. Hearing those words from the editor, Taehyun couldn't believe it was real. He felt more passionate than ever. Published. Did I hear that right? It's really getting published, right? My chance has finally come. As I thought, coming here was the right decision. I have to gather more information to get published. What are you writing? Don't tell me. Is that a death note? Just as he had that thought, the guildmaster and Seo Ong-hu were scared out of their wits. He's definitely writing down everyone's sins so he can get his revenge later. Taehyun suddenly spoke, cutting through the tense atmosphere. That's right. I have something I want to give everyone. Something he wants to give us. What is it? Please don't say it's lightning. Is he planning to strike all three of us? The frightened guildmaster unconsciously stepped back. Wait, I have a family too. This is a gate raid ticket. Including Yoon-sik, the four of us will go together. With the complete Gawamansa team, let's go once. Hearing this, Yoon-sik snapped out of his post-beating daze and said, all right, let me open your eyes to what I can do. The guildmaster held the ticket, not believing what he was hearing. 4 people, including Yoon-sik. Does that mean that kid is coming with us too? Yes, and I want to join the Gawamansa Guild. As Taehyun spoke, the guildmaster and Seo Ong-hu were so surprised they were speechless. Taehyun sat down wanting to negotiate. So to gather material, I absolutely must become a member of the Gawamansa team. Thunderlord. No. Taehyun, I understand why you're doing this now. I also understand why you want to join. But having the Thunder Emperor in a C-rank guild is a bit... Gong-hu, standing right next to him, spoke up immediately. Just accept him. This kid? I just said I'm not joking anymore. I'm not joking either. Do you remember when our guild first started, just 5 of us who knew nothing gathering together to start? Then 10, 20 people. The number of guild members just kept growing. And just like that, we had some great years with dreams and goals of going even further. But as Richard said, one by one, people left to face reality. And in the end, we also settled for our current lives. But sir, the truth is deep down you're still full of regret, because you never got to reach that dream. Gong-hu placed a hand on the guildmaster's shoulder. I'll help you. The kid standing before us now isn't the Thunder Emperor, one of the 12 apostles. He's just a kid who wants to make his dream come true, that's all. And sir, this is a huge opportunity for our guild too. Why don't we give it another shot? Moved by Gong-hu's words, the guildmaster decided, so be it. The person joining our guild isn't the Thunder Emperor, but Taehyun, a gate support who wants to become a web novelist. The guildmaster thought, remembering the person in the photograph, a dream, huh? All right, I agree. I look forward to working with you, Taehyun replied cheerfully. Please take care of me. Far away at the Gawamansa Guild, a man was addressing his CEO. Sir, I've found the support person the guildmaster was talking about. I'll help you become an A-rank hunter. Taehyun was sitting at a cafe writing his script. This dialogue isn't bad. The staff at the cafe were extremely curious about Taehyun. What's that guy doing? He's been muttering to himself for hours. Just leave him be. After all, he helps increase our sales. It seems Taehyun had drunk a lot of beverages while writing his script here. Suddenly, a tall figure rushed past 2 waiters. Hello? They were given a fright. It was the tyrant guildmaster. He looked towards Taehyun. I need to see that person. Could I possibly borrow the cafe for a moment? Including you two. I only need 30 minutes and I'll compensate you handsomely. As he spoke, he revealed a suitcase packed with money. Seeing this, the two waiters were overjoyed. I'll clear it out right away. After all this time on the run, we finally meet again. The tyrant guildmaster approached Taehyun, radiating killing intent. We still have matters to settle, don't we? Thunder Emperor. So how have you been? I'll have a complete contrast to his murderous aura moments ago. He threw his arms around Taehyun. It's been so long. To see you again in the flesh like this. My Thunder Emperor? I missed you to death. Hey, I'm writing. If you don't have any business with me, don't bother me. Taehyun immediately manifested lightning, forcing the man to step back. Still as difficult as ever, but I'm not letting you off so easily this time. Huh? Off with what? What else could it be? Don't tell me you're going to deny it. Ever since you retired, you haven't answered a single one of my calls, the man yelled angrily at Taehyun. That's because you call at all hours of the day. Do you have any idea how much sleep I've lost because of you? If you had just shown your face once, I wouldn't have needed to call so many times. How dare you treat your own grandfather like that? You're not my real grandfather anyway. The two of them suddenly erupted into a thunderous argument. So these two aren't actually related by blood, huh? But we've met now, haven't we? I still have to write, so if you'll excuse me. At this, the man calmed down and sat. Fine, but answer me one question. Why did you suddenly return to being a hunter? As he asked, his expression turned serious, but he was met with Taehyun's usual indifference. Are you not even listening, Taehyun? Those shoes you asked me to send last time, now that you mention it, they're the limited edition black version designed by a Gukyumo subsidiary. There are only 100 pairs in the entire world. Even the world's best hunters have to go through a lot of trouble to buy them, but I managed to get 3 whole pairs for you. It was very difficult, extremely difficult for the company. There were even rumors about the chairman abusing his authority. Taehyun looked exhausted from listening to his grandfather's ramblings. He angrily slammed his laptop shut. Fine. I needed the identity of a gate support to gather material for my story, so I made a deal with that old man, Park Dae-han, on the condition that I make a comeback. That's it. What with the association president? Why didn't you come to us at Guardian? He asked, shaking his head. Guardian is too strong. It lacks authenticity. Authenticity? What's that supposed to mean? Taehyun smirked, a fed-up look on his face. Right. I guess you can't expect much from hunters who were strong from the moment they were born. How can you know what's real in the world of an ordinary hunter anyway? A guy who got criticized by his editor for a lack of realism told me that the editor suddenly started yelling at him. I'm not sure what it was all about, but didn't you say you needed to gather some material? Just come to Guardian and I'll make you my successor. Everything will be yours. He was about to... Taehyun cut him off. I've already joined a guild. What did you just say? I've already joined a guild. And please don't bring up the successor position again. He laughed out loud, a look of pure delight on his face. Well, it seems I've lost this round. You couldn't even recruit the Lightning Lord. That's impressive. Or hey, maybe Guardian should just buy out my guild. Don't joke about such stressful things. I just officially joined. Don't you go pulling any weird stunts now. All right, I wouldn't dare stop you. I couldn't even if I tried. He placed his hand on Taehyun's shoulder like the Lightning Lord. No. Taehyun. What is it now? Listen to me, this is important. Now that you're back in the public eye, people will recognize you. There will be danger, don't you forget that. That kind of thing is nothing to The man cut Taehyun off. He looked him straight in the eye and warned, It's not you I'm worried about, it's the people around you. They aren't as strong as you are. Suddenly an image of a young blonde boy who looked just like Taehyun came into view, interrupting his train of thought. And, well, do your best, kid. If things don't work out, you can always come to us at Guardian. Hey, I already told you I have a guild. All right, I'm leaving. He said, ruffling Taehyun's hair. It seems you're finally living your life to the fullest now. He walked out of the coffee shop, surrounded by many bodyguards. Hey, Secretary Kim, how much did it cost to buy this coffee shop last time? About 1 billion, sir. Is that so? Then how much would it cost to buy the publishing house? He said as he got into his car and slammed the door. The car sped off. Across the street, a man in a black suit was on the phone. Yes, he definitely met with the Slaughter Monarch. On the other end of the line, a boss was holding a file on Taehyun. First the association president and now the slaughter monarch. He's clearly just a useless F-rank. No, wait. The slaughter monarch treated him like a grandson. Could it be the slaughter monarch? Could the rumor that the slaughter monarch has a beloved grandson be true? He couldn't even believe the thought himself. His face went pale, drained of all color. The target just left the coffee shop. Proceed with the plan. Wait. Stop. Tell them to abort the mission now, the person we're about to kill. Before he could finish his sentence, the car lunged forward, aiming to ram straight into Taehyun. Is the slaughter monarch's grandson. The powerful impact sent Taehyun's glasses flying. What, the slaughter monarch's grandson, that last piece of information? It sent the man in the suit into a full-blown panic, causing him to drop his phone. I don't know anything, he yelled as he ran away, leaving behind the brutal scene. Well, he's definitely dead now, right? The two henchmen in the car smiled in satisfaction. Huh. But Taehyun is still standing there in front of the car. What the hell is he, a monster? Damn it, no way. That guy, he's just an F-rank gate support. I don't get it. Kill him. The two men grabbed their weapons and rushed toward Taehyun. Whoa, where did that car come from? No wonder my mom always told me not to walk and look at my phone at the same time. Taehyun reflexively dodged the two men's attacks. Suddenly, electricity sparked from Taehyun's hands. I knocked those two guys out in an instant. Guess I got carried away. Are you two all right? Taehyun was terrified by his own actions. Did anyone see that? Ah, it's the Emperor, the Emperor. Thank goodness. Thanks to his reputation, no one noticed me fighting back just now. Taehyun sighed in relief. Turns out the old man can be useful sometimes. But I think they're both hunters. Why would they attack me? I'll have to ask Mr. Daihun. An ambulance arrived at the scene and took the two men away. I'm so sorry. I knew they were reckless, but I never thought they'd go this far. This time those bastards have gone too far. Park Daehon clasped his hands and apologized to Taehyun. So you know them. Know them, I know them all too well. They're famous for being complete scumbags. As he spoke, Mr. Daihon was suddenly startled by Taehyun's sharp aura. He composed himself and continued, The strangers who attacked you are from the Scorpion Guild. That guild has been dangerous for a few years now. After you retired, they started supporting the Korean Association, which was short on funds. Their guildmaster, a guy named Jin Nam, has a reputation for doing whatever it takes to get what he wants. I had a meeting with him recently. It just so happened that you came to see me that day, so I sent him packing. He must be trying to get revenge. That guy can't touch an association president like me, so he targeted you in F-rank. I'm sorry. I never should have accepted help from people like that. It's fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Taehyun unleashed a massive surge of lightning. The energy was so powerful that Park Daehon had to clutch his chest. Just standing near him, my heart feels like it's going to explode. This is the Lightning Emperor. Taehyun, calm down. If you're worried about the current guild, I'll do everything in my power to ensure no harm comes to it. So please rein it in. Turns out Taehyun was just excited by this turn of events. This is awesome. So this is the real masterpiece. The competition between hunters continues even outside the gates. They attack and kill each other just because they don't like the look of someone, huh? Just how exciting will it be when the main character overcomes all of this and grows stronger? Taehyun immediately returned to his normal state, his eyes sparkling. You don't need to do anything. Everything is perfectly fine now. Park Daehon and his secretary were terrified. Is he actually a fan of this? Yes. From now on, things are going to get even more interesting. Jin Nam angrily yelled at his underlings, You idiots, I told you to abort the mission! And if you were going to do it, you should have just killed him. Instead, you get beaten so badly you end up in the hospital and you have the nerve to call yourselves members of the Scorpion Guild. The bald-headed man immediately spoke up in protest. Well, but it seems like he had a bodyguard with him, sir. Because as soon as the flash of lightning appeared, the guy vanished. Before he could finish, a fist flew right into his face. The force of the punch sent him flying. Lightning, are you making excuses? Are you trying to tell me that Gate Porter's bodyguard was the Lightning Emperor or something? You call yourselves Scorpions, yet you can't even handle one little brat. Are you kidding me? His terrified underlings immediately bowed low. We're sorry. What a bunch of useless idiots. He sat down, putting a hand to his forehead as he thought. Damn it, now that Porter is no longer the only problem. If he really is the Emperor's nephew, there's no way he'll let this slide. Guildmaster the Emperor is one of the 4 great guilds. What's done is done. Stopping now won't change anything. Does that Porter kid have a guild? One of his men replied, Yes, it's a C-rank guild, Gawamansa. Sir, go and buy out all the gates that guild has contracted. I'll make sure no other guild will take him in. We've already started this, so we have to see it through to the end. Go capture his family. He said, a demonic smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Tae-ji-jun had just stepped out of a convenience store. The world is so convenient these days. I can even buy ice cream in the middle of the night. Now, what movie should I watch next? She wondered, checking her phone as she walked. In the distance, Jin Nam's men were already waiting. They appeared behind her in a flash, and they caught Tae-ji-jun. Got her. Let's move now. The incident happened so quickly that Ji-jun couldn't even process what was going on. Huh. Am I really being kidnapped? Night falls on an abandoned house. The Scorpion Guild has successfully kidnapped Tae-jun. No matter how strong the Lord is, he never would have expected this, an S-rank. They're beings who possess power far beyond human comprehension. It would only take a few of the Guardians' captains to get involved. Let alone the Lord himself, and our guild would be crushed. But if the Lord truly loves his grandson, as the rumors say, then he's just a human like us. With his own bloodline taken hostage like this, he can't just use his power recklessly. So from now on, we'll do things the Scorpion way. Slowly squeeze him dry and take everything we want. Our chance has finally come. If we use this to secretly take control of the Guardians, our Scorpion Guild will become the strongest in Korea. He steps closer, removing the bag from Tae-jun's head. But how come no one had ever mentioned he had a granddaughter? Let's see what she looks like. The moment the bag is off, Tae-jun stares right into his eyes, scaring the hell out of him. This is the Crimson Flame. What do you people think you're doing to the Lord? As Tae-jun speaks, she activates her powers. The bag and the ropes binding her are incinerated one by one. Wait. In an instant, she's completely free. Is there something you need from our guildmaster? What's going to happen now? As Tae-jun speaks, she unleashes her fire magic. The Scorpion grunts flee for their lives. I've never been kidnapped before, you know. You have to make it a little more interesting than this. Meanwhile, at the Gawamansa Guild, the CEO stands before a purple gate. Eon-shich stretches and says, "The day has finally come. Watch closely, kid. Today I'm going to show you who the real ace of this guild is." Hearing this, Tae-hyun starts writing furiously. He's completely engrossed, rattling on, "So cool, so natural." It's like you're the main character in a comic book. The guildmaster and Seong-hoo listen with concern. He seems to be getting weirder and weirder. This is giving me a headache. Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? Tae-hyun turns to them with a bright smile. Guildmaster, thank you for accepting me. Coming here was definitely the right decision. We're the ones who should be thanking you. Huh? Why? Why else? The only reason we get to raid this gate today is because of the ticket you brought us last time. To be honest, we have our pride, you know. So we'd still prefer to clear a gate with our own strength, Seong-hoo says, putting an arm around Tae-hyun's shoulder. But that damn Scorpion Guild has been monopolizing all the raid permits we've been bidding on. Hearing Jin Nam's guild name Tae-hyun suddenly emits a murderous aura. Scorpion! Seong-hoo, startled, jumps back and whips his head toward the guildmaster. Huh? What's wrong? Do you know them? No, it's just, did I say something wrong? So scary. Oblivious to what just happened, Eon-shich yells out, "All right, everyone, let's go." My blood is boiling with excitement. Hey, you coming or what? Tae-hyun looks at his phone, bored. Huh. It's a text from Tae-ji-jun. She sent a picture of herself. I got kidnapped. Anyone can see you're the one who kidnapped them? So what happened? Who knows? Try asking Jin Nam. Oh, and who the hell is Jin Nam? The guy who kidnapped me. I hear he's the master of the Scorpion Guild. Reading this, Tae-hyun smiles. Sis, I have a favor to ask. I'll thank you with a wish coupon. Oh, the useless brat finally replied, huh, a favor. What is it? Meanwhile, at the warehouse, the entire Scorpion Guild is beaten to a pulp. They're fleeing in terror. We almost died. Guildmaster, what in the world just happened? I still can't believe it. The Guildmaster Jin Nam and his underlings all bow their heads in apology to Tae-ji-jun. Ahem. We get it now. Yeah, now get out of here, and don't ever pull something like this again. Having to bow our heads to some little brat? What a disgrace. His underling continues to complain, yeah, seriously. They say she's an S-rank, but up close she's just a pretty little girl. If all of us had just charged her... Jin Nam furiously cuts him off. Shut your mouth. Do you idiots have any idea who the Crimson Flame is? Any gate the Crimson Flame enters, the heat can be felt from all the way outside. She's a fire-type mage, which is already rare among hunters, and she specializes in wide-area attacks on top of that. You think you can get to S rank just by having a pretty face? You idiots! We're lucky we only got this banged up. Damn it. How did things turn out like this? Who would have thought that Hong Diem was the Sword Emperor's granddaughter? I was just planning on dealing with that cocky support guy. Just you wait. For now, Jin Nam will make a temporary retreat. But I swear one day I will repay this debt. Stop right there. As Tae-ji-jun slowly approached them, Jin Nam cowered pathetically. So what about it? Didn't you say you were going to let us go? How about we escort you all the way home? No, I've changed my mind. What? But why? Well, it's been a while. Since Taehyun asked me for a favor, you see. I was just curious to see what was going on. But as it turns out, you people dared to touch my little brother, huh? Guildmaster, you brought this on yourselves. With a snap of her fingers, Tae-ji-jun summoned a fire spell in the form of a ferocious dragon, which lunged forward to incinerate everything. Whoa! I looked just like the main character of a comic book. Soon everything in the warehouse was burned to a crisp. Tae-ji-jun smiled with satisfaction. The kidnapping of Hong Diem by the Scorpion Guild led to the guild's utter annihilation. This sent shockwaves through Korea, an unprecedented event. Kidnapping an S-ranker, wow, is this some new way to commit suicide? Why would anyone even think of kidnapping an S-ranker? And Hong Diem no less. They must have gotten arrogant just because they were the strongest A-rank guild and looked down on everyone else. The editorial office was buzzing with the news. When the editor opened his phone, he saw a message from Taehyun. What is all this, editor? I'm sorry. I will definitely submit the manuscript from home tomorrow. Tae-ji-jun was making a huge scene demanding to know the truth of the matter. Who the hell are they that you had to come and ask me for a favor personally? You're dying to know, aren't you? Taehyun calmly said, then use your wish. Not a chance. I was already late with my manuscript last time because of those scorpion bastards, and now some gorilla shows up to cause more trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, Tae-ji-jun lunged at Taehyun to give him a beating. What, hey, who are you calling a gorilla? All right then. I'll let you die at the hands of this gorilla. Taehyun, scared half to death, yelled, I said it's not necessary. My guild. They were bullying my guild. We were almost killed, and I haven't even finished the story yet. Your guild, Tae-ji-jun, couldn't seem to believe her ears. That's right. I don't like a lot of fuss, so let's just keep it a secret for now. Hearing that, Tae-ji-jun bolted out of the room. Holy crap, this is amazing. Taehyun joined a guild, that damn gorilla. Tae-ji-jun, eat your food quietly. At the Gawa Manson Guild Hall, Taehyun placed 2 bags of fruit on Seon-hoo's desk. What's that you're carrying? My parents asked me to give these to you. They said to thank you for accepting their son into the guild. There's no need for that. We should be the ones thanking you. The boss is sleeping right now. I'll tell him later. Okay. Yoon-shik is also busy and will be back late, so I'll tell him then too. Okay. Oh, right. Have you heard about the Scorpion Guild kidnapping Hong Diem? Ah, yeah. It's hilarious, isn't it? Daring to steal our gate raid rights. They got what they deserved. Hearing Seon-hoo say that, Taehyun thought to himself, sorry, that was all my fault. But he continued, I find it a little hard to understand. The 2 parties are on completely different levels, yet they got involved in the same incident. Do you really think that's a coincidence? Taehyun looked worried. What do you mean? I just feel like there has to be some reason for it. Doesn't it seem strange? The Scorpion Guild was famous among A-rank guilds, but they suddenly steal the rights to gates we were planning to bid on, and then they cause a massive incident by kidnapping an S-ranker. Taehyun, on the other hand, was so nervous he was trembling. Could it be? He's already figured out that I'm the cause. If I cause trouble for the guild, will I get kicked out? Putting all this together, he came to only one conclusion. Taehyun immediately clasped his hands and apologized. I won't let this happen again. Please don't kick me out of the guild. In contrast, Seon-hoo didn't seem to care at all. He held up a ticket in his hand and said cheerfully, We're about to strike it rich, huh? Those high-rank hunters. Why would they suddenly cause a scene like this? When I think about it, there's only one possible reason. It's because there's an enormous treasure inside the gate. We were going to bid on. Thank goodness Scorpion got wiped out, so the gate raid rights they stole have been returned to us. Now all we need is for the guildmaster to wake up from all his noise and kick him so people can get some sleep. You've been getting pretty lucky lately, huh? Now you're dreaming of getting rich. Treasure. What treasure? Seriously, you just woke me up. This wasn't easy to win at the auction, you know. That kid's here. Let's get a move on. After this, I still have to go back to being a mercenary. If we can just find this treasure, I'll finally be done with that hateful mercenary job. Yeah, I hope I can finally quit. Taehyun realized he wasn't going to be fired and let out a sigh of relief. Just then, a new message notification popped up on his phone. I'd like to have a short meeting. It's about the manuscript you sent in this morning. Are you free right now? It's a message from my editor. This must be his feedback. At a coffee shop, the editor said, you're here. First off, I've read your submission carefully. It's improved a lot since we discussed terminating your contract. Thank you, sir. But there are still some points that concern me. For example, when will the main character actually become a B-rank hunter? Something like that. Your writing style has become more realistic and interesting lately, but it's all just slice-of-life content. There are no events that bring about any change or growth for the main character, so the story isn't progressing. Usually the main character starts as an ordinary person, then goes through many trials and training to gradually become stronger. Readers connect through his growth story. That's what gives them a sense of satisfaction and catharsis. Taehyun, puzzled, asked, a growth story? That's right. Not even the 12 apostles were all strong from the start. They became stronger through countless hardships and battles, eventually becoming the heroes they are today. It's because of that process that people are so passionate about them. Well, except for the Thunder Emperor, I guess. I heard he was gifted with his power from birth. Taehyun thought to himself, yeah, that's why I don't know what to do either. The editor put down his coffee cup, looked Taehyun straight in the eye, and said, what's certain is this. It's time for your main character to grow. So in the next chapter, I need to add a scene where the main character overcomes a trial and becomes stronger. Exactly. The editor glanced at his watch. I'm out of time. Sorry about this. I have another meeting, so I have to go. Yes. Thank you for the feedback, sir. Let me just say one more thing before I leave. I hope you'll think more deeply about your own personal growth, because that's where your main character's growth will begin. With that, the editor left, leaving Taehyun lost in thought. The main character's growth, huh? What does that even mean? What is growth anyway? Not thinking about Gawa Manson business. Taehyun was sitting pensively in front of his computer screen. In front of him was a help forum with his question. Help needed with main character growth in a hunter story. I have to write about a main character going from C rank to B rank, but I don't know how. How am I supposed to describe growth? Below there were many comments offering Taehyun advice. Growth, huh? Easy. Just show the process of the main character getting a powerful ability or an item to become stronger. Yeah, what about just having them trained to get stronger? Another comment, if they only get stronger on the outside, the story will lack depth. You definitely need to include internal growth for the main character too. Taehyun wondered what there has to be internal growth too. So what is internal growth? He posted another question. The previous commenter replied, that's kind of hard to put into words. The most common way is to have the character overcome some kind of trauma, or you could use internal conflict. For example, if the main character lacks social skills, then building a friendship can also be a form of growth. Or helping a friend in trouble and growing together with that friend works too. Taehyun slumped onto his desk in frustration. What the hell, I don't get any of this, but if it's about a comrade's growth process, I can still observe that. It's here. Ahead of them, the guildmaster of Gawa Manson faced a muscular brown bear, its eyes glowing red as it charged forward. Whole team hold formation, the guildmaster ordered. Cha Sung-woo and Lee Yong-sik held their weapons tightly as the bear charged, swinging its sharp claws and slamming them into the ground, tearing the earth apart beneath them. The guildmaster managed to block the blow in time. Sorry about that. I got a little carried away. Hearing this, Sa-se-ong responded along with his two underlings, Cha Sung-woo and Lee Yong-sik. The three of them shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" They coordinated to create a dramatic fight scene, but Taehyun found no interest in it. There's nothing to reference here. Nothing at all. Come to think of it, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I was fighting every single day. What kind of growth is this? There's nothing to use as a reference. At this rate, Taehyun imagined a scene where the editor tears up his contract. I'm sorry, Author Nim, but I think we'll have to cancel our contract. After finishing off the bear, the guildmaster said, Great job, everyone. You all worked hard. He turned towards Taehyun and saw him kneeling on the ground in despair. What's that kid doing? Please don't cancel the contract, and please, it can't end like this. What's wrong with him? Anyway, everyone can head home on their own for today. Lee Yong-sik cut his senior off. Hyung-nim, did you forget something? Splitting the profits, I'll get that done this week. That's important too, but... Young-sik grabbed Taehyun by the collar and said cheerfully, "We have to throw a party to celebrate my return and this kid joining us. It's been almost 2 weeks, right? A welcoming party. I'm sorry, but I'm busy today." The guildmaster waved as he left. "Let's have the party another day. Mr. Saseong, is something wrong?" "It's nothing. He's the breadwinner of his family after all." Saseong took the subway home holding a bouquet of flowers and a few books. Standing in front of the hospital, he smiled. Inside the hospital room were his son and his wife. Seeing Saseong enter, his son's face lit up with joy. "Dad, how's my boy doing?" "I'm doing great." "Dad, I didn't leave a single grain of rice today." "Oh, that's my boy. You're so good." "Good boys deserve a reward, right?" Saseong said as he held out a newly bought book titled Don't Pursue Love in a Hunter Story, a modern fantasy novel by Nam Mang. Holding the book, his son was incredibly surprised. "This is a book by the author Nam Mang, Don't Pursue Love in a Hunter Story." "So my son wanted this, didn't you?" "Yes." The boy's sick, gaunt face lit up with a bright, happy smile. "Thank you, Dad. You're the best." Saseong turned to his wife. "Honey." Saseong held out the fresh bouquet he had just bought. "And this is for you." "Oh my, what's this?" "Well, today's our wedding anniversary. Both you and I have forgotten for so long." The husband and wife looked at each other, about to share a passionate kiss. "Dad." "Huh? Yes, son." "You seem strange," the boy said. His eyes suddenly went blank. Blood trickled from his nose, soaking the novel. Before Saseong and his wife could react, Jiho began to faint. The sight left them both stunned. Jiho had just survived a critical episode. He lay exhausted on the hospital bed with a ventilator. Luckily, the medicine worked well, so he should be stable for now. His mother sat by the bed holding his hand. She couldn't hold back her tears. On the other side of the curtain, Saseong was talking to the doctor. "But as you know, the rare disease related to the gait that Jiho has, the more he's exposed to mana, the worse his condition will get. I know your family's financial situation is very difficult, but in my opinion, he needs surgery as soon as possible." Saseong lowered his head, trembling. I know. "Then please have the family ready for surgery at any time. Let me know as soon as you're ready." "Yes." Saseong bowed deeply to thank the doctor. He clenched his fists, tormented by the thought, should I take out another loan? If that doesn't work, I'll work overtime as a mercenary. I have to make more money no matter what. Saseong opened the curtain and saw his wife crying. He went to comfort her, wiping away her tears. "Why are you crying again?" "Don't worry. Leave the money to me." She sobbed. "Honey." Saseong forced a smile to reassure his wife. "Don't you trust your husband?" "I can handle it all. The surgery money will be here in no time." Jiho suddenly called out weakly. "Dad!" Saseong and his wife rushed to take their son's hand. "Jiho, how are you feeling, sweetie?" "Mom, Dad, are you feeling better?" "Son, you must have been so scared, but it's okay now. The doctor gave you medicine, so the pain is gone." Jiho struggled to speak through the ventilator. "I'm sorry. I wish I wasn't sick." "Jiho, why would you say that?" "But if I wasn't sick, Mom and Dad wouldn't have to struggle so much." Jiho's apology felt like 1,000 knives stabbing into the hearts of Saseong and his wife. They fell silent. "I'm sorry." "No, Jiho. Why do you have to be sorry?" The wife bowed her head, holding Jiho's hand. Saseong couldn't hold back his tears either. He covered his face, trembling as he spoke. "Mom and Dad will definitely cure our Jiho. We'll cure you no matter what. We promise." Outside, a long line of people were waiting to register as mercenaries. Among them was Saseong. He thought back to the past with sadness. "I'm sorry. You currently have quite a few loans under your name, so we can't lend you any more money. The only thing left to do is become a mercenary." A group of mercenaries had just taken down a small death wolf. One of them approached Saseong. "Hey man, tough day, huh?" "Yeah, it was rough. This isn't your guild's territory." "Are you that desperate for money lately?" Saseong lowered his head and answered, "Yeah, that's about right." "Oh, really? Hey, sorry to ask, but..." Saseong spoke slowly. The man was extremely surprised. "What, 200 million won?" "Yeah, you know how it is. A C-rank hunter can only do so much, I know that." The man thought for a long time. Wait here a moment." Suddenly, he made a phone call to someone. Boss. About that other matter. A C-rank is okay for it, right? I understand. Is there a job? Does it pay well? Well, I'm not too sure about that. Sasong looked anxious, wanting to know more about this job. What is it? What kind of job is it? I really don't care what kind of job it is. Right now, a B-rank guild of all mages is looking for a tank to hold the line while they cast their spells. But the place they want to raid is a high-level gate. It's too dangerous for a C-rank hunter to go to a high B-rank gate. Of course, if the raid is successful, the estimated profit is over 500 million. There's only one tank, so you'd get about 100 million. Sasong couldn't believe what he had just heard, so he asked again, 100 million for real? The man grabbed Sasong's hand to reassure him. Man, I know your situation, but you need to think this through carefully. You'll have to face the monster all by yourself. In a high B-rank gate, you could lose your life. Sasong said decisively, it doesn't matter. Just set me up, I have to do this. In front of Sasong stood a hulking monster several times his size. The mages behind him kept shouting instructions. C-rank, you better hold the line. If you can't hold on, we're all dead. Got it? Sasong yelled back. Understood! The monster immediately charged, unleashing a flurry of powerful sword strikes. Sasong struggled to block each one. As he blocked the blows, thoughts of money raced through his mind. Why did the rent suddenly go up? Both the monthly rent and the security deposit have increased. I can't just consider your circumstances. I'm sorry, but if you can't pay next month, you'll have to move out. Mr. Sasong, the guild office rent will increase by another 200,000 next month. Jiho needs surgery as soon as possible. Each thought seemed to fuel Sasong with more strength. Even when the storms come, you think I'll fall this easily? I am the pillar of this family. The monster unleashed a decisive blow, shattering Sasong's weapon and gravely injuring him. The mages behind him immediately rushed forward. Don't hold back on the mana. Give it everything you've got. Hit it harder. Before losing consciousness from his injuries, Sasong remembered an image of Jiho. Dad's sorry for being such a terrible father. Taehyun looked dejected. Guild leader, huh? It seems like this guild leader's shield is about to be shattered too. Is it morning? Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Sasong calling. Yes, Mr. Sasong, I was just about to head to work. Inside the hospital, Sasong was lying in a hospital bed. Beside him, his wife couldn't hold back her tears. Honey, it's true. That man Sasong. He pushed himself this hard as a mercenary to pay for his sick son's surgery. Yeah, that's right. That idiot. Why didn't he say anything about something like this? Are we just strangers to him? Seong-hoo held his head, blaming himself. Taehyun scratched his head and said, well, if possible, I'd like to help Mr. Sasong out a bit. How much would be enough? Hearing that Seong-hoo was overjoyed. Really, that's right. You're the Thunderlord. However, just after saying that, Seong-hoo fell silent. I really appreciate your kindness, but I'm afraid it won't work. Taehyun asked in surprise, why not? If he really needed the money, he would have asked you for it a long time ago, but he didn't. The truth is, I convinced him to accept you into the guild because you're the Thunderlord, thinking maybe his situation would improve a little, but he just treats you like a normal person. Not as the Thunderlord, but just as our kid brother Taehyun. Eon-sik ran in from outside to announce that they had successfully contacted the B-rank guild where Mr. Sasong works as a mercenary. Seong-hoo replied, all right, I'm on my way. Is he just being righteous, or is he just stubborn? You're always overthinking things, Seong-hoo said as he patted Taehyun on the shoulder. If we let you help us now, we wouldn't even be able to face him. So just let us handle this ourselves, okay? I understand, Taehyun said cheerfully. In that case, instead of the Lightning Lord, please let me help as your youngest brother, Taehyun. The mages were still fighting. Monsters are pouring in. Everyone prepare for battle. Where are the C-rankers? Get out there and block the attacks. Yes, sir. Seong-hoo and Yong-shik replied in unison. Skeleton monsters charged forward, and Seong-hoo and Yong-shik struggled to hold them back while the mages behind them wouldn't stop complaining. Do your job properly. We're being pushed back. Don't let them get to us. Got it, you idiot. Hey, one got through, my bad. We've reached the boss room. Let's rest for a moment. Then we'll move on. Re-equip and regroup now. Understood. After the long battle, Seong-hoo and Yong-shik were completely exhausted. My hands hurt so much. Sweat streamed down his face as Seong-hoo thought, this is a B-rank gate. We were just holding off the small fry. And I'm already at my physical limit. Does Mr. Sasong really have to deal with all of these guys by himself? Guildmaster. I told you we should have just hired B-rank tanks. Two mages approached, looking annoyed. If you can't even block the normal monsters, how are you supposed to fight the boss? That's right, at this rate, we're all going to die. What are we supposed to do? Hiring a B-rank mercenary costs a whole 300 million won. They're no different from a bunch of gangsters. Where would we get that kind of money to hire them? Besides, last time, just one C-rank mercenary was enough to hold the line. He did collapse at the end, but this time we have 2 people. It probably won't get so bad that we have to retreat. I still have a bad feeling about this. Hearing their words, Seong-hoo thought, they're right. Can I really hold out? What if both Yong-shik and I get injured? Taehyun approached from a distance. Seong-hoo Yong-shik, your youngest brother is here. Taehyun yuoso iksuhaustu yu rugraiku. O deraido ob kopusu was happened to yuapesu. What on earth have you been doing? Who dared to do this to our youngest brother? Not wanting to worry them, Taehyun adjusted his glasses and composed himself. Brothers, let's go fight the boss. Can you all trust me and follow my lead? A chaotic battle unfolded. The mages in the back cast their spells, taking out one enemy at a time. What is this? Where's the boss? This is all just small fry. Don't tell me another hunter came and poached it already. No way, don't say that. If the association catches you doing that, your hunter career is over. Who would do something like that? More importantly, Guildmaster. I'm afraid that's my limit for today. What's wrong? There were just too many of them. I've used up almost all of my mana. I don't know why the boss won't appear, but we've almost killed all these mobs anyway. Let's wait until our mana recovers, then we can go look for the boss. If we keep fighting in our current state, we won't win. Hearing this, the Guildmaster thought, I only have enough mana left for 1 or 2 spells myself. And to actually deal damage to the boss with those spells, I'd have to paralyze it first. However, the 2 tanks, Yongsuk and Seong-hoo, still had enough energy to be thinking, let's get some beef bone soup tonight. This kid is insane. The more the Guildmaster scorned those C-rankers, the more he realized he couldn't expect anything from them. The Guildmaster sighed and announced, all right, we're done fighting for today. You've all worked hard. It's a shame, but let's take on the boss again next time. Yes, sir, that's a wise decision. Guild leader, you must be exhausted. You did well. Get some rest and recover your strength. Just as everyone was about to leave, Taehyun cut them off. Are you all leaving? What, we're just getting started. What do you mean? Taehyun pointed towards the skull, which was emitting a dangerous blue light. Suddenly, all the bones of the monsters that had been killed earlier gathered together to form a giant B+ rank skeleton boss. The panicked guild leader signaled for everyone to back away. A boss monster. Damn it. Why did it have to appear now? Everyone prepare your magic. If it's come to this, let's end it in one go, fire arrow. A mage drew a bow of fire towards the skeleton boss. Electric shock ice lance. All the skills were aimed at the boss simultaneously. However, the boss just stood there radiating killing intent. It's completely unharmed. With our current mana, is this the end? Just as the boss raised its weapon to attack the mages, Taehyun gave a signal. Guys, let's go! Seong-hoo and Yong-sik charged forward to attack to the utter amazement of the mages. What a C rank is overwhelming the boss. What the hell is going on? Taehyun stood to one side, witnessing the scene. He couldn't hide his pride and broke into a smile. In that last moment, Seong-hoo had easily overpowered the monster, sending it flying. Seeing that the situation was under control for now, he couldn't help but think smugly, just like the kid said. He recalled what happened earlier. The moment Taehyun showed them the notebook, the 2 of them were completely stunned. This is... Taehyun immediately rubbed his nose. This is the strategy I came up with based on the documents shared by the association. A B+ rank boss monster? This is also my first time dealing with a monster below A rank, so I had to do some thorough research. Honestly, he kindly explained, this boss is a giant skeleton. Because it's so massive, each attack carries immense power, but in return, it's very slow and sluggish. But then Taehyun's voice turned serious as he emphasized, its weak points are its joints, we'll attack there. Then he carefully analyzed, your advantage, Seong-hoo, and yours, Yong-sik, is speed. You can attack before it has a chance to counter. I'll give you the signal. Hearing this, Seong-hoo was momentarily in disbelief. Wait a minute, kid. You mean you figured all of this out? In just one night. He pressed on his eyes full of astonished admiration. Taehyun very confidently scratched his head and replied with a bright smile. Well, I'm a writer after all, though I'm still just a rookie. But for an author, doing research is just basic stuff. As he spoke, he couldn't help but think smugly. Back in the present, Seong-hoo was now face to face with the monster. His mind was racing. Thanks, kid. On to the next step. The boss has a habit of roaring loudly before it attacks. He instantly recalled the words. So when you dodge, you must dodge to the left or right. You have to choose a dodge that will distract it. Applying that formula, Seong-hoo easily kept himself safe, and especially when you attack aim squarely for its joints. In an instant, a series of blows was unleashed aimed straight at the monster's weak points. Immediately after, Young-sik suddenly let out a decisive roar, unleashing his move. Ultimate Super Invincible Lightning Strike. As the words left his mouth, a slash instantly flew past the monster. Instantly, a glimmer of hope sparked. If this works, we can disable the enemy. Once again, Taehyun, standing to the side, shouted loudly, "Seong-hoo, go!" In a flash, Seong-hoo shot forward, momentarily launching his attack. Taehyun's eyes narrowed as he said in a determined voice, "Focus all your power and attack the enemy's core. Let's end this now." Immediately, Seong-hoo's target quickly shifted directly to the monster's power core, and so he aimed straight for the core and shouted, X/. In a flash, Seong-hoo rushed in with a powerful strike. But at that moment, the recoil from the attack was simply too great. Seong-hoo gritted his teeth, but he couldn't withstand it and was thrown back. This caused him to panic for a moment as he tried to steady himself. Young-sik, standing to the side, was also terrified by the sight. Instantly, Taehyun's face went pale, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The attack was repelled. Looking at the powerful monster before him, he had a shocking realization. So that's how it is. With a single blow, the monster had easily sent both Young-sik and Seong-hoo flying several meters. They both crashed to the ground to Taehyun's extreme worry. Strategy is just a method after all. If your fundamental strength isn't enough, you still can't win. This quickly sent the surrounding mages into complete despair. Everyone began to sob and cry out, "Oh no, we're doomed!" There's no way C-ranks could ever beat this boss. Instantly facing this situation, Taehyun also prepared his power ready to act. Looks like I have to step in. But just before he could make his move, Seong-hoo suddenly yelled out, "Young-sik!" This made Taehyun jump in surprise. Seong-hoo in a life-or-death situation? Remember the strategy we always use? Let's just change it up a bit. These words instantly reached Taehyun. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, a strategy, don't tell me it's... He fondly remembered the good times they'd had. That strategy we used to practice over and over again. Then without hesitation, Seo Eung-hoo once again said decisively, "The other Mr. Seo Eung-hoo isn't here right now, but we'll just have to cover his part." With the decision made, Yi Eun-suk immediately and obediently complied. Got it. Then I'll lure it like I always do. Swiftly, Yi Eun-suk aggressively took the lead, shouting, "Hey, Skullface!" Instantly, he pulled a detestable face and flashed a middle finger. Choi Eun-suk's signature technique provoking it, "Get your ass over here so I can smash your skull in. You don't even have eyes. Think you can find your way over here?" It seemed like it wouldn't work, but it was unbelievably effective. In an instant, the monster was provoked into a frenzy and frantically chased after Yi Eun-suk, causing him to shout, "He's all yours!" Hearing this, Seo Eung-hoo didn't hesitate for a second, wrapping his chain tightly around the monster's leg. He then unleashed his strength, resolutely managing to drag the monster away. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Eun-suk dashed in from a distance, stating with full confidence, "And the finishing blow comes from Mr. Seo Eung-hoo, right?" he said, breaking into a delighted grin. Instantly, a delighted Seo Eung-hoo also leaped into the air, shouting back, "Exactly!" Without hesitation, he added, "If it were the other Mr. Seo Eung-hoo, he could have destroyed the core in one awesome hit. But let's just try attacking at the same time and see what happens." With that settled, Yi Eun-suk also quickly got into position to strike. The very next second, he charged forward, joining forces with Seo Eung-hoo. Super Mega Invincible Thunder Slash! As the two finished speaking, a critical blow was immediately unleashed. A crack instantly appeared on the monster's core. It was in agony. It roared loudly, and in just a flash, the brightly glowing core shattered into 100 pieces. Just like that, the monster was finished. Witnessing the scene before them, the surrounding crowd was left momentarily stunned. Everyone burst into tears, trembling with emotion. "The boss monster! It's disappearing! That means we're alive, we can get out of here alive." As they spoke, their faces were beaming with endless, joyous smiles. At the same time, standing to the side, Taehyun couldn't help but be astonished. "Incredible," he praised to himself. "They went beyond my strategy. Even in a moment of despair, they didn't give up, but created a new strategy with their own strength." As he thought this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Filled with rays of hope, Taehyun suddenly smiled. "This is what it means to grow." He was immediately overjoyed and quickly rushed towards Seo Eung-hoo and Yi Un-suk. The next morning at the central hospital, Seong was muttering his child's name in a daze. Jiho, he trembled, blaming himself. Daddy's sorry, because Daddy was so useless, you. Lost in this thought, Seong was completely submerged in helplessness. Suddenly he snapped awake, opening his eyes to the completely unfamiliar surroundings. Startled, Seong pushed himself up, wondering, where am I? But then a moment later, Seong abruptly remembered something. That's right. I was trying to earn money for Jiho's surgery. Did I fail? At that thought, Seong unconsciously buried his head in his arm, completely hopeless. He clenched the blanket repeatedly, blaming himself. You useless piece of trash. What am I supposed to do now? But just then, the curtain was suddenly pulled open. Yi Un-suk and the others walked in immediately, asking with a bright smile, Hey, you're awake. Seo Eung-hoo also quickly stepped up, clearing his throat and saying in a stern voice, Ahem, have you ever seen a guild leader end up like this? Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? At these words, Seong could only lower his head helplessly and apologize. Seeing this, the group immediately tried to stop him. Oh, come on. Yi Un-suk broke into a smile and said, You can rest easy now. Indeed. Seo Eung-hoo also grinned and chimed in, While you were unconscious, we took care of everything for you, so you don't need to worry about Jiho's surgery funds anymore. Hearing this, Seong was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. He asked in bewilderment, What do you all mean by that? Looking at the stack of checks in front of him, Seong was startled. Wait, is this the money you all earned from working as mercenaries? Without hesitation, the others showed delighted smiles. Seo Eung-hoo seized the opportunity to speak up. Yep, it's our mercenary pay plus the money we earned this time around. It's enough for Jiho's surgery. But at these words, Seong seemed to hesitate awkwardly, saying, I can't accept this. He stated his refusal, firmly causing the atmosphere to fall silent for a moment. This immediately shocked the entire group, and Yi Un-suk instantly retorted, What? For a moment, Gong-hoo was stunned and asked what he meant. Are you crazy? Don't you think about Jiho? At these words, Seong was suddenly moved and said, It's not that I won't take a single penny, but I can't just easily accept money that everyone risked their lives to earn. There will definitely be a day when I pay it back. With that, he clutched the money in his palm. Seeing this, Yu-sik couldn't help but feel awkward, saying, Hey, what do you mean, pay it back? Come on, man. We know all about your situation. Seong immediately replied, Yeah. He was heartbroken for a moment, recalling old memories. My situation, it's all my fault. And with that, Seong fell silent. Back to a time long ago, the men were puffing on cigarettes, their mouths endlessly sighing. This is killing me. They scratched their heads in frustration, saying, Well, can't be helped. Running 3 or 4 gates a day. Hearing that the other person could only laugh and reply, What can we do? Jiho is sick. Suddenly one of them wearily cried out, If this keeps up, it won't just be him. We'll all get sick. Just then a voice suddenly called out from afar, I think so too. The men were momentarily shocked to see Vice Guildmaster Richard Bear, in sloppy, disheveled clothes, tilting his head in disgust as he scolded them. Think carefully. When are you people going to stop cleaning up the Guildmaster's messes? At this rate, this guild can forget about ever reaching B rank. He went on and on with his harsh words. Right now, everyone's trying to follow the Guildmaster's lead and overworking themselves. One by one, they're getting exhausted, getting injured, and ending up in the hospital. And so, he flashed a sly smile. Richard Bear immediately declared, I'm planning to start a new guild. At that moment, Seong, who had heard everything from a distance, was trembling with anger. Back in the present, Seong helplessly furrowed his brow. It's all because of me, he affirmed with a pained heart. Our dream and that photo, they've always been in the heart of Seong, for failing to protect my family. My heart aches every time I think about it. It's all because I put the burden on everyone's shoulders. That's why. I have to solve my own problems. As he said this, another person lowered his voice. No, that was because of that bastard Richard. But Yu-sik, seeing this, also agreed. That's right. How could it be your fault? Seeing the scene before him, Taehyun couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately wore a serious face and firmly declared he would continue to help. Hearing this, Seong asked in disbelief what, without a moment's hesitation, Taehyun replied, Actually, this time I received feedback that the main character in my story isn't growing. At first I didn't quite understand. From what I could see, the main character was leveling up very steadily. He even learned new skills and became stronger. But thanks to all of you, I've realized that's not what growth is. Then he spoke with a resolute voice, sternly and bluntly emphasizing, you guys don't enter gates just to level up like my main character. You do it to protect what's precious, to help the guild master. It's because of that will that you guys can show courage that surpasses your ranks. As he spoke, Taehyun couldn't help but think to himself, come to think of it, ever since I came to this guild, I've identified the main character of my work, Gowamansa's CEO. If not here, where else could I experience this kind of growth? And so he said with determination, that's why I will continue to help you all, for the future growth of my main character, and for our guild. At these words, Sa Seong was instantly moved, his eyes widening. His heart was heavy as he thought to himself, so this is what a family is. Not just one person, but everyone helping each other. I was so stupidly afraid of getting hurt that I only thought about my own feelings. As he thought this, his eyebrows furrowed in pain. Sa Seong remained silent for a moment. After a while, he hesitated before saying, all right. In that case, can I trouble you all for a little while? As Sa Seong spoke, he looked helplessly at the men around him. They were immediately moved as well and replied, don't even worry about it, man. Seriously. In an instant, Sa Seong suddenly burst into tears. And here, seeing this, Taehyun proactively approached him and said, in that case, I can now help with everything I've got. Right. As he spoke, Taehyun flashed a sinister smile. At these words, Sa Seong got goosebumps and anxiously said, what are you doing? Why are you making such a creepy face? Sometime later, the scene changes to the outskirts of the city, a place of smoke, fire, and ruins. The people around were relentlessly fighting back against the monsters. From afar, old man Gu Huisu suddenly approached, his voice firm. Continue to hold this formation. Corner them. Very quickly, the group of people there answered in unison, yes, sir. But in the next second, with just a flick of its hand, the monster easily took out the group. At this situation, old man Gu Huisu immediately furrowed his brow. The monster took that chance. It's spitting out a giant fireball. Just then, Hongjun appeared in the nick of time to block the attack. But the next second, the monster continued its assault, breathing out a magnificent torrent of fire. Immediately, Hongjun urgently asked, are you all right? At his words, the old man Gu Huisu nodded and replied, Gazing at the scene before him, he thought grimly, I deployed both Elite Squad 1 and Squad 2, and we were still pushed back. A monster is a monster after all. He then glanced at the creature with terrified eyes. An S-rank Diablo boss. Gu HVKP Isu's face turned grim, and he said in a low voice, I'm counting on you to take care of everyone in the guild. Without a moment's hesitation, Hongjun declared, just leave this area to me. With that, settled Gu Avkap Isu resolutely advanced. This time, he thought, I might have to bet my life on it. Shortly after, the monster attacked again. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot in from a distance, making the old man's eyes widen. The monster, too, jumped in shock. Looking up, they saw Taehyun appear against the dark sky, glowing with a brilliant aura. He instantly unleashed a fatal blow. Thundercloud, a massive surge of power that crashed down in an instant, its force obliterating the monster. Guhav Kisu faltered before the overwhelming pressure of that power. A smug smile spread across his face. Live long enough and you get to see everything. I never thought I'd live to see the day I'd be this moved. My nephew might seem a bit difficult normally, but I knew it. As he spoke, he looked at Taehyun with delight. The old man Gu Havkeep Isu asked smugly, here to save your old man Lightning Emperor. But to this, Taehyun replied bluntly and coldly, hardly, I came to ask you for a favor. Hearing this, Gu HVKP Isu complained helplessly, you can't even say you came to help, can you? You detestable brat. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to an airport. A crowd of people were cheering and calling out excitedly. In response, Kazuya approached from the distance, waving. He then gently took off his glasses, remarking, it's been a while since I've been back in Korea, huh? I wonder how that guy is doing. With that, Kazuya smiled brightly. He was none other than one of the 12 legendary apostles, the martial god Sato Kazuya. Welcoming the distinguished guest, Jahan couldn't help but say in surprise, you came so unexpectedly. You really surprised me. Kazuya simply gave a polite, reserved smile in return. My apologies. He then quickly placed a teacup on the table and presented a file. Kazuya stated, our chairman said he had an urgent matter to relay. In a flash, the file was in Jahan's hands. As he held it, he wondered to himself, how important could this be for the chairman of the Japan Association to send one of the 12 apostles directly? Reading the document, Jahan was stunned. Destroyer and Gen are dead. Without hesitating, Kazuya confirmed with a serious face, yes, 2 members of the 13 firmament stars have been eliminated. At this news, Jahan was utterly devastated, frozen for a moment in disbelief. A tense headache began to form. The 13 firmament stars. Excluding the 12 apostles, they are the 13 top-ranked hunters in the entire world. They are the closest to the legendary rank. You could call them the strongest, and their reputations are well-deserved. Back in the present, Jahan asked bluntly, who on earth killed those 2? Without hesitation, Kazuya gave a familiar name that made Jahan jump. Black Dog. He spoke with absolute conviction. I'm sure you're well aware of them, Chairman. Not just in social and economic aspects, but even in civil wars between nations. Who else could be behind all the recent incidents happening around the world? To this, Jahan replied apprehensively, yes, you're right. They're behind it all. He nodded tensely. They believe that superhumans are the true human race, and that those who haven't awakened are merely subjects to be ruled. An extremist murderous force. Black Dog. The governments of the world have classified them as a terrorist organization. They hold dangerous ideologies and are currently being monitored closely. At this point, Kazuya stood up in agreement. That's right. Up until now, it's just been cautious monitoring. But after this, it's clear to everyone that they aren't just some terrorist organization. As he spoke, he proactively extended his hand to seal the deal on the 2 countries cooperating on this matter. I hope you won't have any hesitation. Immediately, a radiant smile appeared on Kazuya's face. Jahan responded in kind, of course not. He said with conviction, we are willing to cooperate. At this, Kazuya added politely, thank you. You can find the details of this case and the alliance in the documents. But to be honest, our chairman is being a little too cautious. At these words, Jahan was startled for a second and let out a, huh. Kazuya casually stretched and continued, all I have to do is step in and wipe them all out. I don't get why he's so worried, don't you think so? He chuckled and asked Jahan. Hearing this, Jahan was taken aback, thinking to himself, step in and wipe them all out, to be able to say something like that so casually. Right after the call ended, Kazuya was ecstatic. Now it's time to meet that kid. Meanwhile, on the other side, Saseong's family was gathered here, joyfully celebrating with a feast. An excited Ion 6 shouted loudly, is everyone ready? Fill up your glasses. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued confidently. First, to congratulate you on finishing your training and coming back. Next to our youngest for officially joining the guild. Hearing his name, Taehyun immediately brightened up. Then Eon-sik laughed heartily and added, and of course a toast to Saseong and Jiho for their safe recovery. Let's party. At his word, the group immediately cheered and clinked their glasses in celebration. Just like that, Eon-sik began stuffing his face with food, endlessly exclaiming, this is amazing, which made Jiho watching him look on with a craving expression. I want to eat that too. But his mother replied hesitantly, try this first. This scene quickly made Seong-hoo visibly annoyed as food scraps flew onto his face. He frowned angrily. Seong-hoo instinctively yanked Eon-sik away and roared furiously. That's enough. Can't you eat like a human being? Instantly, the two started fighting right in the middle of the family meal. Seeing this, Saseong could only offer a helpless smile. Back in the present, the group kept exclaiming, I'm so full I can't eat another bite. But Eon-sik immediately cut Seong-hoo off, insisting, what are you talking about? There's still ice cream. This made Saseong furious and he yelled, you're still not full, but Eon-sik just dashed off cheerfully. Even if I'm full, I've got to gobble down some dessert. I'll go buy some, guys. At this point, Seong-hoo could only agree helplessly. All right, fine. I'll go with you to walk it off. I'm too full. Understanding their intention, Jiho's mother proactively offered, I'll give Jiho his medicine and be right out. This made the little boy's face darken. I hate medicine. So Seong could only force a smile and agree. Ah, okay, go on. Quickly, he and Taehyun gathered the 8 plates. Put them all in here. I'll take out the trash. This made Taehyun hesitate. Ah, yes, sir. Just like that, Saseong started a conversation. To be honest, I was really surprised yesterday. But hearing this, a confused Taehyun asked, why is that? Without hesitation, he recalled the authoritative words of the old man Gu Hee-soo. I heard it from my nephew. I was amazed. I never would have thought that Do-wang was your grandfather. Instantly, Taehyun bluntly refuted, he's not my grandfather, but he calls me his grandson, Sashong stubbornly insisted. Hearing that Taehyun just replied nonchalantly, he just calls me that. We don't have any blood ties. Then very quickly, Sashong continued in a gentle tone. But I was even more surprised by something else. He suddenly came here and upgraded my and Jiho's hospital room to a VIP room. Not only did he cover the rest of the treatment costs, but he also reimbursed all the expenses we had already paid. This left the entire Seong family in utter shock. Seong reminisced. He also said he would give us a house. Quickly returning to the present, he expressed, our youngest. No. Taehyun, you said the way to repay you was to help Gawa Mansasong grow right. With that, he beamed radiant and determined. After Jiho's surgery is done, we'll start recruiting guild members. Let's start over for real this time. Without hesitation, Taehyun eagerly gestured in agreement. Yes, I'll do my best too. As he spoke, he cleaned and thought to himself, recruiting more teammates. I wonder what kind of stories we'll have this time. Suddenly, a strange surge of energy brushed past Taehyun's hand. He quickly sensed that something was wrong. In a flash, Taehyun instinctively turned around. This made Seong ask in confusion, what's wrong? To this question, Taehyun immediately replied, I have to go somewhere urgently. I'll be right back. The moment the words left his mouth, Taehyun instantly left a panicked Seong behind in the room. What wait, youngest? The scene quickly changed to a gloomy forest nearby. Taehyun landed softly, looking around and thinking, they've hidden their presence already. But just a moment ago, it was so clear. Before he could even finish his thought, an attack suddenly rushed toward him from a distance. But Taehyun immediately turned back, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. Swiftly, he managed to land a devastating kick on his opponent. Just like that, the hidden figure was sent flying into the distance. But then he quickly reappeared behind Taehyun's body. A huge explosion immediately destroyed everything around it. Taehyun managed to block the blow, his eyebrows knitting together. What are you playing at? Instantly, the opponent quickly withdrew his hand. Your skills are as sharp as ever. I thought you might have gotten rusty. As it turned out, it was none other than the familiar face of Kazuya. In an instant, Kazuya suddenly broke into a smile and asked, how have you been? That evening, Kazuya and Taehyun were sitting on a tree trunk talking. Kazuya asked, so you came back to this world to do research for a proper novel? Taehyun replied, that's right. Seriously, how many more times do I have to say it? Hearing that, Kazuya continued, the hero of humanity suddenly disappears and then comes back. How can we not be interested? The blonde-haired man stroked his chin and continued, honestly, I'm pretty surprised. The glasses-wearing Taehyun asked, about what? Kazuya then recalled, back then I really thought you'd give up quickly. You were always so listless. In the memory, a golden-haired Taehyun scratched his head in front of a man in a suit saying, what a pain. In my memory, you were always unmotivated and lazy. Taehyun scratched his head and replied, well, a lot of things were going on. Then he leaned back, looked up at the sky and said relaxedly, but it's fun, and I want to become an even better writer. Kazuya thought to himself, looks like someone's changed, huh? A second later, Kazuya stood up and said, well then, keep up the hard work with your writing. Don't give up. Seeing his friend suddenly stand up, Taehyun asked, leaving already? Yeah, gotta go, Kazuya replied as he walked. I had some business nearby today, so I just dropped by to see you for a bit. Then he suddenly turned back with a meaningful smile. As long as you're still the Thunder Emperor, we'll have plenty of chances to meet again. That attitude left Taehyun with a question mark in his mind. Elsewhere, Jahan was standing in front of a glass door, deep in thought. His reflection clearly showed he was troubled. He thought back. 23 constellations are dead. That means the only ones who can stop the Black Dog now are the 12 apostles, he thought to himself. But then he remembered his conversation with Taehyun. The man had said in a bored tone, the Black Dog, huh? Sounds like a pain. But Kazuya should be enough to handle it right. Oh right, this month's requests are already done. How about we just do it next month? Remembering that, Jahan worried, will the Thunder Emperor even agree to help? No. In the worst-case scenario, he might... In his mind, an image of Taehyun appeared. I'm done with my research, so I think I'll retire again. Just thinking about it was enough to give him a massive headache. He clutched his head, worrying. It's possible. That crazy bastard is totally capable of it. A second later, unable to hold it in, he dropped to his knees and screamed in despair,
No, please don't retire. Please don't say that.
Standing outside, Secretary Yu witnessed everything and was simply speechless, not wanting to go in at all. Once Jahan had calmed down, Secretary Yu entered and asked, "Have you composed yourself, sir?" Hearing that, he cleared his throat, pretending to find a reasonable excuse to save face. "I was just doing some vocal exercises." "So what is there to report today?" Secretary Yu immediately handed him a set of documents saying, "The Hunter side just released the rankings for promising rookies, and our country's Hunter is ranked #1. Jahan took the documents and opened them. "The demon sword, huh?" Secretary Yu replied, "Yes, you already knew, sir." He stared intently at the document and answered, "Of course. Among all the rookies, I know he's the best. Demon sword Cha Sayu, the most talked about hunter in Korea recently. A genius who reached level 5 faster than anyone after awakening. He is the one who made a pact with Dark Moon, one of the 7 divine weapons known as the strongest of all weapons. Since the Age of Gates." Jahan finished and smirked, thinking, "As far as I know in all of history, only 2 wielders who contracted with Dark Moon have ever reached the legendary rank. If the demon sword reaches the legendary rank, then—" The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but shout, "Korea will have 2 legendary hunters. That means Korea will be #1 in the world, and I'll become the top association president. I can already see it clearly. That Indian association president trembling. Not to mention I won't have to depend on the Thunder Emperor anymore. I won't have to put up with his temperamental personality anymore." Watching his boss laugh like a madman, Secretary Yu shuddered slightly. "That bastard! All he ever does is talk about retiring. Finally I'm—" But as Jahan was cackling with joy, Taehyun suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "You're finally what—" The question made him jump and spin around. Taehyun smiled, his eyes full of judgment. "Go on, I'm listening." Jahan quickly tried to explain, "That's not what I meant." But Taehyun, looking sulky, replied, Yeah, I get it. "What are you doing here today?" "We're already short on training time. I heard that when you become an S rank, you have to do some registration and stuff, so I had to stop by the association at least once." Down below the building, a mysterious person was standing. He seemed to be watching them. He thought to himself, "So he's reached S rank, has he? This kid is growing up fast. But don't forget to become a warrior worthy of me. You'll have to become much stronger than you are now. When you finally draw out all of my power, no one will be able to defeat you. And you will have the revenge you've always wanted." At that moment, Taehyun was still sulking as he walked away. He ignored Jahan, who was pleading. It was a slip of the tongue. Just an old man's foolishness. Taehyun replied, "Say whatever you want." The 2 of them walked right past the mysterious person, without even noticing him. Suddenly, the sword on his back began to shake, as if it had a will of its own. The sword turned towards the other 2. It cried out, "No way! How could there be someone like that?" Cha Si-woo asked, "What is it?" The sword replied, "The guy who just walked past. That man is a monster, an absolute monster you must not confront." He glanced cautiously toward Taehyun and replied, "That guy, but I can't sense anything from him." At that moment, Jahan was still focused only on Taehyun. He knelt down, clasped his hands, and begged, "Please, just trust me this once." "Fine, all right." "Thank you," Si-woo thought. But Dark Moon has never spoken like that before. "If that guy really is a monster, then—" The sword suddenly cried out, "Wait a minute, don't tell me you're—" "He'll definitely be useful for my growth." As he thought this, Cha Si-woo approached Taehyun. He grabbed the hilt of his sword, causing it to panic. "Hey, calm down! I don't think this is a good idea." But no matter what it said, Cha Si-woo wasn't listening. He pointed the sword directly at the back of Taehyun's neck and said, "Hello there." He stared intently at him, challenging, "How about a match?" Those words made Taehyun turn around with a confused look. He pushed the sword away with his hand, looked at the person behind him, and said, "Not interested." The man holding the sword was taken aback by this. He pushed away Dark Moon that easily. He smirked, finding this very interesting. A normal person would pass out from the magical energy just by touching Dark Moon, so there really is something different about him. He spoke up. "I know this is a bit sudden, but I really wanted to—" He was cut off by Taehyun, who had a look of utter disgust on his face. "Yeah, I already said I'm not interested. Who the hell are you to just show up and demand a fight?" The man gave a cold smile and thought to himself, "Ah, and is he looking down on me because he thinks I'm weaker?" He reached up and took off his hood, saying, "My apologies, I was a bit hasty." Then he smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I am the demon sword Cha Si-woo. I'm sure you've heard of me." But Taehyun was completely unfazed. "So what?
I don't care if you're the demon sword or whatever. I'm busy, get out of my way.
Hearing this, the man froze. Only now did Jahan realize with a start. Now that I get a good look, that really is the demon sword. Why would the demon sword suddenly ask to fight the lightning emperor? Then he suddenly understood. So that's it. Usually for a hunter to reach the next level, they need some kind of breakthrough. Meanwhile, Siwoo was still trying to persuade Taehyun. No, please just hear me out. Of course, it's different for everyone, but fighting someone stronger usually does the trick. Just one match. But Taehyun just waved his hand dismissively.
Heard you. Still no.
Jahan grinned victoriously.
If it's the demon sword, he could achieve massive growth with just a little bit of experience.
This fits my plan perfectly. Jahan grabbed Taehyun's shoulder. Hold on, stop. He asked with a smile. You still have this month's mission to complete, don't you? Taehyun turned his head exasperated.
So what?
That's the reason I came to the association today.
And you were planning to use my little outburst just now to skip out on it, weren't you?
These words made Taehyun lean back slightly. He was startled.
Yes,
Jahan continued.
I'm also at fault for my improper behavior, so I'll make it a simple request. I hope you'll help me out.
Taehyun could only sigh.
Fine, I get it.
What is it? Jahan gestured towards Siwoo. I want you to have a match with this man. Scene change. Jahan announced, welcome to our association's finest sparring facility. To prevent any aftershocks from spreading outside this place is surrounded by 10 barriers. Not even an S-rank. Or even someone stronger could destroy this, so you guys can go all out without worrying. CEOU glanced at the man, wondering why he looked so familiar. It was the association president. He watched as Taehyun scratched his head, whining that he didn't want to do this, while Jahan had to coax him, it's just one time. He thought to himself, for someone like him to be sucking up to that guy, just what is his background? Then Jahan stood outside observing and shouted, all right, get in position. Ready, begin. CEOU stepped forward aggressively with his sword. While he was serious, Taehyun just stood there yawning. You'll see soon enough. Jahan's voice rang out. Ready, begin. The moment he finished speaking, CEOU shot forward and swung his sword horizontally. Taehyun simply leaned back to dodge it. So fast I can see his afterimage, CEOU thought. A guy like this is only worthy of being my practice dummy. Surprised that he dodged, he swung his sword horizontally again, but Taehyun just leaned back slightly. CEOU felt victory was at hand. Got you now. He glanced behind him. He dodged it that easily. Dark Moon, I guess I have to use my full power from the start. He turned and lunged. I told you he's a monster. The hilt of his sword began to glow red as it started to synchronize. He slashed furiously, but Taehyun dodged it with just a single step back. 12%, 34%. CEOU gripped his sword with both hands, 47%. Watching the speed, Taehyun remarked, oh, faster than before. A red glint flashed in his eyes, 54%. He unleashed a powerful strike, but Taehyun still managed to dodge in time. Jahan, witnessing this, couldn't help but be surprised. This magical power, it's greater than I thought, worthy of the name Demon Sword. CEOU stood firm, holding his sword as mottled marks began to appear on his face. This time will be different. Jahan looked down. Maybe this time. The Thunder Emperor won't be able to take it easy anymore. The surprise attack blew Taehyun's hair back, severing a few strands. CEOU lunged past him as he leaned his head back to dodge. Taehyun noted the attacks are heavier now too. Planting one foot firmly, CEOU spun around and slashed, but Taehyun still dodged with ease. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Impossible! My attacks can't touch him at all. All he could see were countless afterimages of Taehyun's movements. CEOU stopped panting and looked up at the man before him. Is the gap between us really this big? Taehyun asked nonchalantly. Giving up already? CEOU said, Dark Moon increased synchronization. The sword replied, you know your limit is fast approaching, don't you? He laughed defiantly. I know, but now is the time to surpass that limit. The sword did not object. Understood. It began to glow again, even offering a well-intentioned warning, but do not forget if you lose consciousness during the synchronization process, your soul will be devoured by my power. A red light flared in CEOU's eyes. 58%.
He gritted his teeth and shouted, slamming the sword into the ground. Something like a tornado erupted from it. The Dark Moon's cyclone expanded its range. A red light flared in CEOU's eyes. 58%. He gritted his teeth and shouted, slamming the sword into the ground. Something like a tornado erupted from it. The Dark Moon's cyclone expanded its range. Jahan was stunned. Incredible. CEOU's eyes had turned black with red pupils. This time you won't be able to dodge. He pulled the sword out, stood up, and raised it behind him, gathering momentum for the strike. CEOU slashed down. A violent vortex rushed towards Taehyun, yet he remained perfectly calm. Oh, not bad. Well, then I guess I'll show him a little something, too. He lifted his hand slightly, and a few sparks of lightning appeared around him. CEOU saw it and wondered, lightning. Taehyun's hand reached out and tapped lightly. The power that erupted from it shot towards CEOU. He quickly turned his back to shield himself. The force caused the space inside the arena to explode. Jahan, witnessing it, screamed and covered his eyes with his hands. When he looked again, all he could do was cry out helplessly, "No way!" The defensive barriers are all broken. My money. The arena walls were heavily damaged. CEOU was kneeling there. He looked up with a smirk, then lowered his head, laughing with resignation. CEOU looked at the man before him, who was still without a single scratch. "I never would have guessed. You're the Thunder Emperor," CEOU said with a serious expression. "Please, sir, please accept me as your disciple." Taehyun, who was sitting and working on a computer, replied curtly, "Not a chance." He stood there with a somber face, saying nothing, then bowed low, pleading, "Please, I have a reason I need to become stronger. When I was young, my family was very poor, but I still had a happy life with my little sister. Then one day—" Hearing this, Taehyun sighed, but he continued on. "My little sister, who had great potential to become a hunter, was almost kidnapped by an evil organization. Back then, CEOU tried to stop them but couldn't. That's when Dark Moon appeared with that familiar cheesy line and made a contract with me, 'Do you desire power?' After many hardships, I finally managed to save my sister, but after that incident, my sister has been bedridden as if her soul has left her body. To get revenge on those bastards and find a way to save my sister, I've resolved to destroy that organization." His face was full of anger as he clenched his jaw. Taehyun finished his sentence. "So you need to get stronger, right?" This took CEOU by surprise. "How did you know?" Taehyun's expression was full of annoyance. "I've been hearing this same story over and over for the past week. How could I not have it memorized? And I've been telling you all week that you're strong enough already. You just need to rack up a few more years of experience and you'll get even stronger." Seo Ji-woo muttered, "A few years," then suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Everyone around was drawn by the commotion. "That's too long. I only awakened 2 years ago and I'm already S-rank. But to reach a higher level, I need to learn from someone even stronger. And through that last match, I felt it. There's no one in this world stronger than you." Seo Ji-woo covered his eyes in anguish. "Only you, the Lightning Emperor, can help me. My little sister is still lying in a hospital room." He was about to cut him off. "Oh, for heaven's sake, I know. That's enough. I'm sorry about your situation, but I have my real job to deal with now. I don't have time to mentor you." He didn't understand. "What do you mean, your real job?" Taehyun replied, "Oh, being a hunter is just my side gig. I'm actually a web novel author." He flashed a confident smile. Seo Ji-woo's expression twisted slightly. As sunset covered the street, Taehyun was walking home on. Seo Ji-woo was still following behind him. He looked at the man ahead and thought, "I just don't get it." Giving up all that power and fame to go write novels, his expression gradually turned bitter and resentful. "While I'm this desperate." The sword suddenly spoke. I get it now." He asked, "Get what?" The sword replied. "That guy, it's like he's in a lonely race. He's all alone, far ahead of everyone else. There are no rivals to chase and no one chasing him, just running alone on that path endlessly. Then one day he'll look back and realize there's no one beside him. It will be so lonely and empty." Ji-woo was still curious. "Is that the loneliness of the strongest?" The sword replied, "I'm not sure anyway. It's just my guess. But there have been a few others like him before. Because they were too good, they gradually lost their purpose in life." Taehyun, with a look of disgust, called out to him, "Hey, did you just follow me all the way to my house?" Ji-woo was confused. "What?" He pointed to the house in front of them. This is my house. Only then did it dawn on him. Oh, he scratched his head a little embarrassed. No, I'm not that shameless. Then his stomach rumbled. He quickly clutched his belly. Taehyun suggested, hungry. He pointed towards his house. Come in and eat before you go. A full table of food was spread out. Everyone cheerfully said, Thank you for the meal, Taehyun asked. Where's that gorilla lady working overtime? He spoke again. That's a relief. I almost let you see something you shouldn't have, Taehyun's mom said with a scolding look. Taehyun, why would you call your sister a gorilla? Come on now. But he was insistent. But she really is a gorilla. A cry rang out. His dad, still eating as usual, smiled and glanced at their guest. Seo Ji-woo was frozen like a statue, his chopsticks stuck straight down in his rice bowl. This atmosphere felt so foreign to him. I'm so shameless following him all the way here. Taehyun's dad said warmly, Go on, son. Make yourself at home. Eat up. Ji-woo forced a smile. Yes, thank you, sir, the man asked. So are you and our Taehyun close? I've never seen him bring anyone home like this. Taehyun denied it. We're not friends. We just met by chance. Ji-ho beside him let out a sigh. You're the only one who would introduce the demon sword like that. Oh, you know him, of course I do. He's been all over the news lately. Meanwhile, Seo Ji-woo just sat there looking at the table and listening to them talk. A piece of fried egg was placed in his bowl. Seo Ji-woo quickly looked up. Oh, thank you. Taehyun's mom smiled brightly. What's there to thank me for? A friend of Taehyun's is like a son to me. From now on, if you're hungry, just come over and eat any time. Seo Ji-woo bowed his head, his face still not looking very cheerful. Thank you. He picked up the piece of egg. Excuse me. The others continued eating naturally. Taehyun's dad held up his bowl and asked Honey, Where's my portion? She replied, If you act cute, I'll give it to you, which made him laugh. Seo Ji-woo seemed to realize something as he watched the scene of the four of them eating together as a family. He lowered his head and put a bite of rice in his mouth. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've had a home-cooked meal. He chewed the rice and praised, This is delicious. His hand holding the chopsticks suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Seo Ji-woo with concern. A single tear rolled down to his chin. Huh. Even Seo Ji-woo himself was surprised. He quickly wiped his eyes. I'm sorry. I don't know what just came over me. His voice was cut off by another. Mom. The kimchi stew is so spicy, Ji-ho rubbed her eyes too. Yeah, it's so spicy it's making me tear up. Taehyun's dad felt the same way and said, Oh man, you're making me tear up too. Seeing this, his mom quickly stood up. Seong-woo, I'm so sorry. I accidentally made it a little too spicy. Let me go to the kitchen and get you some water, okay? Ji-ho waved her hand. Mom, me too. Experiencing this. Seong-woo smiled happily. Later that evening after dinner, Seong-woo stood by the door, bowed his head, and said, Thank you all so much for today. Taehyun just waved his hand dismissively. What's there to thank us for? Forget it. He looked up and said sincerely, I really mean it. It's just, how do I put this? It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of family warmth. Seong-woo looked at him but hesitated. Taehyun wondered, Why don't you finish what you were saying? The phrase, because I was too good, I gradually lost my purpose in life, ran through Seong-woo's mind. He stopped talking and turned to leave. It's nothing. I just think I've been too selfish. Seong-woo put on his hat. I'll be taking my leave now. Taehyun watched his retreating back and wondered, was I too harsh? Then he also turned and left. Forget it. I can barely take care of myself, so who am I to worry about others? The phone in his hand vibrated. He answered it. Oh, yes. It was Saseong who asked, So did you give up on becoming his disciple? Seong-woo felt very relaxed. I can't bother him anymore. Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind him. Recruiting new guild members, are we? He quickly turned his head. Recruiting guild members. Meanwhile, Taehyun continued his phone call. Yeah, let's just move. A new beginning for Gawa Masaseong, huh? Seong-woo watched him talk and remembered, now that I think about it, he did mention he had a guild. He smiled as if he'd made up his mind. It's too early to give up now. And so the day of the guild admission interviews finally arrived. Very quickly, the first candidate was invited in. Seong-woo said, All right, please introduce yourself. Immediately, the somewhat familiar-looking man in front of them spoke enthusiastically. Hello, I am Choi Hun the Flash, the man faster than light. After hearing this, Xiong-hu offered some praise. "Ha ha, faster than light you say. You're quite confident." The man replied, "Not at all, thank you very much." However, over on this side, Saseong was carefully studying the resume in his hand, looking a bit puzzled. If his strength is speed... The resume in his hand read, Name, Choi Hun Rank F, Special Skill running 100 meters in 28 seconds. Relevant experience, participated in an elementary school track meet and 3 years of experience as an apartment security guard. Saseong thought to himself, for those who don't know, a normal person at a full sprint can run 100 meters in just 15 seconds. Immediately he said wearily, "Rejected. Next." The next candidate was also a rather familiar-looking person. As soon as he entered, he tried to act menacing. "I have the Black Flame Dragon sealed in this left arm. Once I release the seal, the crimson flames..." Before he could finish, Xiong-hu pointed out, "It looks like your head is on fire." And so it went with the second candidate and then the third. It was another rather familiar face. He introduced himself, "I'm currently unawakened, but if you accept me, I will become an S-rank hero." Sashong immediately said, "I think you've walked into the wrong genre." The interviews that day continued like this, even welcoming someone named Suwan. A few others claimed to be the secret disciples of the Thunder Emperor. In short, it was a complete mess. By the end of the day, everyone was dejected and sighed. "It's only the first day of recruiting and we haven't gotten a single decent applicant." "Yeah, this is really depressing." Suddenly, Sashong asked, "By the way, where's the kid? Have you been able to reach him yet?" Xiong-hu, who was trying to call him, replied, "No, he probably stayed up all night writing again and overslept." And sure enough, our guy was still dead asleep at home. Xiong-hu told Sashong, "Hey, let's just try to contact him later. Let's continue with the interviews." Sashong said, "Wait, take a look at the next applicant's file." Seeing this, Xiong-hu replied, "What's the big rush?" But after looking at the file, both of them were a bit surprised. Lee Yong-shik also opened the door and said worriedly, "This next applicant." Behind him stood the figure of an incredibly large man. He spoke up, "May I come in?" The two of them were now sweating bullets, wondering, a B-rank, why would a B-rank hunter come here? It turned out the resume belonged to Dopan, a B-rank hunter. And just like that, carrying a large hammer on his shoulder, he walked in. "Hello, I'm Dopan." A moment later, Sashong asked, "You're a B-rank hunter, so why did you come here?" Upon hearing the question, Dopan immediately replied, "I won't beat around the bush. How much are you paying?" His face looked incredibly sinister. Xiong-hu quietly asked Sashong, "Hey, what is that guy talking about?" It seemed Saseong understood the situation. He just lowered his head and sighed. "I get it. Turns out people like Dupan are known as figureheads, basically a guild's rank. Samnat Samarim, Baimin, is determined by the rank of its highest level member. So, to upgrade their guild, people will pay a lot of money to recruit a high-rank hunter. It's a common trick." Back in the room, Dopan was now leaning back in his chair and continued, Come on. An opportunity like this is rare, you know. Hurry up and make a deal." He thought to himself, "Simply put, I'll be your figurehead. You just worry about bringing the money." Right, Saseong let out a sigh and replied, I guess we should get this over with quickly." Hearing this, Dopan immediately burst out laughing. "Ha ha, how refreshing." But before he could finish, Saseong cut him off, "Rejected." Dopan's face suddenly darkened as he asked, "What did you say?" Xiong-hu, confused, called out, "What's going on, Hyung?" Saseong just gave him a smirk, thinking to himself, "Don't you dare tarnish this guild." He then gestured towards the door. "Please, see yourself out." However, instead of leaving, Dopan smashed the table in front of him with his hammer, gritting his teeth in anger. "You got some nerve talking to me like that, huh? You have a death wish, don't you?" Hearing the commotion, Ion-sik pushed the door open to see what was happening. Seeing the scene before him, he gritted his teeth and swore, "This son of a bitch." Just then, someone behind him asked, "So that guy got rejected?" "Right." Ion-sik turned around annoyed and replied, You can tell just by his attitude, can't you?" However, after seeing the person's face, he let out a surprised, Over here. Saseong slowly stood up and said, "If the applicant doesn't understand, I'll make it clearer." He then fearlessly walked up to face the large man. "Our guild has no need for someone like you, so get the hell out through that door." His anger boiling over, Dopan heard this, swung his hammer and yelled, "Fine! I'll kill you all."
However, before he could do anything, a hand grabbed the head of his hammer, stopping it cold. This shocked the bull-headed brute, who turned to see who it was. It turned out to be none other than Xiong-U. He looked down and said, "You've been rejected. Just go home quietly." Dopan asked, "Who the hell are you?" However, as soon as Xiong-U lifted his head, Dopan was utterly stunned. "The demon sword!" Hearing this, Sa-Seong also pointed and asked, "Wait, is that really the demon sword?" Xiong-Hu also peeked in, wondering, "Why is the demon sword here?" Xiong-Hu took off his hood and replied, "I came for the interview." His words left the three of them speechless. A while later, Sa-Seong summarized Xiong-U's words, "So to find a cure for your sick little sister, you need to get stronger, but you're stuck at S-Rank. You met Taehyun and decided to join this guild, is that right?" Xiong-U confirmed, "Yes, that's right. I don't have much time. My sister is still in the hospital all alone." Hearing this, Sa-Seong let out a small, Xiong-Hu leaned into his brother's ear and said, "What are you hesitating for? Reject him now. If the demon sword joins our guild, we'll become an S-rank guild. Can you handle that burden? Not to mention if we get involved with someone of his caliber. All sorts of terrible things will be knocking on our door. You know that too, which is why you're hesitating, right?" Immediately, Xiong-U pleaded, "Please accept me. I have to get stronger." Looking at him now, Sa-Seong was reminded of his former self, back when he was still a mercenary. Although it was a little different as he was applying to a higher-level guild. He unexpectedly softened, thinking he couldn't let this kid go through the same reckless things he did. Sa-Seong said, "All right, you passed." These words left Xiong-U completely stunned. "What?" At the same time, Xiong-Hu shot up and questioned him, "Hyung, are you crazy?" Sa-Seong glanced at his little brother. "What is it?" Xiong-Hu said, "When Taehyun applied, you were the one who convinced me, remember?" But Sa-Seong replied, "That was because of your situation," and then cut him off. "That's enough." He stood up and extended his hand towards Xiong-U. "Demon sword, no. Let's just call you Xiong-U if that's all right. I look forward to working with you." Xiong-U also replied, "I look forward to working with everyone, sir." Sa-Seong gently patted his shoulder. "I also have a sick son, so I understand just how desperate you must feel. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know." Just then, Taehyun pushed the door open, shouting, "Sorry, I'm late." The sleepyhead, still not fully awake, asked blankly, "Huh, is it all over?" Sa-Seong waved. "Hey, our youngest, you're not the youngest anymore. We've got a new member." Hearing this, Taehyun asked in shock, "Who's the new member?" Immediately, Xiong-U stood up and put on a show. "My name is Cha Xiong-U. It's a pleasure to meet you." Taehyun was confused. "Huh," followed by his blood-curdling scream. "Why are you here?" That day, the rank of the Gawamansa Guild was raised to S rank, in stark contrast to the team's chaotic atmosphere. Xiong-U stood to one side, thinking to himself, "The Lightning Emperor and his elite members. I'm sure I'll be able to learn a lot." It seemed for now that only the demon sword was filled with hope. Very soon after, the Gawamansa Guild had their first raid together since getting a new member. Sa-Seong shouted, "It's time." Lee Ong-shik and Seo-Seong were ready. The three of them piled on as usual, one high, one low, going in for the kill. However, their impressive formation didn't seem very effective. Watching the goofy rabbit run away, all three of them blankly exclaimed, "Huh!" Then in unison, "Wow, that thing's fast." Immediately, Sa-Seong yelled to Seo-Seong, "It's coming your way." As soon as it saw the human in front of it, the rabbit was utterly terrified. The demon sword, meanwhile, seemed a bit helpless. Unable to say anything more, he watched the three of them chase a rabbit. He thought to himself, "What am I even watching right now? This childish game is what they call fighting. I heard that not long ago. They even took down a B-rank boss monster. How is that even possible? In the end, why is the Lightning Emperor in a guild like this?" He recalled what happened earlier. Seo-Seong had asked Taehyun about this directly. He also added, "You don't necessarily have to be here to gather materials. So I don't understand why you chose this C-rank guild." After hearing this, the godlike man seemed a little flustered and asked back, So I can't be in this guild?" Seo-Seong immediately pressed on, "What kind of explanation is that? You're a strange writer." Taehyun immediately retorted, Hey, just because I'm a writer doesn't mean I'm eloquent." Just then the man's phone rang. He opened it to a message from Chairman Park with the content, "An SSS gate has just appeared in Brazil. It's an emergency. So please get there as quickly as possible." And so Taehyun told Seo-Seong, "Just keep watching, and you'll see the reason why I'm in this guild." And by the way, the man handed his notebook to Seo-Seong, asking, "Please investigate these materials and look after the guild for me, okay?" Back in the present, Li Shik had somehow been fooling around and his sword had snapped in half. He stared blankly at the remains of the sword in his hand as if in disbelief. Then he collapsed on the ground, wailing in agony. Seeing this, his two seniors immediately ran over to comfort him. "It's okay, don't worry. We still have an old spear at home, I'll give it to you later." Faced with this scene, Seo Seong also felt helpless, not knowing what to even write down. He sighed, thinking, my expectations were completely wrong. But he did ask me to look after the guild. Immediately, Seo Seong approached them and said, "Seniors, are you all free in a little bit? Let's go get a little upgrade, shall we?" Very quickly, the group arrived at an incredibly magnificent place. Li Shik exclaimed in awe, "Wow, I've only ever heard rumors about this Hunter shopping center before." He then pointed excitedly at a statue and said, "Hey, you guys, look over here! It's a statue of the Lightning Emperor!" Li Shik suddenly became shy. Yeah, so cool. My dream is to meet the Lightning Emperor in person just once." Hearing this, Seo Seong turned to Sa Seong in surprise and asked, "Wait, you guys still don't know?" However, Sa Seong explained, it's just that Li Shik isn't very perceptive. Then he put an arm around Seo Seong's shoulder. "But still, thanks, man. I can't believe we even got a bonus for the guild's promotion." It turns out earlier, Sa Seong had received a message from the Hunters Association saying that to celebrate the Gawa Mansa Guild's promotion to S rank, they would be awarded a 10 billion won bonus. In response, Seo Seong had said, "It's nothing. Consider it payment for letting me join the guild." Then looking at the statue of the godlike man, he thought to himself, "For now, I'll just ignore the question of why the Lightning Emperor is here. Just being able to be by his side is enough," he muttered. Damn, why does that line sound so cringy? Then Seo Seong turned to the other three. "All right then, shall we go look at some weapons?" A little later, Li Shik was cradling a sword in its box, saying, "Ah, it's so golden. A voice is calling to me. Is this the legendary ego sword?" Nearby, Seong Hu had also picked out a great sword. "Maybe I'll change up my style for the occasion. Holding this would be so cool." Finally, the eldest brother chose an axe for himself. Yes, that's right. It was an axe, nothing more, nothing less. Sa Seong muttered, "This one's the cheapest, right?" A moment later, the three of them gathered together and showed Seo Seong, "We've made our choices. Let's go pay now." Seeing this scene, Seong-woo felt a bit dizzy and told them, "Please just put all of those down." The moment he said that, the three of them jumped up and asked, "What?" Seong-woo wondered where he should even begin to explain. He pointed at Eon Shich. "First off, Eon Shich, logically speaking, there's no way an ego sword would be for sale in a shopping mall." Hearing this, he was still stubborn. "No, but I definitely heard it calling to me." Next, he said to Seong-hu, "Seong-hu, I don't know what you were thinking. Your strength is your mobility. That weapon will completely kill that advantage. And as for you, Guildmaster Sa Seong, where are you planning to go chop firewood with that?" Sa Seong asked, confused. But this one is the most cost-effective." Immediately, both Eon Shich and Sa Seong argued back stubbornly. "Even if it's not an ego sword, I still like this one the best. That's right, Seong-woo, this is all I need. It's not like spending a lot of money on a weapon automatically makes you stronger." Hearing this, Seong-woo sighed. "I guarantee it. If you keep thinking like that, you'll be stuck at C rank forever. A hunter's talent is important, sure, but their equipment has to match." Suddenly, Seong-woo cut in, "Wait, hold on, I don't know about these two. But I put a lot of thought into choosing this." He recounted how during the last B-rank boss fight, he was almost in serious danger because he lacked a critical strike. "That's why I chose this, to make up for the power I'm lacking." At this, Seong-woo rubbed his chin and asked, "Speaking of that, hey, how exactly did you all manage to take it down? With your skill levels, taking down a B-rank boss should be impossible." Hearing that, Eon Shich jumped up and demanded, "Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Listen here, you little punk, we may not look like much, but we're a pretty big deal, you know." Seong-woo tried to calm him down. Hey. Well, to be honest, it is hard to believe. After all, we're C-rankers. Who would have thought we could take down a B-rank boss? Eon Shik agreed. Haha, I was shocked back then, too. If it weren't for Taehyun, it would have been just a dream. The moment he said that, Seong-woo was startled. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, I knew it. So they were lying about taking it down themselves. The truth is, the Thunder Emperor was the one who caught it. Are they just a bunch of people riding on the Thunder Emperor's coattails? Seong-woo's expression darkened. He turned away, his mind a mess of thoughts. I don't get it, Thunder Emperor. Why are you with such useless people? And with that, he walked away. He said, Let me choose the right weapons for each of you. Seeing this, the three of them looked at each other in confusion. Why is he suddenly acting so strange? Did we do something wrong? A moment later, a familiar figure appeared. From his demeanor, it could be none other than Richard. He quickly noticed the group now huddled together, wondering amongst themselves. What on earth did we say to make him so angry? Ionjik added, no, with that disgusting look on his face. I think it's more like he's looking down on us. Saseong offered his theory. From what I can see, I think he's misunderstanding something. We'll have to talk to him and clear things up later. Before he could finish, Richard sneered. Well, well, who do we have here? It's the tattered beggars. Tattered. Where did you scrounge up the money to come to a place like this, huh? The three of them were a bit surprised to see Richard, but Saseong quickly turned away. Let's go, you guys. Just looking at his face is disgusting. But Richard continued to taunt them, leaving so soon. Ha ha ha, you're right. Your kind doesn't belong in a place like this. Just then, Ion Sheech ran up in front of him and said, Long time no see, Richard. Seeing this, Richard turned to him. Oh, if it isn't Mr. Sheech. How have you been? Where's that other guy? Did he let you come here all by yourself? He patted Ion Sheech on the shoulder with mock praise. You're not so bad after all. At least you know how to greet someone properly. Ion Sheech smiled brightly. Of course. After all, you used to be the coolest person I knew. But how did you end up turning into such a hopeless bastard? At this, Ion Sheech's expression completely changed. He stared at Richard with utter contempt and continued to the astonishment of his two companions. I know everything that happened during the gate transformation. You pushed all the guild members down just so you could escape and survive on your own, didn't you? Those are the people who put their trust in you and followed you. And a guy like that is supposed to be a guild master. Hearing this, Richard's blood boiled. He swung his fist and lunged forward, yelling, You insolent bastard! However, the punch was quickly and easily blocked. This greatly surprised Richard. Opposite him, Saseong was the one who had stopped him. He spoke up. One of the biggest regrets I have in this life is... Instantly, Saseong threw the fatso Richard to the ground. He continued his unfinished sentence. Not getting rid of you this way sooner. Haha, still as clueless as ever. Do you guys still see me as some trashy C-rank hunter like you? He slowly got up and continued. Right now, the only thing you should regret is messing with me, a member of the B-rank guild Cholima. Very quickly, a man with glasses stepped forward and asked, What are you doing? To a member of my guild. This man was the guild master of the B-rank guild, Cholima Choi Dong-hun. At that moment, Seo-u was still choosing weapons for Saseong's group. He gazed at a sword deep in thought, then picked it up and mumbled to himself. The length is perfect and the weight is just right. Suddenly, Taehyun's notebook fell out. Seo-u suddenly remembered. Ah, the Thunder Emperor's memo. He decided to pick up the notebook and take a look. Flipping through the pages, he read and contemplated how to conquer the giant skeleton. This was the B-rank boss they had defeated. Why is every single step written down, he thought to himself. Just as I figured. They're just a bunch of leeches riding the Thunder Emperor's coattails. Just then, Seo-u read a line that said, Strategy total failure. I failed to account for the strength of my seniors, Seo-u and Yeon-sik, while I was hesitating on whether to act. What came next greatly surprised him. Taehyun had recorded, the seniors began to strategize with new plans. First, they would throw the boss into confusion. After that, they would strike the core at the same time. In the end, the two seniors successfully conquered the B-rank boss monster through their own efforts. Seo-u pondered, is this what growth looks like? What's going to happen next? Every day is so exciting. Then he thought to himself, if this note is correct, then it seems I've completely misunderstood them. Just then, a loud noise from downstairs caught Seo-u's attention. Over there, Dong-hun was standing before Saseong, while Saseong himself was sprawled on the ground. He spoke up, You dare insult a member of my Cholima guild. Seeing this, Richard gleefully added, You bunch of C-rankers thought you were hot stuff, huh? Dong-hun grabbed Saseong by the collar, his eyes glaring with anger. You're just C-rank and you dare to lay a hand on a member of this guild. Saseong was being choked so tightly that his face turned purple, but he still managed to say, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. At the same time, the shopping center manager ran over shouting, Hold on, what's all this commotion about? Recognizing Dong-hun, he lowered his voice to a conciliatory tone. Mr. Dong-hun, even as a VIP, you can't cause a disturbance like this. This made Dong-hun pause. This shopping center is operated by the Hunters Association. If I make a scene and the association gets involved, it'll get complicated. He let go of Sa Xiong and said, "Sorry for the noise." "But they started it. Those lowly C-rankers dared to insult a member of my guild." Dong Han walked over and patted the manager's shoulder, his voice slightly challenging. "If I remember correctly, your performance review includes customer service, doesn't it?" This remark made the manager flinch. Dong Han continued, "Between that C-rank trash over there and me, a VIP, I'm sure you know which customer is more important, right? I trust you'll handle this wisely." The manager put on a smile. "Ha, so that's what happened. I seem to have misunderstood." Seeing the blatant favoritism, Yeon-sik stood up to argue, "Hey, they were the ones who started it. You won't even listen to what we have to say. You're just blindly defending them because they have a higher rank." The manager turned back. "Sir, I'm sorry, but if you don't cooperate, I will have to call the Hunter police." This threat left the three of them surprised and powerless. Their expressions delighted Dong-hun's group. Richard peeked out. "What a bunch of idiots. Told you gotta know your place." Just then, Xiao stepped forward and said, "I understand the situation perfectly. So what you're saying is because we're a lower rank, we have to accept being treated unfairly, is that it? But unfortunately for you, we are not C-rank." Dong-hun's group asked, stunned, "What not C-rank?" Richard stammered defensively. "No, that's not right. They are C-rank." He walked over and slammed his hand on Seou's shoulder. "Hey, kid, where did you just pop out from spouting all this nonsense?" But Seou grabbed his arm and squeezed it tightly, glaring at him. "Just wait and see if it's nonsense or not." When Richard's arm was released, Seou's handprint was clearly visible on it. He thought to himself, "This kid is insanely strong." Seou turned to the manager. "Sir, please check our guild's information." The manager stammered, "Yes, I'll do it right away." But a voice from behind cut him off. "There's no need." Sasyong spoke up, confirming it before the other two. "We are indeed C-rank." He bowed his head and admitted fault. "I apologize for the disturbance. We will leave as soon as we're done here." This action confused Seou. He quickly said, "No, Guildmaster. What are you doing? We don't have to put up with that nonsense." "I'm helping you." Sasyong replied, With your help, this should be easy to resolve." "But the S-rank isn't us, it's you." Those words surprised him. Sasyong continued, "Of course we can help each other and grow just like with Tae-hyun. But at least I don't want to be like that guy showing off things that aren't even his. It's pathetic." He glanced at Richard, whose face went blank as if thinking, he can't be talking about me, right? Finally, it dawned on CEO. He thought to himself, so I completely misunderstood these people. He told himself that he was too fixated on ranks to see things clearly. Sa-seong said to his two companions, "Let's go." But Dong-hun, who had been silent until now, roared, "Hey, you C-rank trash! Are you deaf? Get lost or I'll make you regret it." Unable to control his anger, CEO lunged forward and kicked Dong-hun hard in the back of the knee. As he collapsed, slammed the bastard's head down, threatening, "Move an inch, and we'll see who regrets what." Dong-hun's face twisted in pain, his whole body trembling. Sa-seong called out his name worriedly, "CEO, but replied, "I think it's better if those who try to threaten the guild leader in front of me are put in their place." With a remorseful look, he asked, "It's still okay for me to help like this, right? Isn't it?" Just as they were talking, Richard rushed forward with a sharp dagger in hand, screaming, "Die, you bastards!" But before he could even touch CEO, a figure dashed in and punched him in the gut. Sa-seong demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" He said awkwardly to CEO, "Looks like we're helping each other out now." Richard struggled to his feet and yelled, "Manager, get these guys out of here! Call the Hunter police, hurry up!" The manager, sweating bullets and looking flustered, asked, "Sir, are you okay?" He ran right past Richard, who thought the question was for him, and snapped, "Does it look like I'm okay? Stop standing around and deal with those bastards." But to Richard's astonishment, the manager walked up to CEO and bowed deeply. "My sincerest apologies for not recognizing you sooner, Magic Sword." Hearing that name, both Richard and Dong-hun's jaws dropped in disbelief. "Magic Sword CEO." Replied, "It's fine, I understand." But in exchange, he shoved Dong-hun aside, looked at the two pieces of trash, and added, "Could you please take care of these two scoundrels for me?" With that, he and Sa-seong's group turned to leave, but Jong-hoon and Richard scrambled over and prostrated themselves, begging, "We're so sorry, Sir Magic Sword.
Please forgive us. Please forget what we said.
CEO said to the other three. I've finished choosing my weapon. Yonsik asked excitedly, Really? Let me see. Walking past the statue of the Thunder Emperor again, CEO looked up and thought, I still don't understand why the Thunder Emperor is here. But one thing is certain. Before he could finish his thought, Yonsik called out, CEO. He answered, Yes, what's up? Yonsik asked worriedly.
The one you just picked. Was it really a spirit sword?
The words had barely left his mouth when Saseong snapped, What are you rambling on about now? Let's go.
Yonsik protested, but I'm sure I heard a voice.
CEO teased Yonsik.
Even spirit swords have standards, you know.
The sarcastic comment annoyed him, and he yelled back, So what if I'm a special case? CEO continued to think to himself. It seems I've stumbled upon a rather interesting place. Not long after, back at the guild office, a package arrived. Saseong wondered, A package? Must be the weapon I bought. But seeing it was a letter, he wondered, why a letter? After opening it, Saseong's expression grew thoughtful. Then he suddenly gasped, Well, now this is something. Elsewhere, our boy Tae-hyun was on the phone with Kyung-mo, who was praising him. Your story has gotten much better lately. Tae-hyun scratched his face sheepishly and replied, Hey, thanks. Kyung-mo continued, Now you just need to finish the manuscript for the next volume, and then we can aim for the next step. This confused Tae-hyun, who asked, The next step? Kyung-mo explained, Oh, I mean we can start the official review process for your debut. Hearing the word debut, Tae-hyun's face lit up.
What a debut!
Kyung-mo replied, Well, the platform itself will conduct the review, so we'll have to wait and see. But our company's internal assessment was very positive. Tae-hyun replied, I see. Yes, I'll continue to do my best. After hanging up, Tae-hyun celebrated internally. All right, yes, my story made it. He immediately got back to writing, thinking, even if it's just for a review, this is still amazing. At this rate, I'll definitely get to debut. However, by late afternoon, Tae-hyun was still sitting there with a sour expression on his face. And it was the same at midnight. The god slumped over the table, muttering to himself, Damn it, I can't squeeze out a single word. He thought back on recent events. I've already used up all the crazy stuff that's happened with the guild, so I have nothing left for the next chapter. If only something interesting would happen. Meanwhile, at the association building, Chairman Bak Han sat there furious. This is driving me absolutely insane. I can't believe that stupid party is already here. The party, he mentioned, is an event for the top 13 guilds in Korea, held once every 2 years. It's supposed to be a place for the top 10 guilds to network, but now everyone has forgotten its original purpose. They just spend the whole time fighting and trying to one-up each other, turning the party into a war zone. Bak Han sighed in frustration. And I'm the one who has to mediate and sort everything out. Just thinking about it makes my stomach hurt. I really don't get why the association even hosts this thing. In any case, the party always revolves around the 4 great guilds anyway. Even with the Gwangma Guild's unconventional newcomers, it's not enough to overshadow the reputation of the Big 4. The same familiar faces, the same rankings year after year for 15 years. There's nothing exciting. Suddenly, he noticed something. Bak Han let out a soft, The corners of his mouth lifted into a sly grin. He thought to himself, perhaps this year will be a bit more interesting. He spoke to Secretary Liu. Go ahead and start the preparations for the party. Secretary Liu was surprised. Sir, but why? I thought you hated it. Bak Han replied, This party seems like it's going to be different. It turned out there was a familiar yet strange name on the list, Gawamansa Seong. The next day at the Do Hwang building, he stood by the window, deep in thought, then spoke with a sigh of boredom. Time really flies. At the same time, in another place, a man looked at an invitation and said, I was just getting curious about how they're doing. On a wall behind him was a cool-looking dragon mural. A bloodthirsty monk sat there clicking his prayer beads. It's time I had to look at those disgusting faces again. In a remote forest, a man admiring his sword spoke, I hope there's someone at the party this year worthy of testing my new sword. In a small alley, the guildmaster of Gwangma walked by irritably and lit a cigarette. Damn it, I really don't want to go. Looking at the letter before them, besides Sase-yoon's trembling expression, the other two were a bit surprised. Yu Yong-silk asked, Are we really going to that famous party? Cheon Sung-ho added, Is this for real? This isn't a dream, is it? We're ranked 6th. Us. In all of Korea. In stark contrast, Saseyun was sweating buckets, thinking to himself, how in the world did it come to this? I'm just a C-rank hunter. How can I possibly go to a place like that? Cheon Sung-ho said loudly, Oh, so our dear Mr. Saseyun is about to have dinner with S-rank guild masters. Saseyun's eyes shot wide open as he imagined them. They'd all swarm him with greedy eyes, their voices terrifying. All right, for our next course, this C-rank guild master, you'll pay the price for not knowing your place and showing up here. Traumatized. Saseyun collapsed to the floor, foaming at the mouth, much to the shock of his two guildmates. Yu Yong-seok and Cheon Sung-ho rushed over. Hey, get a hold of yourself, what's wrong with you? This scene caught the eye of two high-ranking individuals sitting nearby. Cheon Yu-seong laughed cheerfully. Ha-ha, never a dull moment is there, he added, but this is great. If you go to the party, you'll have something to write about, he suddenly recalled. Oh, right. The Thunderlord attended this party once, didn't he? But that was before he even had a guild. A long time ago. When Cheon Yu-seong turned to look at Taehyun, the god wore a look of utter boredom and said, I'm not going. He recalled that party from long ago. Back then, Taehyun had been surrounded by endless boring praise, as expected of the Thunderlord. He's already cleared 10 SSS-Rank gates. An achievement like that truly makes him a hero. And to reach that level while he's still a high school student, now he's even included with the other legendary hunters known as the 12 Apostles. It won't be long before he becomes the strongest hunter in the world. All eyes turn toward the god. In response, he just quietly clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, strongest hero. What's the point of all that? I don't get what the big deal is. In the end, he felt completely out of place at the party. The words of those people truly bored him. Recalling that memory, Taehyun's face was grim. He waved a hand dismissively and stated firmly, I'm not going. His words made Cheon Yu-seong's face fall. Huh. For real. Saseyun, still lying on the ground, added, in that case, I'm not going either. The other two looked surprised. He shot up to his feet full of vigor and demanded, Are you trying to ditch the party? Cheon Yu-seong was stunned. Huh. When did you snap out of it? Ignoring him, Saseyun gave a small smile and asked, How did our guild get to be S-rank? Thanks to who is Gawamansa Seong ranked 6th in all of Korea, huh? Before he could finish, Taehyun tried to make an excuse. I've been a little busy lately, so... Saseyun gritted his teeth and threatened, like it or not, you are participating in that party. Got it. Both Taehyun and Cheon Yu-seong were stunned. Seeing no response, Saseyun put on a sinister face. So, I'll ask again, are you going or not? You... Terrified, the two of them held each other and said in unison, I'll go. Of course you have to go. Chaseon turned to leave. Good, a wise choice. Behind them, the two exclaimed, Oh my god, that was so scary. His killing intent was off the charts. Taehyun leaned back wearily in his chair, thinking, Suddenly I'm remembering some unpleasant old memories. Oh well. Since things are like this, I might as well go look for some material for an article. Soon the day of the party arrived. Chairman Park Han was busy greeting guests. I look forward to everyone's continued support this year. I'm the one who needs the help. After a while, he thought wearily to himself, Phew, all the A-rank guilds are finally here. All that was left was the press. Time to get to work. This was the moment the S-rank guilds would make their entrance. Park Han clicked his tongue. Speak of the devil. The first to walk in was the rank 2 guild Pantheon. Next was rank 4 9 Dragons Infinity, rank 3, and rank 5 non-target. The reporters began to chatter, Whoa, Pantheon 9 Dragons Infinity, and even non-target? This is the class of the 4 great guilds for sure. Someone else commented, I heard non-target's position is more stable than before thanks to the Guangma's reputation. Yeah, but whatever. Suhomun is still overwhelmingly dominant. Just then the members of Suhomun began to walk in. Leading them was Do Hwang. This is currently the strongest guild in Korea. All of its core members are one-of-a-kind elites. A buzz went through the crowd. A whopping 4 S-rank hunters, so impressive, he really lives up to his name as the king of Korean hunters. Just then a car screeched to a halt at the entrance. Out stepped our wacky crew. Cha Se-yun furiously yelled at Lee Un-suk, I told you to let me drive. He replied, but I just got my license, so I wanted to try driving at least once. Behind them, Seon-woo and Tai-hyun trudged along. Lee Un-seok mumbled, Besides, people say the main character always shows up late. Cha Se-yun roared, Oh, really? Thanks a lot for making me the main character then. Suddenly, he froze.
The reporters and other guilds were staring at them, looking confused. Cha Se-yun said worriedly to Xianwu, "Hey, we're drawing attention. Are we really that late?" Xianwu replied, "I guess so. It couldn't be because we're the main characters that they're staring right." The godly guild walked in amidst the murmurs. Hey, it's been a while since we've seen a show this interesting. Is that the new S-Rank guild? The leader of Pantheon spoke up. I can't tell if this is brave or just reckless. Suhoman is a mighty force that has held the #1 spot for 5 years, and their pride is just as immense. To upstage Suhoman by entering last at an official event and at the biennial party, no less? It's tantamount to a declaration of war. The Guanmaseong guild members spoke worriedly amongst themselves. Bro, I'm getting scared. Me too. But when they looked over at Do Huang, the two guild masters were shocked to see him smiling at the Guanmaseong group. They both exclaimed, "What he's smiling, Du Huang is smiling. He may be gentler than he used to be, but I can't believe he's taking this lying down." Someone said, "Wait a second. The person Du Huang is looking at is the magic sword." The guild master of Pantheon thought to himself, so that's how it is. S-rank hunters are a valuable combat asset that can change the game for any faction, especially the magic sword, a genius who reached S-rank in just 2 years. He's a talent everyone wants on their side. I heard he rejected every offer, but that's just his official stance. If those two have a personal connection, our plans are done for. Du Huang, still smiling brightly, thought to himself, well, this is a surprise? I never thought that kid would show up to a place like this. His eyes were glued to Taehyun. The Infinity Guildmaster said, so that's the magic sword. He might be a genius, but he doesn't give off the sense that he's broken through his limits. He's still lacking a lot if he wants to cross swords with me. Just then the person behind him tremblingly pulled on his arm. Master! He turned and asked, what's wrong? The young man stammered, Who is that person? The Infinity Guildmaster answered, oh, are you talking about the magic sword? Don't worry. He's strong for someone his age, but it won't be long before you're at that level yourself. But he cut in, not him. I mean the one next to him. He pointed towards Taehyun, his voice trembling. I can feel an overwhelming power coming from that man. Even if all of us rushed him at once, we couldn't win against that kind of power. A short while later in the main hall, Chairman Park Han stepped up to give a speech. Esteemed guests, friends from near and far, today we are thrilled to welcome the 10 strongest guilds in Korea. I hope that everyone will cast aside their worries and enjoy a pleasant and happy evening. Moreover, under the proud banner of Korea, let's remember that we are all colleagues. Let's enjoy ourselves and strengthen our bonds at tonight's party. Thank you. As soon as he finished, the crowd below applauded in unison. But whether they were truly enthusiastic or in agreement, no one knew. Park Han took a sip of water and continued. Now, I would like to invite all the guild masters to move with me to the specially prepared dining area. As for the other guild members, please remain here and enjoy the festivities. Hearing this, Xianwu turned to Cha Se-yun. It's time for you to go, boss. Cha Se-yun replied anxiously. If I go, is there a chance I'll die? Maybe I should just pass the guildmaster title to Xianwu and make a run for it. But Lee Un-sok reassured him. Hey, don't worry so much. This place is famous for having amazing food. Just eat something tasty and all your worries will vanish in a flash. Xianwu added, That's right. You're just going for a meal, so relax. Cha Se-yun sighed and told himself, Right, it's just a meal. Nothing bad will happen. Probably. But across the way, the Guildmaster of 9 Dragons slammed his hand on the table and angrily demanded, Are you tired of living, you bitch? The Light Demon Guildmaster, not backing down, blazed with anger. If you've got guts, then come on. Let's see who's afraid of who. The two of them were at each other's throats like cats and dogs. This scene made Sa Xiong break out in a cold sweat. Ah, damn it, this is bad. 10 minutes earlier, Sa Xiong was eating and listening to everyone talk, thinking to himself, the atmosphere is better than I expected. Looks like I was worried for nothing. But when his eyes glanced over to the masters of the 4 great guilds, he thought, it's still suffocatingly tense out here. I could feel their distant gazes. Ma Xiong, after a moment of contemplation, cheerfully struck up a conversation. Oh, perhaps we've been too indifferent to the newcomer. I don't know anything about these people. I should ask the Overlord for an introduction. Hearing the name Overlord, Sa Xiong jumped and almost choked on a piece of meat. He turned to the Overlord. I wonder if you could lend a hand, sir.
The overlord glanced up as if wondering, what is this guy trying to pull? He replied, why ask me? I just met this person today myself. Ma Xiong retorted, but I saw Magic Sword acting familiar with him earlier. So he must have some connection to his guildmaster, right? The overlord continued, I don't know why you're mistaken, but I have no connection to Magic Sword or his guild. Ma Xiong reluctantly conceded, I'm sorry, it was my misunderstanding, I see. Sa Xiong, having choked on the piece of beef, was still coughing violently, trying to spit it out. Damn it, he thought, unable to speak. Ma Xiong turned to him. In that case, could I trouble you to introduce yourself? But the response was Sa Xiong's ferocious, choking face. His eyes were rolled back, bloodshot veins popping, and drool was flying everywhere. He looked absolutely pathetic. Those who didn't know what was happening were surprised. Baekhan thought with delight. Oh, so this is a battle of wits with Ma Xiong. How interesting. The overlord also praised him inwardly. It seems he's displeased about the speculation regarding his relationship with his guild member. This fellow has some real guts. Ma Xiong received that terrifying face as an answer. Gritting his teeth, he thought, what do you think you're doing? Sa Xiong still couldn't speak. His face looked like he was suffocating to death. The Light Demon Guildmaster slammed the table and burst out laughing. Ha, this old guy has a sense of humor, doesn't he? Thanks to you, Pops, I got to see a good show. She pointed at Ma Xiong and said, you need to fix that twisted personality of yours. I swear every time I see your face, I get the urge to kill you. Ma Xiong, furious, slammed his cup on the table, gritting his teeth. Are you tired of living, you bitch? The Light Demon Guildmaster knocked over her cup and lunged forward. Let's see who's afraid of who. Sa Xiong's face paled as he thought, how did things turn out like this? I have to clear up the misunderstanding first. He waved his hands, but the Infinity Guildmaster cut in. You really have no sense of time or place. How vulgar. The other two turned to stare daggers at the speaker. Guildmaster Peyton chimed in, look who's talking. You always act so high and mighty, but you're just a butcher. The Infinity Guildmaster's face darkened. Draw your sword. Out here. I shall be happy to oblige. Peyton stood up. Fine by me. Today we settle the score right here. Before they could move, the Overlord's cold voice cut in, stop. A powerful energy radiated from his body. The anxious crowd fell silent. The Overlord continued, the atmosphere has gotten too heated. Nobody likes this. Stop it. The four guildmasters obediently sat back down. The others, their faces pale, thought to themselves, as expected of the Overlord. His power makes even S ranks yield. It was like being crushed by a terrible pressure, but when they looked over at Sa Xiong, they were shocked. No way. The Overlord's power is that immense, and he's still withstanding it. Sa Xiong's face was dark, showing no fear. The man realized this was the guildmaster of the newly risen 6th-ranked guild. But the truth was Sa Xiong had been unconscious for a while now. Outside, Taehyun sighed. I knew I shouldn't have come. There's no material worth writing about. So boring. The others were staring intently at Jazelle, marveling. Wow, she's amazing. How can someone be so beautiful? That person was Flame Flower Jisoo, so beautiful it was infuriating. From Taehyun's perspective, he was so angry he crushed his pen, unable to believe his oaf of a friend would make that kind of face in public. Seongwoo said, she is quite pretty, I guess. Taehyun turned to him. Are you about to say some cheesy crap too? Seongwoo replied, no, that's not it. In a flashback to when he first met Jazelle at her home, she said, oh, so you're Magic Sword. You're in the same guild as Taehyun. I guess that makes you my little brother now. Go buy me some snacks. Seongwoo thought, exasperated. I'm wondering if this is even the same person I see at home. Taehyun felt refreshed. Thankfully, there's still one sane person here. Flame Flower. Jazelle was being cheerful with everyone, but hearing Taehyun's voice nearby, she thought, I bet those two are talking smack about me right now. Taehyun hates places like this, so why did he suddenly show up? Lately, he's been doing things he's never done before. Suddenly, a bald, tattooed man aggressively rushed forward to everyone's surprise. Someone exclaimed, It's Mad Dog! He stood before Jazelle. Still playing the queen today, are we? Stop flirting around with those useless guys. Jazelle calmly met his gaze. Then Dukan challenged, Why don't you and I have a match and see what happens? Jazelle glanced back and asked, What here? Dukan put on a shameless expression. A fragile little queen like you, who only knows how to act high and mighty, is supposed to be the strongest of the S ranks aside from the 4 great guildmasters. Don't make me laugh. You're just a brat playing with fire. He sneered. Oh, this one's got guts. Probably never taken a punch before. But Jisoo remained silent.
Seeing this, CEO Yu stood up. Let me give her a hand. Taehyun stopped him. Don't.
That old gorilla hag hates it when people stick their nose in her business. CEO Yu reluctantly sat back down. Jisoo suppressed her anger, telling herself, calm down, Jisoo. Dukin is the captain of the 9 Infinite Dragons action team. A fight between executives of the 4 great guilds isn't just a personal matter. It could lead to war between the guilds. She stood up to leave. Do as you please. But Dukin wouldn't let it go, taunting her. What running away because you're scared? You have that little confidence in your own strength. Taesan stepped in front of him. Stop it! This isn't the occasion for this sort of thing. Dukin sighed, then shouted, Hey, Flame, so now you have to hide behind a bunch of old men, huh? Or you could come hide in my arms instead. He burst out laughing. Unable to control herself, she turned back, thinking, That's it. I'm going to beat this bastard to a pulp today. But the scene that greeted her was surprising. 4 people had surrounded Dukin. Taesan and Baek Yi said grimly, We told you to stop. Black Leopard Kim Dojin added, That's enough. Don't push your luck, CEO Yu said. I've heard enough. I can't take any more of this. Surrounded by 4 S-rankers, Dukin was still defiant. He let out a cold laugh as a foul red energy radiated from him. He roared, Well, well, the Black Leopard and the promising new face too, huh? Are all the S-rankers gathered here today? He got into a fighting stance. Good, let's have a proper fight. With a triumphant look on his face, he said, Finally, we can clearly sort out the pecking order. People have been dissatisfied for a long time. Just because you're an S-rank, you get praised like a hero, but we're not all on the same level. Let's use this opportunity to see who's really the strongest. While the commotion grew, Taehyun remained deep in thought. He thought nothing's changed at all. There were always guys like this eager to show off their strength. The strongest, a hero. I never understood why people cared so much about those things. While he was calm, CEO Yu and Eon-sik were trembling in fear. The people around them started whispering, Isn't anyone going to stop them? How are you supposed to stop a group of S-rankers? They whispered to each other, Let's just get out of here. We can't get caught in the middle of a fight like this. As Dukin tensed his muscles and gathered his power, the 4 S-rankers also readied themselves for battle. Suddenly, Chairman Baek Han stepped forward. Stop! Today is not the day for fighting. If you don't stop, the association will hold your respective guilds responsible. Dukin glanced at Marceo, and only after seeing him nod did he begrudgingly walk away. Fine. If we're not fighting, we're not fighting. Marceo hurried over to Baek Han. My apologies, Chairman. I'm sorry for the trouble. Baek Han replied, I expect you to be more careful next time. Marceo continued, I've also caused a disturbance. To avoid any further awkwardness, I shall take my leave. Guildmaster Peyton, noticing Do Hwang, approached him. Ha ha. It seems something interesting happened while we weren't around him. It seems you've chosen Jazelle as your successor, but if you keep being so overprotective, how will the girl ever learn anything? Perhaps it would be better if you just abdicated. As the 2 old foxes were about to leave, Do Hwang replied, Thank you for the advice. An overwhelmingly oppressive power radiated from his body. In that case, allow me to offer you some advice as well. The very thought that you can only become king after someone else abdicates proves you don't have what it takes to be one. Give up your ambitions for the throne. A man must know his place. The 2 guildmasters trembled with fury, but knowing they were no match for Do Hwang, they remained silent. Guildmaster Peyton muttered, I believe we've seen enough to understand. I guarantee it, there will come a day when he is forced from that position. Once outside the hall, Marceo asked, What do we do now? It seems he's figured out our plan. Guildmaster Peyton gritted his teeth. We anticipated this. In any case, there's no turning back now. The plan will proceed as scheduled. The old man sneered. Humph, that damned old fool. If he won't leave the throne, then we'll just have to drag him down ourselves. Prepare for war. What kind of foolish thoughts are they harboring, the prince thought to himself. I can't tell if he's so caught up in his own ego he can't see reality, or if he's just pretending. He probably thinks there's a god even higher than the king. Suddenly, Taehyun ran over to the car. Big bro, are you okay? The man was pale and showed no signs of waking up. A worried Zeong-hoo yelled, Yeong-shich, go start the car! We have to get him out of here now. Zeong-woo said, We're coming with you. But he noticed Taehyun running his hands through his hair in frustration. I'm screwed. I got nothing and my deadline is just around the corner. What am I going to tell the editor-in-chief? The Infinity Guildmaster spoke up. Zeong-woo, could I trouble you for a moment? Zeong-woo turned and asked, Yes, what is it? But Taehyun, thinking it wasn't him, turned away, clutching his head and groaning, "Oh God, I'm so screwed. I'm so—" But the Infinity Guildmaster said, "Ah, my apologies, not you." He pointed at Taehyun. "I meant the person beside you. I have something to discuss with him." Taehyun was bewildered. "Me? Is this guy trying to challenge me to a one-on-one just to get zapped?" he thought. A little later, Taehyun was in a private room with members of the Infinity Guild. The old guildmaster spoke up. "Everyone is out there enjoying the lavish feast, and yet you all followed me in here." "Yes, thank you." Taehyun replied right away, "It's no problem. I was planning on stepping outside anyway." Then he asked, "So, what is this about exactly?" The Infinity Guildmaster took a sip of his tea. Then he replied, "Let's get straight to the point." He looked over to his disciple. "Seoyun." His disciple immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Instantly, a mysterious-looking energy began to radiate from Seoyun's entire body. The old guildmaster continued, "My disciple possesses an ability unknown to anyone." As he spoke, Seoyun's eyes flew open, revealing mysterious blue pupils. This was the very ability he was talking about. It's called the Demon Eye. As Seoyun stared intently at him, a stream of information about Taehyun gradually appeared. The Infinity Guildmaster continued his explanation. It can perceive an opponent's abilities and information within his line of sight, and it can even identify their weaknesses. This made Taehyun a bit uneasy. Sizing up an opponent before a fight is a huge advantage, he thought, but it can even see their weaknesses. If Muuk uses the information gathered at this dinner party, the balance of power between the four great guilds could be shattered. Just then the man said, "Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of using this information for anything. I have walked the line between life and death and have spent my life honing my blade. Today I am searching for two strong individuals to inherit my sword style. Through Seoyun's demon eye, I know that you are unbelievably strong." As he spoke, he looked toward Taehyun. Muuk then stood up and said, "Therefore, if you would permit me, I would be so bold as to request a sparring match." As soon as he said that, Taehyun seemed somewhat relieved. "Ah, so that's what this is about," he thought to himself. "I was worried my identity had been exposed." Looking at Muuk, Taehyun thought, "The heavenly sword. I ran into him a few times back when I was still a hunter. If he figures me out, I'll just have to ask him to keep it a secret." But that wasn't all. Taehyun then glanced over at Seoyun. "The demon eye, huh? That would be a totally overpowered ability in a novel," he thought. Then Taehyun took a deep breath and spoke. "All right, but in exchange you have to do something for me." Not long after the two were outside in the courtyard, Taehyun said cheerfully, "We can start whenever you're ready." Hearing this, Muuk let out a small scoff. Seeing that Taehyun still had his hands in his pockets, he asked, "That confident are we?" "Then I won't hold back any longer. Let's begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, Muuk drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Taehyun like a gale of wind. His speed was so incredible that even Taehyun was impressed. He closed the distance that fast. Taehyun calmly looked Muuk straight in the eye, then suddenly leaped backward to create distance. "He's even faster than Seoyun, just as I thought," he mused. Before he could finish the thought, Muuk leaped in again. Without a word, he unleashed a horizontal slash at Taehyun, but the Prince of Cambodia dodged it with ease. He broke into a sweat and let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Whoa, that was close." He predicted where I would retreat, he thought. "Guess I'll have to take my hands out of my pockets." Meanwhile, Muuk was also getting a little annoyed. "So he's finally taking his hands out now, is he?" he thought. "How ridiculous." The moment they both landed, he rushed forward again, thinking to himself, "This two-hit combo allows me to both seize the initiative and control my opponent's actions. He'll be forced to move exactly where I want him to, making it completely impossible to dodge the second attack. There's no way he can escape the path of my sword." And so Muuk continued to slash furiously at Taehyun, but of course he couldn't land a single blow. Amused, Taehyun remarked, "Interesting." Seo-ung-woo, who had been watching the whole time, could only stare his mouth agape in awe. "Is that the heavenly sword?" Amwal added, concise, fast, and powerful. "His swordsmanship is about to reach the highest level. Even though he's not from our lineage, there is much to learn from him. Memorize his every movement." Back in the fight, Muuk crouched into a stance and instantly unleashed a powerful slash straight at Taehyun. However, the godlike man was still completely relaxed, enjoying it. He thought, "The sword moves so freely, it's as if I'm being attacked from every direction." "But every attack has an opening," he said, leaping high into the air and slipping past the slashes. Looking at the ground below, which was shattered to pieces, he thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I've seen a sword that fast, huh?" A look of surprise unknowingly crossed Taehyun's face. When he saw that the shoulder of his shirt had been torn, he wondered, "I couldn't dodge it completely." Right after that, Taehyun landed gently. The problem, however, was that in a fight that lasted less than a minute, the Sky Sword had already reached a conclusion after assessing his opponent's strength. Just one short thought, "I can't win." Even though it was the first time he had ever felt such overwhelming helplessness, the only reason he didn't drop his sword was his desire to break through his own limits. Just then, the Sky Sword once again took his stance for the final slash. He smiled and said to Taehyun, "I just want to keep swinging my sword until the very end." After speaking, he unleashed a massive, fiery slash. The energy radiating from it was so strong that the two punks standing outside had to quickly cover their faces. The demon sword's face went pale as he thought to himself, "To condense energy, and then release it as a slash." Meanwhile, just as that slash got close, Taehyun's entire body began to crackle with blinding yellow lightning. At that moment, the god decided to switch on his Super Saiyan mode, saying, "This is your reward for entertaining me." Instantly, Taehyun raised his hand, and with a light flick, a massive electric bird appeared. This was the ultimate technique of the Thunder Emperor Thunderbird. The two sources of energy slammed into each other. The scene that followed was beyond words. The blue energy seemed unable to withstand the current as electricity spread out, illuminating the entire space. Waiting for the smoke and dust to settle, Mu-uke could only sit there dazed. A satisfied smile formed on his lips as he spoke. "I'd forgotten. We may reign over the hunter world, but there are still gods above us." Not long after Taehyun was gobbling down food, his hands never stopping. The god's hands just kept grabbing dishes from the table. Seeing this, Mu-uke inquired, "Is it to your liking?" Taehyun immediately replied, "It's exactly my taste." And so, as he watched Taehyun eat, he thought to himself, "How strange. Yesterday, during our spar, because of that distinct and overwhelming aura of his, I felt he was difficult to approach, and yet, now he's no different from an ordinary young boy." Noticing the old man staring intently at him, Taehyun asked, "Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me like that? Have you fallen for me?" Mu-uke chuckled lightly and replied, My apologies. It's just that you feel completely different from how you were yesterday. Besides, just imagining it is already fascinating." Taehyun asked, confused. Imagining what?" Mu-uke immediately replied, "How the other guilds will react when they find out the Thunder Emperor has returned." Hearing this, the god seemed a little puzzled. Would it make a difference? Mu-uke then began to explain, "Of course it would be different. You joining a guild and participating in the banquet of the 10 major guilds is a signal that the Thunder Emperor will officially return to the field and resume his activities as a hunter. They will surely realize that their war for the throne has been nothing but a farce all this time." Hearing this, Taehyun thought to himself, "I think he's misunderstanding something." He cleared his throat softly and said, "Well, it's true that I'm returning, but that's only for my own personal reasons." These words surprised Mu-uke, who asked in return, "What do you mean by that?" Taehyun answered, "The truth is I'm busy with my writing. The only reason I agreed to the spar was because I wanted to hear about the demon eye. It seemed like it would be good material to write about." Mu-uke immediately shot back, "So you're just going to stand by and watch the Korean hunter world as it is now?" His expression grew heavy. In the Korean hunter world, power struggles are a daily occurrence. But unlike the current chaotic state in the past, they could only hold their breath and endure it. That's because back then there was the existence of a god named the Thunder Emperor. His very presence served as a deterrent, suppressing the ambitions of the 4 great guilds and other powerful factions. However, when the Thunder Emperor, the strongest of them all, suddenly vanished, those who lusted for power began to reveal the desires they had been hiding for so long. As they say, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Those desires grew and grew, and now we're at a point where a war is about to break out. Hearing this, COU, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. A war is unacceptable. He stated his point of view clearly. Even if they are the 4 great guilds, they can't just start a war. Public opinion and the association wouldn't stand for it. Besides, would they really do something so unreasonable? Mu-uke slowly poured tea into a cup and replied calmly, "I have decided to follow the path of righteousness, so I have no ambition for power. But Demon Victor and Bone God, the masters of the other of the 4 great guilds, are different. They have always coveted the throne,
So I'm certain they have connections with powerful people to clean up the aftermath. I don't know the exact timing. But they will definitely declare war on the Guardians. He passed the cup of tea to Taehyun and continued. If I remember correctly, your relationship with the Earth Emperor was not a superficial one. He asked seriously, are you really planning to just stay on the sidelines? Taehyun, his expression still calm, replied, people should just mind their own business. I have no reason to take responsibility or concern myself with such matters. This caused Mu'uk to fall into a thoughtful silence. He thought to himself, seeing him like this, I can see his immaturity. On the surface, he acts like it's nothing, but he can't hide his complicated feelings. Then Mu'uk continued, in that case, may I ask a different question? Why did you decide to retire, and for what reason did you start writing? I want to hear your story. This took Taehyun by surprise. He asked, confused, my story? Mu'uk replied, it's because I think you're overthinking things. Talk to someone. It might help you sort things out a bit. Taehyun slowly looked at the cup of tea in his hand and replied, it's not a very interesting story. It starts with a side story about me from when I was born. Back then, the doctors were completely shocked. Their eyes went wide and they exclaimed, what kind of plump thigh is this? Even Taehyun's mother couldn't hide her surprise because as soon as he came out, the little guy was floating in midair. His hair dyed yellow, looking just like a Pikachu. I heard that I cried and shot electricity from the air. Because I couldn't control my powers as a baby, my parents had to wear rubber gloves when taking care of me. Once I got my powers under control, my gorilla sister, oh no, my older sister awakened her powers. She shoots fire and I shoot electricity. Because of that, our family never had to buy gas or pay electricity bills, but our parents always wanted us to grow up normally, and they told us both not to use our powers carelessly. However, we weren't obedient kids. Back then, my sister and I decided to make smoked pork in the middle of the street. Just then, Taehyun clutched his stomach and urged his sister, let's go home, I'm hungry. In response, his gorilla sister just said, so soon, I want to play more. Suddenly, a man approached from behind and called out to the two siblings. He grabbed Taehyun's hand, his eyes full of gratitude, and said, thank you so much, kids. I really thought I was going to die. Thanks to you, we're all safe. It turned out that while playing, the two siblings had accidentally saved a lot of people. All of them rushed over with tears and snot running down their faces. Someone confirmed, that's right. I really don't know how we can ever repay this kindness. You kids are everyone's heroes. Although he didn't fully grasp the meaning of what he had just done deep down, Taehyun seemed to feel something. He asked again, I'm a hero. As expected, for a child, being seen as a hero is a great aspiration. From that day on, the hero of Cambodia was officially born, and Taehyun continued his story. Whenever a gate suddenly opened, we would compete to wipe out all sorts of monsters. An elementary schooler and a kindergartner, we really shook up the whole scene back then. So it was only natural for scouts from the association or private guilds to come find us. The scene then appeared below a convenience store. A large crowd had gathered surrounding the place. Immediately, Mr. T stepped out and said, everyone please go home. I've said this many times. I don't want my children to enter the world of hunters yet, at least not until they're adults. Upstairs, Taehyun and Jazelle could only peek out curiously to watch. The little guy exclaimed happily, wow, so many people. However, in Mrs. T's mind, another worry surfaced. She thought to herself, I expected this, but information about the kids got out too fast. I can stop them for now. But later they'll approach the kids even more aggressively. The most worrying one is Jazelle. That child always acts on impulse. I bet she'll demand to become a hunter. The words had barely left her mouth when Jazelle turned and asked, Mom is being a hunter. A good thing. To squash the kids' ideas and wanting them to develop normally, Mrs. T didn't hesitate to answer, it's not good, dear. After dealing with Jazelle, Mrs. T turned to the little guy, thinking to herself, as for Taehyun, I'm not too worried. He's always hated troublesome things. However, at that moment, the little guy had vanished without a trace. Mrs. T looked around worriedly, wondering, he was just here. Where did he go? Just then, a voice from outside caught her attention. Mom, Taehyun turned into a Super Saiyan and flew out the window. He shouted, I want to be a hero. This statement stunned the two parents while the press below seized the opportunity. They snapped pictures furiously. The startled parents cried out in a panic, Although it was a bit chaotic, my parents ultimately respected my decision.
Before Taehyun was taken away, Mrs. T came over and advised him, "You have to always be careful and listen to the adults, okay?" The little guy happily replied, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I'll remember." And so I began my life as a hunter under the association's management. Not long after standing before a dungeon gate, Taehyun eagerly asked, "I go in here, right?" He started with S-rank gates, then SS-rank, and even SSS-rank gates. After defeating a boss, he exclaimed cheerfully, "This stuff is a piece of cake." Back then, Taehyun dungeons were no different from a playground. As soon as he stepped out, endless cheers erupted from behind him. People were already waiting below, shouting, "He conquered an SSS-rank gate all by himself, hero, hero." The flood of attention and applause was enough to move any child, and so I couldn't help but get lost in the game of being a hero on that playground. But as time went on, the child grew up and no longer found the game fun. That was the sign it was time to leave the playground, but I still had to stay here, in a playground that was now just boring and empty. Below, the people still cheered for Taehyun just like they always had. His hand still waved back at them, but his eyes were no longer the same. A quiet phrase escaped his lips. "Being a hero is so boring." The gates appeared without warning. With the world overrun by monsters, it needed heroes. So I lived as one. Everyone worshipped me, but I couldn't feel a thing. The child was all grown up. I no longer got a thrill from the attention, nor did I find any joy in the playground anymore. And since I never even tried to become a hero, there was no sense of accomplishment to feel. That's right. I never tried to become a hero. If anything, heroes had to try to become me. As that endless emptiness continued to build one evening, Taehyun found himself sitting next to Old Man Damburn. He broke the silence. "Sorry about suddenly asking you to a sparring match." Taehyun waved a hand dismissively. "Don't worry about it. It's been a while since I got to move my body. It feels good." His expression was gloomy as he complained, "Lately, it's just been one boring thing after another." Hearing that, Dummer looked at him in surprise, then let out a sudden laugh. This made Taehyun wonder, "What are you laughing at all of a sudden?" Dummer replied, "It's just, a young man who should be enjoying life has the eyes of someone who's already lived it to the fullest. I find it amusing, that's all." Taehyun shot back, "I'm not a kid anymore. I'm all grown up." At this, the Old Man Damburn asked, "You don't enjoy the hunter life anymore?" Taehyun lowered his head and admitted, "Honestly, it's just okay. When I was a kid, maybe I wanted to be a hero, but now that I actually am one, I don't feel anything. I guess this is how it feels to reach the very top of society." After hearing him out, Old Damburn replied, "That's probably to be expected." Those words made Taehyun ask, "What do you mean?" Damburn explained patiently, "Look up at the night sky. Everyone has to face worries that seem to have no way out, just like that dark night sky. But they never stop moving. They all try to take a step forward in any direction they can, to resolve those worries, and to find their own meaning in life to light up the darkness like those stars. Thunderlord, you should find your own meaning too. That way, at the very least, you won't get lost in the dark and you can decide which star you want to follow. If that's too difficult, you can just follow star J97, Dummer added. At that, something clicked for Taehyun. My own meaning? It's not fair, hearing something like that. What choice did I have but to see it through to the end? But not long after I resolved to do that, I gave up on seeing it through. Just then, Chairman Park rushed over with an emergency report. Thunderlord and SSS-Rank gate has erupted in the middle of Celian Center. Taehyun replied, I'm on my way. And the reason I gave up on seeing things through was this, because I saw the real heroes with my own two eyes. Down below, Do Hwang's men were fighting non-stop against the monsters pouring from the gate. He yelled out, Hyojun, when is the support team getting here? Fighting with everything he had. Hyojun struggled to answer, I don't know, I can't reach them. Hong Che chimed in, Do Hwang, at this rate we're all going to be annihilated. We need to retreat first and regroup. Before he could finish, Do Hwang shot him down. Nonsense! If we fall back now, who's going to protect the civilians? He said that because right in front of them was a colossal monster. Just as the creature gathered energy in its mouth, preparing to attack, Taehyun appeared right behind it, unleashing the autonomous zone's devastating lightning with a single blow. It made the worthless creature before him scream in agony, as a current of electricity surged out like 10,000 tasers. Taehyun's eyes remained cold and unwavering, and in moments the monster was burned to a crisp. Slowly its ashes scattered in the wind. Seeing the familiar figure before them, everyone cried out in astonishment. Ah, it's the Thunderlord. The Thunderlord, the hero is here. We're saved. In that moment, Taehyun asked himself, aren't the real heroes the ones who refused to give up, the ones who fought to the bitter end? Do I really deserve to be called a hero? I was just born strong. Countless thoughts raced through my mind, but I couldn't make sense of any of them. And from that day on, I gave up on being a hero. I decided to stop searching for any kind of meaning, ignoring the constant calls from Chairman Park. Back then, Taehyun had completely let go, doing whatever he felt like. His own words said it all. From that day to this, I've been telling the association that I only want to enter high-danger gates. I've abandoned the life of the Thunderlord to enjoy my life as Taehyun, free and easy. Of course, even that got boring pretty quickly. Sprawled out on his bed, our god stared helplessly at the ceiling and sighed. This is boring too. A year went by just like that. I was older, but my state of mind hadn't gotten any better. If anything, I'd only grown more listless. At that time, when someone approached me to say thanks, Taehyun actually told them they were being annoying instead of politely thanking them back. Kazuya even had to call him out on it. Afterwards, Taehyun asked Kazuya, "You've gotten a lot softer, haven't you? If I remember correctly. You didn't give a damn about things like etiquette." Hearing this, Kazuya simply replied, "Well, you're not a kid anymore either." He placed a hand gently on Taehyun's shoulder and said, "People change. It's only natural." With that, he took off, leaving Taehyun standing there lost in thought. Back then, I thought, am I the only one standing still while everyone else is moving forward? The thought made me a little anxious, but I didn't overthink it. I was so sick of things that give me a headache, and so just like that, I went through my normal everyday life until a turning point came. That day, Taehyung was sitting around eating snacks and scrolling on his phone as usual when suddenly a notification dinged. "Whoa, this looks really interesting." A little curious, he asked, "What are you looking at?" "Let me see too." And then when he opened it, a poster hit Taehyun right in the eyes with a very catchy title, From E-Rank Hunter to Hero. He hesitated, wondering, a web novel, huh? In the end, the man himself decided to click on it and give it a try. After scrolling for a bit, he quietly exclaimed, "This is better than I thought." A new feeling officially began to stir within Taehyung. It wasn't that I was overly impressed with the web novel. It was more like I'd just found a new pastime. And so reading web novels became a part of my daily life. There was even a time when I sprawled out on the sofa and complained, "Ugh, right at the good part, and it's a cliffhanger. How am I supposed to wait until tomorrow?" Frustrated, he sat up and turned on his computer. "Guess I'll just watch YouTube today." As he scrolled through a few things, something caught Taehyun's eye. A video with the title, "Anyone Can Become a Writer, and So Can You." A question suddenly escaped him. Anyone can, maybe I should try writing too. With the same pure curiosity and excitement I had as a child, I wrote whatever I wanted, knowing nothing about the craft back then. Just the act of writing itself was satisfying enough for me. And the impromptu story I posted, of course, had 0 views, 0 likes, and 0 comments. At that moment, Taehyun felt a bit embarrassed about what he'd just posted. He scratched his face and mumbled to himself, well, who would want to read this anyway? However, a miracle happened. Someone commented under his post saying, "You were amazing last night." Whoops, I mean, this is well written. In that moment, Taehyun's face flushed slightly. A smile finally appeared on his long, sullen face. He thought to himself, maybe I should try writing a little more. It was around that time I had that thought. The Chaos Assault was successful. As the 12 apostles gathered, someone asked, "Has everyone thought about what you're going to do next?" Faced with the sudden question, Taehyun was flustered, thinking to himself, "The future, I've never thought about that. The world isn't in danger of ending anymore, so there's no need to keep being a hunter." A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Maybe I should get serious about writing. It's been a long time since I found something this interesting. Now forget it, I'll probably get bored of it quickly. Just as he dismissed the thought, a voice called out from behind, "Lightning Emperor!" Taehyun turned to see it was Damben. He asked him, "What do you want to do in the future?" The old man's question reminded Taehyun of what had happened before. He thought to himself, I don't know if writing will help me find my own meaning, but at least it's something I can try right now. Then Taehyun announced with a radiant smile, "I'm going to become a web novel writer." At that moment, he also made a silent vow that this time he would definitely see it through to the end. Back to the present. Taehyun had written that story into his work, and Mu-uk was reading it. Seeing him sitting there silently lost in thought, Taehyun asked, "What do you think?" He started to get a little embarrassed, his eyes darting around as he explained, It's hard to put into words, and I'm not great at talking, so I just wrote it all down. If it's not good, you can just skim it. However, Mu'uk looked up at him and said, I understand now. Even the most disastrous gates, which were a nightmare for us, were nothing but a playground in your eyes. The overwhelming power you were born with, the image of the lightning emperor in our eyes, and how you felt about yourself. There must have been a huge gap between those two things. So that's why you felt so confused and lost. I see now. I feel like I've finally understood your heart. Immediately, he began typing on the keyboard while saying, Ah, that's right. When you read a good piece of writing, you have to leave a comment, right? After he finished writing, Mu'uk turned the screen for Taehyun to see. His eyes widened in surprise as he read each word. I can understand why you write, and that feeling of being unable to sort out your emotions. I support you in following the path you've chosen, unbound by anything. If you face your struggles and untangle those complicated knots one by one someday, you will be able to accept your true self. After finishing his writing, Mu'uk stood up and left. This story has gone on long enough. I'll be taking my leave now. Ask Selyun about the demon eye, all right? And next time I want to read more of your work. At that moment, Taehyun felt a small ripple in his heart as his conversation with the Heavenly Sword came to an end. But nothing had changed because this wasn't a problem that could be solved by just one person. But the fact that someone had seen my story and read my writing truly made me feel so much more relieved. At the same time, at Chairman Patong's location, his close subordinate asked worriedly, Sir, are you really planning to go through with this? The old man's voice was slightly challenging as he retorted, What are you scared upon hearing this? The man replied, Your will is my will, sir. But is this really the only way? After hearing this, the old man smirked and said, It's too late for words like that now. I've just received word they've arrived, one of the 3 largest mercenary groups in the world, monster. And just as he said at the airport, that group of mercenaries had just stepped off a private jet and set foot in South Korea. The one-eyed man who looked like their leader spoke up. So this is the new place of business, huh? Soon enough, the two sides met. Looking at the suitcase full of cash in front of him, the man in glasses turned and asked, Is the amount correct? The one-eyed man replied, Yeah, it's close enough. Chairman Patong then said, If everything goes smoothly, the rest of the money along with the other things I promised will be paid on schedule. So I'm counting on all of you. The one-eyed man took a light drag from his cigarette and exhaled a question mark of smoke. Who's the target? Old man Patong handed him a file. After looking it over, the one-eyed man fell silent for a moment, then glanced up and asked, The 13 stars of the blue sky, huh? I'd only heard there were a few S-rankers, but I've never heard of this. So that means we're going to need an additional fee. Before the one-eyed man could even finish his sentence, old man Patong offered to double the payment. This made the one-eyed man look up at him in surprise. He stated firmly, No, make it triple. Instantly, the one-eyed man broke into a wide, unrestrained smile of satisfaction. Laughing like he was high, he stood up and said, Now that's generous. It's been a long time since I've had a client like you. So when do we get to work? I'll contact you later. But before he left, he added, All right, that reminds me. You guys are all on the same side, right? Old man Patong's expression soured as he replied, Yes. Even though we're borrowing your power, this is still our affair. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man immediately said, The customer is always right. Then he placed his hand lightly on the table and warned, But don't get in my way. Don't blame me if my hand slips and you end up dead. After saying that, the whole group of them immediately got their asses up and left. The old man long turned and asked worriedly, Is this really okay? That guy can't tell friend from foe. He's no different from a rabid dog. Old man Patong chuckled lightly and replied, Ha, that's exactly why I called him. When you're hunting, you don't need a trained house pet. What you need is a starving, bloodthirsty wolf. Returning to our protagonist. Just then, on the other end of the line, Kyung Mo's voice came through. I've read your manuscript. Thanks. Overall, the plot's not bad, Taehyun replied shyly. Hehe, thanks. Then Kyung Mo continued. It's just the newly introduced demon eye ability seems a bit too overpowered. It feels like every single event is resolved using the demon eye. At this criticism, our protagonist's face fell as he asked, So, should I just remove it then? But Kyung Mo dismissed the idea, saying, No, don't do that. The concept itself is pretty interesting. Hearing this, our protagonist immediately brightened up. Hey, really, seeing this display? C.O. Wu couldn't help but break into a sweat, thinking to himself, Is this man in front of me really the most powerful person in the world? As for editor Kyung Mo, he continued, How about we make the process of acquiring and using the demon eye more dramatic? He started to paint a picture. A very powerful enemy appears, causing a teammate to be sacrificed. The main character uses that opportunity to awaken the demon eye. And when he faces that enemy again, he displays his first use of the demon eye. Hearing this, Taehyun stopped him and asked, "So, does that mean I have to kill off one of the main character's comrades?" Hearing this question, Kyung-mo could tell he didn't seem to like the idea. So he said, "It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. I was just giving you an idea." "Just think it over, okay?" Taehyun replied. "Okay, I'll think about it more. Thank you." As soon as he hung up the phone, Taehyun collapsed onto his chair with a heavy sigh, contemplating. A plot where I kill off a teammate, huh? I know that novels need events like that, but for some reason it just feels difficult. I've always written stories based on my own experiences, but I've never been through anything like that. And I don't even want to imagine it. It's such a waste to throw it away. What should I do? Immediately the god sighed. Good grief, is there really no way to make use of the demon eye anymore? Seeing his boss looking distraught, the CEO suggested, "Why don't you go for a walk? You might come up with a good idea." Finding it reasonable, Taehyun followed his advice. Heh, sounds good. However, as soon as he stood up, he forgot the laptop was on his lap. And yes, what was bound to happen happened. The god just stood there, silently looking at his shattered laptop. Note, this is the second one since the beginning of the story. Meanwhile, over here more precisely at the Hwangdo headquarters, a meeting had just ended. Do-wang, smiling from ear to ear, suggested, "That's right. It's not often we finish a meeting early. How about we go grab something to eat?" Before he could finish, Jazelle spoke up. "I'm busy." "Excuse me, I'll be leaving first." He watched her leave. Do-wang didn't know what else to say. Hong Chai turned to Ho Jun-ha and said, "See, I told you not to nag so much." Instantly, Do-wang tried again. "Well then, how about the three of us go eat?" The moment the words left his mouth, both of them stood up and left. "Give it a rest, old man. Did you forget we have a business trip to Dragon's Dyke today? I wonder whose fault it is that at this age, and I still haven't been able to retire." Do-wang immediately started playing the victim, sighing pitifully. "It's sad enough getting stood up by my juniors, and now even my friends are abandoning me. I'm so lonely." Hearing this, Hong Che was speechless and said, "This old geezer. If we can't eat together now, let's go for some serious drinks tonight." As if he was just waiting for that, Do-wang cheerfully replied, "All right then, I'll work while I wait." Elsewhere, Jazelle was speeding down the road in a rage. Seeing the laptop here, you all probably know who caused the problem. She recalled the message Taehyun had sent. It was a picture of her newly bought glasses with the text, "Lend me your laptop. Or else these glasses will return to dust, you hear." The more Jazelle thought about it, the angrier she got, thinking to herself, "How dare he use my sunglasses to threaten me? No wonder my hands have been itching lately. It's time to teach this little punk a lesson." Instantly she yelled, "Just you wait, Taehyun." However, what she didn't expect was that at the same moment, a car came speeding right at her. A loud crash echoed out. Afterwards, all that could be seen was a chaotic mess of vehicles. Jazelle struggled out of her car, but the strong impact made her unable to control herself. She collapsed to the ground. From behind the cloud of dust and smoke, Demon Dog appeared and said, Well, Red Flame, you look absolutely pathetic." Jazelle looked up with a dazed expression. Demon Dog continued, "You don't have those old geezers protecting you like at the party today, do you?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Heo-jun and Hong Chai were in a similar accident. Old Man Paternoster's younger brother approached them and said, "I have nothing against you two. This is just my brother's will." As for Do-wang, he seemed to be facing someone. However, his face remained very calm. He said, "Uninvited guests, are we? You surely didn't come here just to have lunch, did you? So you finally decided to make your move." It turned out that before him was Old Man Paternoster and his Beast Guild. This was in effect an all-out attack aimed directly at the core members of Hwangdo. Old Man Paternoster sneered and said, "I told you so. The day would come when you'd have to leave that position." Right after that, a huge explosion erupted from the Hwangdo office. From the cloud of dust and smoke, dark figures darted out. Do-hwang was now officially in the sights of the Beast Guild members. Targeted and pursued, he was quickly caught up by One Eye, who appeared right behind him. He held his scythe firmly about to unleash a fatal blow on Do-wang. However, with the title of the strongest S-rank hunter, it wasn't surprising that Do-wang managed to block it. He then retreated, stomped his foot hard to gain momentum, and leaped away. However, the group of mercenaries had no intention of giving up. They continued to chase him swiftly from behind. As soon as they caught up, Do-wang stopped and glanced over, questioning, "Are you guys beasts? One Eye exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, you know about us." Old Man Du Huang replied, "The Blue Lion Beasts and the Monsters. How could I not know one of the 3 great mercenary groups in the world?" Hearing this, One Eye grinned sleazily with delight and said, "So even the great Du Huang knows about us." "What an honor." He replied calmly, "I know your kind. You do anything for money, fighting, assassination, you name it. Your cruelty is unmatched. But I never thought you'd be so stupid as to have to call this whole mob just to win. God King, over here." He immediately glanced over at the 2 damned old men. The God King continued, "Yes, go ahead and speak. After all, from this day forward the Guardians must vanish." The moment the words were spoken, the monsters charged forward. The other 2 rushed in at the same time. It seemed this battle could only end when one side was completely annihilated. Elsewhere, Jazelle had gotten back on her feet. She gritted her teeth and confronted Demon Dog. "I knew you were crazy, but to this extent. Spell it out for me. Are you trying to start an all-out war?" Demon Dog burst out laughing and replied, "Don't misunderstand, Red Flame. This isn't a battle, it's a hunt." Instantly, Jazelle thought to herself, "Something strange, that madman wouldn't have made a move without permission from the 9 dragons. They know the true strength of the Guardians, so they definitely wouldn't start something like this on their own. Could they be colluding with Patanon?" At that thought, Jazelle sighed and clicked her tongue. Whatever. Thinking too much just gives me a headache." As she finished, a flame began to blaze from her hand. Jazelle unleashed her power, declaring, "I'll just do this my way." She instantly lunged forward to attack. However, Demon Dog didn't even flinch, even smirking faintly. Jazelle immediately sensed something was wrong. She looked down at her hand and realized her flame had gone out at some point. Jazelle asked in confusion, "Where'd it go?" Before she could figure out what was happening, Demon Dog rushed in with a cowardly sneak attack. He didn't hesitate to drive his knee straight into Jazelle's stomach. She was thrown backward. Red Flame struggled to stand, her voice filled with surprise. "Don't tell me. This is my own magic suppression barrier." Demon Dog gave a cunning smile and replied, "Close, but you're wrong." He glanced toward a woman who was concentrating on a spell, then introduced, "This is a magic ceiling barrier." Unable to accept it, Jazelle growled, "Damn it, you really hired mercenaries?" Demon Dog didn't deny it, admitting that's right. "It seems to be working quite well, doesn't it?" "Heh," Jazelle replied. "Yep, a real coward. You even sealed my magic. You really came prepared, didn't you? That scared of fighting me, are you?" Hitting a nerve, the Hellhound's face darkened. He grabbed Jazelle's hair, glared, and threw a punch, saying, "Let's see how long you can keep that attitude." Meanwhile, back with our god. Unable to contact his sister Jazelle for a while, Taehyun wondered, "She said 10 minutes, but when is she actually going to get here? Maybe I should pretend to take some pictures and cause some trouble." At that moment, on a rooftop across the way, 2 unmasked men were carefully watching Taehyun's every move. The one with binoculars spoke. "That gate support guy over there? He's been loitering around this whole time. What an eyesore. Should we go down and teach him a lesson?" The bald guy replied, "Yeah, sure, go on down there, see if he doesn't teach you one instead." The brown-haired guy immediately said, "Could you stop whining? Our mission is to surveil the demon sword and that whole guild of his." The bald guy replied irritably, "That's exactly why I'm so pissed. Today is a history-making day, so why am I stuck on this stupid little chore?" The brown-haired guy explained, "If the demon sword is connected to the Guardian, he might intervene with his full strength. That's why we have to keep a close watch until this battle is over. Besides, what if that do-it-all guild the demon sword is in is actually a new unit the Guardian is building up around him? For instance, what if that gate support guy is actually some kind of master?" Just as they were about to point at Taehyun as proof the god was gone. This startled them, and one exclaimed, "What? Where did he go? He was right there a second ago." Suddenly, a dark figure appeared over their heads. Taehyun, crackling with electricity, floated before them and demanded, "What was that you were just saying? Explain it to me. Now." Back to Jazelle. The Hellhound was still relentlessly beating her. With a sadistic grin on his face, he said, "Grit your teeth now." He immediately landed a brutal punch on Jazelle. However, known since she was a kid for being able to take a hit, Jazelle didn't even cry out. Just as she wiped the blood from her mouth, the bald guy threw another punch. This time, Jazelle managed to block it, but her arm instantly blistered in agonizing pain. The Hellhound, not wanting to stop, pressed his attack, shouting, "It's not over yet," and threw another punch right after. This time, Jazelle was sent flying back. The bald guy approached, gloating, "Ho ho, what a pity. I should have let everyone else see you like this, to let them know the Crimson Flame is nothing at all."
Her feisty nature flaring up, Jazelle couldn't hold back and retorted, "What was that? Look at you, you coward. You were so scared of losing a one-on-one fight that you had to bring a friend, didn't you?" Hitting another nerve, the hellhound started kicking her viciously. He cursed non-stop, "Damn it, you crazy bitch. I'll take this chance." To shut that mouth of yours for good. Over on the side, the female mercenary saw this scene. She wondered to herself, how long is he going to drag this out? Wasn't the plan to end this quickly and rejoin the main company? Then she just dismissed it, figuring, but it's not like I really care anyway. The captain will sort everything out in the end. Just as they were lost in their thoughts, Taehyun appeared from behind them, his voice cutting through the silence. "What do you think you're doing?" His words sent a chill down the woman's spine. They whipped around to see Taehyun, his eyes blazing, repeating in a low growl, "I asked you, what are you doing?" "What are—" Whoa, this part is so cool but also really scary. Back to the story. Seeing her little brother come to her rescue, Jazelle muttered with irritation, "Ugh, this is so embarrassing." The hellhound stood dumbfounded, thinking, I didn't feel his presence at all. When did he get here? The female mercenary was also completely stunned by this. Every nerve in my body is screaming that he's a completely different kind of being. But Taehyun's voice cut in again. "Are you deaf? I asked what you are doing?" Seeing the blank expression on that bitch's face, he started walking toward the hellhound. "If you won't answer, that's fine. Then I'll just ask the one behind you." Immediately, the woman used her ability, shouting, "Don't come over here!" But despite her using a magic seal, Taehyun passed through it with ease, leaving her completely stunned. Before she could recover, she was hit with a paralyzing jolt of electricity. In a flash, she collapsed to the ground, charred black. This horrified the hellhound. How can he use magic, he thought. But I have a magic sealing barrier active. He quickly tried to reassure himself. No, that's not what's important right now. But by then, Taehyun was already right in front of him. He grabbed him and, glaring, asked again, "Now, it's your turn to answer me." At that moment, the bald guy thought in a panic, "Shit, I'm dead." But before our god could do anything, Jazelle got to her feet and cut in, "Hey, that's enough. You're my guy. Since you're here, give me a hand." Hearing her, Taehyun lowered his gaze. He sighed and replied, "I know." Then Taehyun approached Jazelle and asked, "What should I do first?" She replied, "Taehyun, you remember Heo-jun, right? Go take care of things over there. Go help them. They're probably under attack just like I am." Hearing that, he smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry about them. I've already asked someone to run an errand for me." On the other side, Heo-jun and Hong-chae were getting beaten to a pulp. The God King's younger brother, Than-dang, spoke up. "You're both quite old, aren't you? I predicted that subduing you wouldn't be difficult, but I never expected it to be this easy." He approached, raising his spear high, ready to strike Hong-chae. Than-dang said coldly, "Allow me to send you two to your final peaceful rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade down. Just then, the demon's sword Seong-woo appeared in the nick of time to block the blow. His appearance made Hong-chae ask in bewilderment, "You're Seong-woo?" Without answering, Seong-woo just kept staring at Than-dang. The latter yelled angrily, "So you are involved with the Guardians after all?" Seong-woo immediately replied, "No, I'm just here to run an errand." Back to Taehyun after successfully coming to his big sis's rescue. The godlike man quickly prepared to leave. "All right, I'm out of here. Take care." Hearing this, Jazelle immediately shooed him away. "Yeah, hurry up and get lost." Before she could finish, Taehyun had already zipped away. Now she turned to the demon dog. "All right, let's start round 2. The bald man was still panting heavily from the pressure he had just faced. However, after seeing Taehyun leave, he regained his twisted smile, clutching his face like a maniac. The demon dog struggled to catch his breath and questioned Jazelle. "Ha! What in the world was that monster? I really thought I was a goner. Who would have thought I'd survive thanks to you? I guess I should thank you, huh?" Jazelle gave a wry smile and said, "What are you talking about? You're about to be beaten to death by me for real." The demon dog was still as arrogant as ever, even challenging her, "What, don't you know who you're talking to? Just look at yourself. Even though the magic seal is broken, you want to fight me in that state?" Before he could finish his sentence, flames erupted from Jazelle. She cracked her neck to warm up, and at the same time her recent wounds were healed by the flames good as new. This made the demon dog exclaim in surprise, "Your wounds, they've healed." Instantly, Jazelle unleashed her flames at that very moment. The bald man couldn't hide the anxiety on his face as sweat poured down non-stop. He wondered, "What is this again?" Jazelle slowly walked forward and said in a low voice, I never thought I'd have to use this on someone like you, so you should be grateful. The demon dog thought to himself. Crimson Flame is clearly an offensive type mage. Could she have been hiding a healing ability? Noticing his dazed expression, Jazelle asked, "Confused now, are you? Did you think you were the only one with a trump card?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she launched a barrage of fireballs straight at the demon dog. He could only think to himself, damn it, that ability can be enhanced too. Faced with this frenzied attack, he cursed inwardly. Damn it. She was seriously injured just moments ago, and now she can unleash this much destructive power. He used all his strength to block the incoming fireballs. However, before one wave passed, another arrived. The demon dog's face turned pale as he saw fireballs even bigger than the last ones, heading straight for him. He roared furiously, "Just try me, Crimson Flame!" And then an earth-shattering explosion erupted right after. Just as Jazelle thought she had won, her expression showed a hint of surprise. She let out a soft, From within the flames, the demon dog charged out frantically. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, don't you dare think I'd end like this." As soon as the words left his mouth, the bald man threw a punch at Jazelle. However, the punch couldn't touch her. Seeing Jazelle vanish before his eyes, the demon dog cursed furiously. "Your petty tricks are nothing more than an itch. You damn bitch!" Instantly, a hand lunged from behind. His body, trained for close combat, allowed the demon dog to react quickly, turning around and launching a continuous barrage of attacks at Jazelle. "Damn it, I'm the warhound of the 9 dragons! This guy has taken plenty of hits for the guildmaster." Facing this absolute brute, Jazelle found it to be a bit of a struggle, thinking to herself, I didn't expect him to charge straight in like this. I guess the strong are strong after all. Jazelle leaped onto the roof of a nearby car. This action surprised the dog-faced demon, and he spoke slowly with a cocky tone. "So in the end, you're just going to run away?" Jazelle replied, "I'm not running away." As she spoke, she raised a hand, and a massive pillar of fire instantly gathered. Looking at the bald man, she continued, "I just wanted to show you something better, you bald-headed fraud." Hearing this, the dog-faced demon immediately took a stance, unleashing his power to summon a rather impressive-looking snake. This snake had a tattoo on its neck, making him look exactly like Tuan the genie. Then he continued, "All right, this makes things interesting. Let's end this right here." As soon as he finished speaking, Jazelle thrust her hand forward, and the 2 streams of power instantly clashed. However, Jazelle's flames grew stronger and stronger, overwhelming the bald man and making him flustered. Sweating profusely, he suddenly roared, "Is that all you've got? My head? I will definitely not lose to someone like you. I am one of the 9. Before he could finish his words, Tuan the genie was engulfed by the flames. Confirming the bald man was dead, Jazelle spoke with annoyance. "All this talk about the 9 dragons, so noisy. I haven't even bragged about being Hongmyeon of the Guardians yet." The moment she set foot on the ground, Jazelle's body seemed to overload, causing her to stagger. "Damn it. I think I overdid it," she thought to herself. And just like that, our Hongmyeon passed out. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Xiu was still in a frenzied battle with Shindung, the God King's younger brother. As he fought, Shindung thought, "I've heard of the demon sword's reputation for a long time, but this talent is even more terrifying than what I've heard. To reach this level at such a young age." Instantly, Shindung used the advantage of his long sword, swinging with all his might, to send Xiu flying back, leaving a minor wound on his arm. He continued to think, truly a prodigy. What a shame I have to nip this bud myself. Then he spoke, "Hey, demon sword, the Guardians will disappear today. If you keep fighting like this, there will be no way back to your guild. Why don't you come to the Pantheon and let your talent truly blossom?" Hearing this, Xiu chuckled dryly, let out a breath, and replied, "I already told you. I'm just here to run an errand. I have nothing to do with the Guardians. By the way, let me make it clear, I am a member of Mansarahua." At this moment, Xiu decided to use the power of the demon sword, the same power he once used to fight Taehyun. Xiu said, "Amwol, let's go," as if waiting for those words. Amwol immediately grunted in agreement. Then Xiu gathered his strength and rushed towards Shindung. The 2 weapons collided, creating a massive shockwave. They then began to attack each other relentlessly. It could be said that these were 2 of the most perfectly honed fighters. Instantly, Shindung sensed the danger and pulled his sword back to block a slash from Xiu. With a slightly smug look, Xiu asked, "That last attack seemed pretty tough for you, didn't it?" Shindung replied, "Indeed, you're better than before." After saying that, he swung his sword again, pushing Xiu back to create distance. After being pushed back, Xiu had to brake hard to stop. Seeing this, Shindung said, "Right now you're barely keeping up with my speed. It's nothing special yet." Hearing this challenge, Xiao flew into a rage and charged forward, unleashing a powerful strike from above. However, Shindung still managed to block it. But Xiao immediately changed the direction of his sword, lowering its center and slashing horizontally at Shindung. Faced with this unexpected maneuver, Shindung couldn't react in time. Blood spurted from his body. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Xiao and exclaimed, "This is the Heavenly Sword's two-hit combo." The two-hit combo, the signature move of the Heavenly Sword. It seizes the initiative with swift attacks, baiting the opponent's actions. The feint lunging and retracting makes it impossible for the opponent to grasp. Now Xiao had complete control of the fight, continuously launching deadly strikes that forced Shindung to dodge with difficulty. The tension was clear on his face. Xiao thought to himself, "Now that I've tried it, I understand. This truly is a top-tier technique. If I wasn't in sync with Amwal, I definitely wouldn't be able to pull it off." Returning to his thoughts, Xiao realized the weakness of this method. The burden on the user is immense. I don't know how long I can keep this up. That means I need to end this as quickly as possible. Instantly, Xiao unleashed the Heavenly Slash, aiming straight for Shindung. Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise, using the Heavenly Slash right after the two-hit combo. Then Shindung struck the ground with his sword. Instantly, a pillar of water erupted, lifting him high into the air. He successfully dodged the fatal blow. Xiao was shocked to see his technique neutralized. From above, Shindung looked down and said, "I don't know how you did it. To use the Heavenly Sword's technique, but that doesn't mean you've become the Heavenly Sword. Don't think you can become a pro just by copying the stance. You have to know the fundamentals, too." "Got it," he said. Shindung swung his sword, and the water transformed into a dragon hurtling straight towards Xiao. He challenged, "Let's see if you can copy this." At that moment, Xiao's body seemed to be at its limit, causing him to collapse to his knees. He yelled, "Amwal, use Heavenly Slash one more time!" But Amwal refused. "No good, it's too late." And so the current of water engulfed Xiao. The swirling column of water made it difficult for him to stay upright. Xiao thought to himself, "I can't use Heavenly Slash underwater. Just defending like this is already pushing me to my limit." Outside, Thandang continued, "To be so young yet to have reached this level of power. It truly surprises me, but I am a water dragonkin and must follow the path of the water dragonkin, while you, a magic sword user, must follow the path of the magic sword. You're too focused on winning the battle right in front of you and are missing what's truly important." Hearing this, Xiong'u seemed to have an awakening. He thought, a magic sword user must follow the path of the magic sword. How could I have forgotten something so obvious? The techniques of his heaven sword are powerful, but they differ from the path of the sword I am currently on. My path is to grow together with Dark Moon. Instantly, Xiong'u gripped Dark Moon tightly and said, "Dark Moon, increase our synchronization rate." Hearing this, Dark Moon warned worriedly, "Your stamina is depleted. Are you sure about this, in this situation? The risk of being consumed by my power is even greater." But Xiong'u was resolute. "It's fine. Trust me." There was no other way. Dark Moon consented. The synchronization rate quickly jumped from 62% to 70%. Outside, Thandang noticed a change in his tide. He decided not to drag things out any longer. This should end here. He shouted cheerfully, "Magic Sword, it's time for the closing act!" But just then, from within the tide, a powerful energy surged outward, making Thandang anxious and astonished. Xiong'u emerged with wings on his back. His eyes had now turned demonic. The synchronization rate hit 77%. Xiong'u spoke, "Now it truly begins." Thandang immediately replied, "Good, I'll go all out as well." As soon as the words left his mouth, Thandang summoned 2 more dragon heads which dived down together. Xiong'u launched himself from the ground, saying to his sword, "Let's go." Dark Moon. The 2 opposing energies crashed into each other. Xiong'u tried to slash through the dragon heads to get closer. When only the last head remained, he raised his sword high, intending to finish it. But at that moment, he noticed something unusual. Then Dang had appeared right above him at some point. He swung his long blade down and their weapons clashed. A blinding light erupted, enveloping a vast area. Everything gradually faded, leaving Thandang kneeling at Xiong'u's feet. He struggled to speak. "Let me ask you one last thing. Do you truly have no connection to the Guardian?" Xiong'u replied instantly, "None at all. I'm just doing a favor for a fellow guild member." The words seemed to strike a chord.
Then Dang chuckled softly and replied, "Just for a favor from one person. You joined this war. Looks like the relationships in the Everything is Peaceful Guild are quite good, aren't they? Good grief, you gotta cut the kid some slack. He just can't say no." Xiong-U let out a sigh and asked in return, "And you, why did you join this war?" Thendang paused for a moment, then confessed, "I'm also here for a guild member. And that person is none other than his older brother, the Divine King." Xiong-U looked up at the sky and sighed. "It seems whenever guild members get involved, things never end well for us." Meanwhile, over where the Slaughter King was, the Divine King had a look of utter glee on his face. He said, "Live long enough and you'll see all sorts of strange things. The day has finally come where I get to look down on you like this." The Slaughter King now had collapsed on the ground with a massive wound on his chest. To understand what happened, we must go back 30 minutes. Back then, a burst of energy flashed by very quickly. Dion Kikin from the Monster Guild had officially become one-armed. This scene made both the Divine King and Ma Seong furious. They both gritted their teeth and cursed, "Damn it." No way! In front of them, the Slaughter King had unleashed his power. A swirling purple energy enveloped his body as he declared, "If you want to get close, be prepared to lose at least an arm." Hearing this, the Divine King worried inwardly. If we get sliced up just by stepping into his domain, our entire plan will go up in smoke. Instantly, he resorted to taunting, shouting, "Not confident enough to face me head-on, you call yourself a king, Slaughter King, yet you have to rely on such pathetic little tricks just to hold on." However, the words seemed to have no effect. The Slaughter King just smirked, then gestured defiantly. "You're the one who should face me fair and square. I'll use these tricks to take your head myself." At this point, a quick count showed about 4 people ganging up on one old man. Immediately, the Divine King barked his orders. "All of you attack at once, we must break through his defense." And so, the whole group launched their attacks at the defensive barrier. The problem was, the Slaughter King easily sent them all flying. Attacks came continuously from all 4 sides, but none seemed to leave a scratch. Enraged, the Divine King continued to shout, "This time put everything you've got into it." And just like that, a massive explosion erupted on the building's rooftop. In Patanong, amidst the swirling dust and smoke, the God King said with a weary expression, "At this rate, even if it's the Slaughter Emperor." But before he could finish, the image of a completely unscratched Slaughter Emperor appeared. The old man could only stare wide-eyed and exclaim, "Impossible! How can he be at this level?" Beside him, One Eye was ecstatic at the sight, trembling with pleasure, as he thought, as expected of the Slaughter Emperor. So impressive, so interesting. However, he didn't get to enjoy it for long. The God King turned and yelled, "What the hell have you been doing this whole time? Hurry up and attack or do something." Hearing this, One Eye was a little disappointed, muttering to himself, "I really wanted a one-on-one duel, but since I'm on the clock, I guess I have to work." With that, he gave an order to a nearby accomplice. With just a snap of his fingers, the other man seemed to understand, nodding vigorously. He raised his wooden staff high and began to cast some sort of magic. Instantly, a beam of light shot from the staff straight into the sky, opening up a massive magic circle. One Eye spoke up. "Let me show you all something fun." Down on the streets below very soon after, people seemed to have noticed the strange phenomenon. They all held their breath and looked up. Monsters were all too familiar, so what was before them now had to be something far more terrifying. And indeed, from within that circle, a meteor emerged like a giant lump of charcoal hurtling straight down. The sight stunned the Slaughter Emperor, who exclaimed, "You lunatics! What are you trying to do?" Even the God King was surprised by the appearance of the meteor. He turned to One Eye and demanded, "What is this? This wasn't in the plan. If that thing falls, the damage to the city will be catastrophic." However, One Eye remained completely unfazed, calmly replying, "Do we really need to care about that? I just need to finish the job I was hired for, and that's it." In the face of this irresponsible answer, the God King could only exclaim in shock, "What?" One Eye continued, "Well, I wonder how many people will die if that thing falls." At this moment, the Slaughter Emperor seemed to lose his composure, roaring, "I knew you were scum. But I never thought you'd stoop this low." One Eye, still unconcerned, continued, "Heh. Why so angry? Just keep that domain of yours up and you'll be safe. You aren't foolish enough to try and save them, are you?" It turned out One Eye's plan from the start was to bait the Slaughter Emperor into dropping his defenses. As expected, the Slaughter Emperor dropped his guard, forcefully tossing his coat aside. Facing the approaching meteor, his expression was dead serious. He thought, this might actually be dangerous. A memory suddenly flooded the Slaughter Emperor's mind. Back then, his grandson had said, "Grandpa, I want to be a hunter just like you." This surprised the Slaughter Emperor, who asked, why do you want to be a hunter like me?" The child replied, "Because you're different from the other hunters out there. You're like a hero who saves and protects everyone." Hearing this, the Slaughter Emperor cheerfully ruffled his grandson's hair and said, "Ha ha, this old man is no hero of justice." His grandson immediately disagreed. "You're lying. Whenever people are in danger, you always go to help them." His grandfather's eyes closed gently as he continued to lead the boy. "You are too, Grandpa?" Returning to the present, the Slaughter Emperor's eyes snapped open as his entire body erupted with immense power. He poured all his strength into his long spear and unleashed an attack aimed straight at the meteor. First style Pathless Extremity. A blast of purple energy shot forward. A blinding light illuminated the entire sky. However, one strike wasn't enough. The Slaughter Emperor continued to unleash his strength, striking again and then again and again. He roared as he relentlessly slashed at the meteor. In the end, the rock shattered into dust and dissipated in the wind. However, at that moment, the Slaughter Emperor could only stand rooted to the spot. He panted heavily, unable to stop. At this very instant, One Eye seized the opportunity. Gripping his scythe, he dashed forward. A slash cut across the Slaughter Emperor's chest. The man, having used up all his strength, could only fall helplessly to his knees. One Eye's satisfied laughter rang out, "Ha ha, a hero appears. A true hero has appeared? To know this would happen and still do it. Truly admirable. I salute that foolish choice of yours. As a reward for showing me such an interesting spectacle, this ending will be painless." However, before he could strike, the God King stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Wait, let me be the one to finish him." The old man's eyes were filled with rage as he glared at the Slaughter Emperor. One Eye stepped back, saying, "If the client says so, then I guess I have no choice." The God King raised his sword, ready to strike. In that moment, Do Huang, though exhausted, sneered, "About time you stepped up. To the very end, you're still just as foolish and pathetic. It's a shame the water dragon was loyal to someone like you." That remark was the last straw. The God King could no longer contain himself and roared, "You damn old fool!" He gripped the spear, about to thrust it down. Just then, Do Huang squeezed his eyes shut, accepting his fate. Images of his family flooded his mind. At least I can go with my head held high, and I'll see everyone soon. The tip of the spear was drawing near. However, just then, a familiar voice rang out, snapping Do Huang out of his stupor. "What are you just standing there for?" It was that familiar crackling sound of electricity. Do Huang looked up to see the God King clutching a burnt hand. He roared in pain. Do Huang's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the figure in front of him. The Crown Prince of the Autonomous Region, Taehyun. For a moment, the scene seemed to freeze in complete silence. The heavy atmosphere felt like it had stopped moving. Taehyun suddenly turned, his deep, warm voice shattering the silence. "I'm late, aren't I? My apologies." His sudden appearance left Do Huang standing there in utter astonishment, whispering in a trembling voice, "Taehyun." Hearing the choked, emotional tone in Do Huang's voice, Taehyun smiled faintly. His eyes glinted with confidence and a touch of playfulness as he replied in a warm yet steady voice, "You're doing that again, it's me, Taehyun." Do Huang stared at him, his eyes filled with both gratitude and pain. He lowered his head slightly, his voice soft but full of sincerity. "Yes, that's right. You saved my life. Thank you." Taehyun turned, his movements sharp yet poised. He waved a hand, his voice filled with absolute confidence. "No need for formalities, you just rest, I'll take it from here." The moment he said that, Do Huang suddenly collapsed. His body trembled as he fell onto the cold ground, and he stammered in a weak voice, still managing to force out the words, "Then, I'm leaving it all to you." Taehyun's sharp, cold gaze swept over Do Huang's motionless form on the ground before shifting to the God King in front of him. His eyes were like ice, as sharp as a blade. It made the two opposite him tremble. The God King, despite trying to stay calm, couldn't hide the shock in his voice. "If the Gawa clan was sending aid, I would have expected the Sword Saint to show up. But who is this?" Just then, power exploded from Taehyun's body. Brilliant blue sparks of lightning shot out from him, flaring like electric flames. His hair turned a radiant gold, making him look like a legendary warrior god. "Super Saiyan."
He stared directly at the God King, and Ma Seung, his voice as cold as rolling thunder. Impressive. You dare cause this much trouble. They both involuntarily cried out in terror. The Lightning Emperor! The God King stammered in disbelief. The Lightning Emperor! Ma Seung, his face deathly pale, shook his head over and over, muttering, No way. From behind them, a one-eyed man stepped forward. His expression was pensive, but the corner of his mouth curled into a smug smile. He laughed out loud, his voice dripping with arrogance. Ha ha, to think I'd run into one of the 12 disciples right here. Memories of his battle with Guwasu years ago, the one who had humiliated him, came flooding back. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a trickle of blood seeped from the socket running down his cheek as he gritted his teeth. His voice trembled with hatred. I will kill you. I will kill you no matter what it takes. Guwasu stood opposite him, staring coldly at the one-eyed man, his own eyes as sharp as daggers. His voice was low but filled with contempt. Know your place, trash. Back in the present, the one-eyed man smiled viciously, thinking to himself, Ha ha, all 12 disciples are exactly the same. How laughable. He recalled Guwasu's scornful gaze from back then, the look that treated him like an inferior being that needed to be exterminated. It was that very look that drove him to crave power, and now he had it. The power he had always dreamed of. He muttered to himself, After this is over, I'll begin my hunt. Suddenly he tightened his grip on the scythe in his hand. His muscles bulged. With a roar, he charged straight at Taehyun, yelling, Thanks for the warm-up, Lightning Emperor! Seeing the one-eyed man's figure rushing towards him, Taehyun immediately stepped back and aimed a powerful kick at the scythe. The one-eyed man's eyes flashed with excitement as he laughed loudly. You think I'll be defeated as easily? Said the others. Don't get ahead of yourself. Ha ha! He raised his scythe high and brought it down in a powerful slash aimed right at Taehyun's head, but with lightning speed, Taehyun leaped into the air. He dodged the attack perfectly. Ma Seung, watching from a distance, covered his mouth in astonishment and gasped, No way! Suddenly, a grotesque eye on the one-eyed man's scythe snapped open. Green veins bulged around the socket, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Ma Seung screamed, The scythe! The one-eyed man turned to him with a smug smile. Oh! You recognize my scythe, do you? This must be your first time seeing it up close, isn't it? With those words, he vanished in a flash, a smug smile still on his lips. He yelled, Have you heard about this? He swung the scythe in his hand, aiming it straight at Ma Seung and the God King. The two of them scrambled back in panic from the sudden attack. The one-eyed man continued, his voice dripping with arrogance. Among the mythical weapons, Lich has the ability to absorb its opponent's power on contact. The blood vessels around the eye on the scythe spread even wider as its killing intent flared up like a storm. He slammed the scythe into the ground, making it tremble. Stepping forward, he continued, Which means its weight is no joke either. He gripped it with both hands, his muscles bulging so much that his shirt ripped from the sheer terrifying power. With a tremendous effort, he lifted the scythe. His eyes burned as he looked at Taehyun. This is my answer to hunting down the 12 disciples. He leaped into the air. He unleashed a terrifying slash aimed right at Taehyun's head. A massive explosion erupted, blanketing the area in smoke and dust. But Taehyun, with his thunderous speed, easily evaded every single attack. Furious, the one-eyed man unleashed a flurry of consecutive slashes, but Taehyun continued to weave around them gracefully, giving his opponent absolutely no openings. In a brief moment of carelessness, the scythe grazed Taehyun's arm, leaving a small scratch. Taehyun glanced down at the wound, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He muttered in a low voice, So this is how it absorbs power. Fascinating. Under normal circumstances, I'd probably gather some data right now, but I'm not in the mood today. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand. Giant bolts of lightning erupted around his arm, swirling like a vortex. He pointed his hand straight ahead and unleashed a devastating attack. A brilliant beam of light shot straight towards the one-eyed man, tearing through the air. He smirked and shouted, Reese! The scythe immediately responded, the eye on it widening as its mouth opened large and swallowed Taehyun's lightning bolt. This caught even Taehyun by surprise. The one-eyed man let out a triumphant laugh, his voice filled with smugness. If you think it's all over, you're in for a big disappointment. From the scythe's mouth, Taehyun's lightning energy was reformed into a giant sphere. He yelled, Thunder Wheel, and the energy orb shot straight towards Taehyun.
It caused a terrifying explosion on the building's rooftop. Smoke and dust filled the air as the space shook violently. Taehyun gritted his teeth, his ice-cold gaze fixed on the one-eyed man who stared back with a smug grin spreading across his lips. This is the true power of Chris.